Gabriel, can you hear me? Can
Yes,
he
I
hear
can.
Yes,
me?
yes, I can.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a really stupid question.
Sure.
Indomitable, is that is that how
Yes,
you say it?
indomitable.
Indomitable,
Hmm.
right? I
Yes,
always want to say about what's the snowman?
abominable. Yeah.
Right. I always want to say, okay. I just want to make sure. Indomitable.
You
Okay,
got
got
it.
it. I'm with you. I don't want to call you a snowman.
Welcome to the International Day of Calm Summit.
Hi, everyone. How are you? Welcome back for day two. We have an incredible lineup of speakers and all here to help you become a calmer, more relaxed, more intentional human being. That's what we're here for because I want you all to remember that we are role models. We are role models to each other, but we are also role models to all the children of the world. Whether you're a parent, a teacher, a person walking down the street, a sports figure, a celebrity in some other way, whoever you are a role model to a child that sees you. So you need to remember to be intentional about your behavior. We are only in control of one thing. This is the secret of life. Guys, write it down. Get your pens, write this down. Secret of life. You're only in control of you. You are not in control of anyone or anything around you. You're only controlling yourself and the way you respond to people, the way you reply, the way you act, the way you react. It's on you, no one else. You can't blame somebody. When I ask parents, and I've asked a lot of parents and a lot of people, why do you yell at your kids? Who makes you yell? And the answers are coming in. My child, my husband, my wife, my kids, my dog, my parents, the list goes on and on. But the truth is, the only person that makes you yell is you. The healing that has to go on when you get triggered is on you. You make a conscious decision, and it may not feel that way because you're escalated and you feel out of control, but you are deciding to get to that point and you're deciding to yell at your child. If you can decide to yell, you can also decide not to yell. And I give you one gift before we get started with our first speaker. I want you to think about during this summit, day two, and when you rewatch day one and you attend for day three, because I'm sure that's what you're going to do. I want you to start thinking if you're a parent or you're a teacher or a nanny or a grandparent or an aunt or an uncle or a caretaker of some way of children, or you don't have children, but you're in a relationship. I want you to now focus your brain, and Erna Lee talked about this last night on her talk, yesterday afternoon. I want you to focus your brain on you not wanting to yell. When I do my stop yelling challenges, most people that are involved and listening and part of it reduce their yelling drastically in the first day. That's not because I gave them some magic pill. That's not because I said, okay, this is how you're going to do it, because it was the very first day. First day, I always talk about their inner, conflicts and what happened when they were kids and things like that. But all of a sudden, in that 1 hour, they brought yelling to the forefront of their brain.
Yeah.
And by doing so, they were conscious of it and reduced it the very next day. So I'm going to give that gift to you today before we hear from our other speakers. Be conscious of the way you're behaving. Be conscious of your reactions. If you're feeling tense, and we all got those feelings, your head hurts, your chest pounds, you get nervous, maybe you get goosebumps, whatever it is that you feel when you're elevated. Before you escalate it to the next level, do yourself a favor and walk away. If it's something you need to discuss with somebody, don't avoid the discussion, but wait till you're calm. Why? Screaming matches accomplish nothing. Nothing. And they make things worse. Yes or yes? Yes. That's the right answer to that. They make things worse. So don't reach a point where you're screaming and yelling. And if you're calm, guess what? You give your children, you give your partner, you give your friends, family, coworkers, everything else, a permission slip to also be calm. You wind up directing the mood of the room. I spoke at a Day of Calm seminar in India this morning. And I spoke to the students about this thing. When you decide to be calm and be in control of the way you respond and react and act, you give the others around you permission to do the same thing. And you teach your children who do not know how to regulate their emotions a lesson on emotional intelligence and emotional regulation, which is a great segue into our first speaker. So let me tell you about our first speaker. And you may know him because he has a huge following. You check out Instagram, you see his wonderful face all over talking about wonderful things we need to do intentionally. Another fellow love of calm parenting. Another person that loves respectful children. He and I both teach you how to raise a respectful adult, because we're raising adults, not children, without the need to yell or hit or be aggressive in any other way, no matter what your relatives may say to you. You got to smack that kid. You got to smack him into shape. True? No, nobody deserves to be smacked. No one. Not you, not someone you know, especially not a child. They have little underdeveloped brains. Do not hit. There is no reason to hit. You have to learn a better way, and Gabriel's here to help you. So let me introduce you to Gabriel Hannes. I'm going to tell you a little bit about him, and then we'll bring him on screen. Gabriel Hannes is a gentle parenting educator and advocate, known for his work in promoting respectful and effective parenting strategies. He is a registered behavior technician and has studied exceptional student education at Daytona State College. In addition to his educational pursuits, Gabriel is the owner of the Photo Ninja, where he works as a photographer and videographer. Gabriel shares insights on parenting and behavior through his social media platforms, including Instagram, where he goes by the indomitable black man. In case you don't know what that word means, it means you can't defeat him. He is going strong and he's committed. He is also associated with his Shift Parenting course, aiming to support parents in their journey. His work emphasizes understanding child behavior, behavior modification, and skill acquisition, contributing to the broader conversion on modern parenting practices. I'm thrilled to introduce you to Gabriel Hannes.
Hello, thank you so much. Wow, I
Here's your little video, Gabriel. You're coming
that's
on
right. There's a
in
little
a
video.
second.
Okay.
Welcome to the International Day of Calm Summit.
And welcome, Gabriel, to the International Day of Calm Summit.
All right. Hello.
There you are.
Here I am.
Hi, Gabriel.
How is everyone? Hi, how are
Good to
you?
see your smiling face.
It's good to be seen.
So,
Hmm?
I'm going to let you get started talking about the science of self-regulation, and people that are listening, please, if you have questions, put them in the comments. If you're on Zoom with us, put a big Q in the comments so we know it's a question, and we'll answer them at the end. And I may have some for him too. So it's all yours. The stage is yours, my friend.
Excellent. Is it possible to share my screen?
Oh, yes. Yes. You may share your screen.
Excellent.
Anupam,
Okay.
sharing on. Anupam is our IT guru. Hi, Czar. She is our IT. Czar and Anupam,
Love that.
the magic behind the summit, along with many other people.
Okay, everybody can see my screen, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I am Gabriel, also known as the Indomitable Black Man on social media. And what I do is I help people learn. And one of the best ways to teach people is to ensure that they have the ability to self-regulate and be safe. If a child or an adult, anybody does not have a feeling of security and safety, they're not going to learn as effectively. So one of the first things I have to teach whenever I work with anyone is how to self-regulate. One of the biggest pain points that I have as a parent coach, as an educator, as a teaching coach is people get upset with how children act. They don't know how to control themselves. You've seen videos of Karens, you've seen videos of Chads where these people are very frustrated and upset and they lash out at these people because they have no sense of self-regulation. And traditionally, we just, yell or beat the people into submission to where they learn to repress their emotions. But that's not healthy. And there's a reason why it's not healthy. So we're going to talk about the science of self-regulation, because hopefully if we can get a good understanding of this, we can understand how to implement it correctly without harming anyone. It's a way to regulate as opposed to repress. Now I can speak really quickly, I can speak really slowly, but I'm kind of long-winded, so just go with me and I'm going to try to stay within the allotted time frame. Okay, so the first section, understanding self-regulation. Self-regulation is not repression. Self-regulation is not pushing down your emotions and just not acting out of them. Emotions exist. We have to recognize that they exist, and we have to be comfortable with the fact that they exist, even in the discomfort, because they're what makes us human. It's how we know we're alive. And repressing them is inhuman. Trying to force people to hold them down or not express them is inhuman. Creatures express emotions. We express emotions. That's a form of communication. And a lot of these emotions can be controlled just by doing very simple acts repetitively. So self-regulation is dynamic. It's not something you do one time and that's it. It is encompassing the ability to adaptively manage emotions and behavior, facilitating personal growth and social interactions, while emphasizing the importance of mindfulness and the acceptance of emotional complexity in achieving self-control. It is a very beautiful thing when you practice it often. It allows you to feel the full spectrum of humanity, and it gives you grace for accepting other people's humanity. These are some strategies that I go through. We'll talk about some of them a little bit more in depth. I don't want to harp on each one, but things I practice often that I encourage other people to practice often is naming the emotion and practicing meditation and mindfulness. You would be so shocked at how important just these two are. And if you do these regularly, you will see just how much of a skill you're building through this emotional regulation. So the brain on stress. This is I love this. This is that neuroscience. I love it. Every human brain responds to stress, and usually it responds to stress without you consciously being aware of it. It's autonomic, right? So we've all heard of fight or flight, freeze and fawn. Those are all stages in which the brain will get into that's completely autonomous for your survival. However, sometimes our brain, because of evolution, does not necessarily tell us, it doesn't recognize that not every threat is a threat. Just because you're standing in front of a stage doesn't mean that you're about to fight a saber-toothed cat. They're not the same, but the brain will perceive the pattern as the same. So it's important for us to recognize, oh, this is happening. How do I get down? But we have to learn how the brain is working. So the first thing we need to know about is the brain's stress response. This is crucial for us. We're all going to go through stress, and our bodies are going to respond to it in very similar ways. So the first thing, your amygdala is activated. Usually information comes in, the brain is like, oh, this is a pattern. This is a threat. The amygdala activates and it prepares us for fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. It increases blood flow to our heart, our pupils dilate, blood flow goes to our muscles and our lungs to prepare us to either run for our lives or to fight for our lives. It makes it hard for us to make rational decisions because when your amygdala is activated, your prefrontal cortex, where you do all of your thinking, is deactivated. Your brain will also start to release a chemical called cortisol. We've all heard about this. This is the stress hormone. But these are all done in order for us to mitigate the stress that we're experiencing, either to remove ourselves from the stress or to remove the stress from us. If you have this happening too long, you can get stuck on what's called the continuum of arousal. If you've seen people who have a very short fuse, who are very quick to argue and get frustrated, a lot of times that's because they're stuck in a cycle of stress, and that stress turns into trauma, and they don't know how to get off. That's because the brain is continuing to perceive threats in their environment. That can lead to things like PTSD, CPTSD, anxiety, depression, a whole litany of issues, mental health disorders caused by environmental factors and how the brain responds to that. With that, they're not going to self-regulate as easily. It takes a lot longer for people who have had a cycle of trauma to calm down, to get to a place of calm, to get to a place of self-regulation. And even if they get there, it may not be very long-lived. So it's very important for us to learn how the brain responds. When you're working with kids, kids can absolutely experience this stress. Kids already don't have a fully developed prefrontal cortex. So as soon as they get upset or frustrated or agitated, their amygdala is taking over and hijacking their full brain. So trying to force them to self-regulate in the midst of it, you might as well carry an anvil up a hill during an avalanche. That would be more of something you can accomplish than trying to get a toddler to calm down by traditional means. And that's all because of how the brain is wired. And this is why we do something called co-regulation. Humans are very social creatures. We are social creatures. Our species thrives on working together. And one of the things that we do is emotional synchronization and active engagement. That's co-regulation with kids. Kids' brains are not fully developed. Their prefrontal cortex is not where we are. So we have to be their prefrontal cortex. So that looks like co-regulating with them, sitting with them, modeling what it looks like to breathe. Co-regulation fosters emotional synchronization between the caregiver and children, and it enhances the child's ability to manage stress and develop resilience through consistent emotional support and modeling. I cannot emphasize that consistent part enough. The other part of that is the emotional engagement requirement. Successful co-regulation necessitates active engagement from caregivers who must consciously regulate their own emotional states to create a secure environment that promotes the child's emotional competence. My camera was blocking that out. Whenever I'm working with my students, I also taught middle school, seventh grade specifically, they're crazy. A lot of my students would come in, they would cry. Like I, it's a beautiful day, birds are chirping, and they're coming in class just crying, bringing down the whole attitude of the entire room. I had students come in loud and disrespectful. I've had students just flip a switch immediately and the whole world's about to end. And in those moments where they're disrupting the class, the entire atmosphere is being thrown off, I have to go in and help regulate these kids. And it cannot look like punishment because they're kids. They don't have the ability to self-regulate. Most adults don't have it either. So I have to work with them to either tell them, hey, go take this hall pass, go get some water, go to the bathroom, splash some water on your face, come back. Here, can you take this note to another teacher just to get them out of the class? Hey, let's step outside and talk for a little bit. Hey, let's breathe real quick. Co-regulation is what helps these kids learn how to do it on their own. I'll give a quick example really quickly. I had a student who I was mentoring, and he was about to go to the bathroom at a pep rally. Pep rallies are loud, we're in an auditorium. He tries to push a door open. Another teacher on the other side, who he didn't see, pushed it back and it jammed on his foot. And teachers are yelling at him to go sit down. Somebody's pushing it on his foot. He's in pain. He's trying to explain that he can't move because the door is on his foot. Nobody's hearing him. He's getting agitated. I can see this whole thing transpiring. He eventually gets away from the door and he's going to fight. He's not a small kid. He wants to fight a teacher. My first instinct was to grab him and take him out of the auditorium, which I did very quickly. And then I went and I started to have him identify what he's feeling. We practiced some self-regulation breathing, and then he calmed down and he said, "Wow, Mr. H, that really does work." Yes. Then he started trying it again. He would see me later and be like, "Mr. H, I did the thing that you told me and it works." Yes. And now you're creating these neural pathways that you're strengthening. You're going to keep doing it. It's great. That's the importance of self-regulation. They learn how to regulate themselves. So now let's get into what's known as the polyvagal theory. We have a vein that goes from our brain, well, a nerve that goes from our brain around our body, mainly through our gut, and then also to like parts of our muscles. This is called the vagus nervous system. And this is responsible for the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous systems. There's also another one in there. Can't remember the name of it. Not important. It's kind of important. We'll touch on it. As I was saying before, when your brain perceives a threat, automatically it goes into fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. If we had to think about whether something is a threat or not, we would die. And that's because we may not have enough time to respond. If think of it like this, if you're going to here in Orlando, we have this thing called Halloween Horror Nights at Universal Studios. And at Universal Studios, one of the funniest things is to go into one of the haunted houses during what is it? It's their Halloween thing. And when you go through one of the haunted houses, people will scare you. How you respond is a perfect example of the fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. Before you can consciously become aware of what's happening, your body either jumps back or jumps up because it's preparing to either run away or fight until your brain perceives the threat. Your eyes get big. You take in a deep breath. You jump back because your brain is trying to piece together what's happening in the environment. Is this actually a threat or is it not? Your brain then sends chemicals, norepinephrine, well, epinephrine. It sends out what's the other chemical? Cortisol, and those start to regulate different processes. It dumps epinephrine, I think it's epinephrine, into your stomach to stop digestion. So it can divert those resources that would have gone towards digestion to things like running away. So cardiovascular system, musculature, skeletal, optics, breathing, all of those are now being activated because you're about to run. You're about to fight. That is now when you're on the sympathetic nervous system. Now, when you get so high in it, where your brain is like, this is an insurmountable obstacle, then you start to freeze and you shut down. And that's your body preparing to fawn, or it cannot think of anything else. So I guess in like if we were looking at caveman days, cavemen would eventually stop and freeze and just lay down. And hopefully that the bigger threat would perceive them as not a threat and just pass them by. That could happen. But the brain has shut down. This happens to children. When you ask them why did you do that and they can't say anything, that's because they're looking at an insurmountable obstacle. Same thing with people. When somebody's speaking at a public speaking event and they freeze up on stage, same thing. So your brain is perceiving these different threats in a very specific way. And so we don't know how to control it because it's autonomic. But then once your brain perceives that the threat is no longer there, then your parasympathetic nervous system kicks in. It releases more chemicals into your stomach, starting digestion again. Now you're able to eat, drink, and socialize. That is the lowest form of, or the highest form of calm, I guess, and the highest form, the lowest form of arousal. You are now at a state of calm. It's very important that when you get to the state of sympathetic nervous system, that you um, activate your prefrontal cortex so you can start lowering your body down. And we'll talk about how to do that in just a bit. So, self-regulation is a skill, it's not a trait. A lot of people say, well, I can't do that. I've tried meditating, it doesn't work. I've tried this, it doesn't work. That's because you did it once. If I were to play basketball, I can't just say, oh, I tried to play basketball once and I wasn't good at right. Yeah, because you can't just do something once. The neurons just connected. You have to strengthen those neural connections. It's a skill that develops over time. The more you do it, the easier it gets. It has to form a habit. There are also environmental influences. What's going on in the environment that's prohibiting you from self-regulating? Do you have people around you who can support you? Do you have people around you who you can, I guess, lean on? A lot of parents could be single, and those single parents don't have anybody else to lean on. Do you have a support group in your area? Do you have a village that you can rely on to help you in those hard times? Then there's neuroplasticity and growth. Your brain is constantly growing and developing. You're not going to be good at something the first time. The more you do it, the more you're around people who do it, the more you remind yourself to do it, the easier it gets, the more your brain comes up with different ways to self-regulate, the more your brain can show other people how to self-regulate. But all of this has to work as a practice. Just like I tell my parents, it's not a perfect, it's a practice. So here are two techniques that I recommend for a lot of people, especially if you're just starting out and you're having a hard time, you're getting overwhelmed in your environment, you're at work, somebody's making you upset, you're working with your kids and they're making you upset, your spouse, whomever. The first technique I talk about is grounding. Grounding is very simple. It's a 5 4 3 2 1 method in which you look at five different stimuli based on the number that you're in. So, what are five things you can see? What are four things you can touch? What are three things you can smell? What are two things you can taste? What's one thing you can pick one, right? It's just getting you to focus your mind not on the present threat, perceived threat, and focus more on what is my brain thinking about. It's getting your prefrontal cortex to activate again, to force yourself on the lower end of the continuum of arousal, to activate your parasympathetic nervous system. The second is the importance of deep breathing. I have mastered this so much to where whenever I get frustrated, I just do like a deep sigh and I'm calm. In a seventh grade English class, when all of your kids are screaming at the top of their lungs because it's the first period after lunch and everybody's still hopped up on whatever that they were eating at lunch, I can take a and I'm good and I can jump right in. But for other people, you have to learn how to deep breathe. When you're deep breathing, you're oxygenating all of your blood. You're getting all of this energy to your brain. Your brain is now able to think with a fresh sense of understanding. You're able to relax your body, drop your shoulders, just, and so much happens in that. I also visualize that when I'm breathing in, I have all of these emotions and I'm blowing them out. You would be surprised how well this works if you practice this often. So you can also do what's known as square breathing, where you inhale for 4, hold for 4, exhale for 4, and hold for 4. And you do that over and over again. That tightness that you feel when you're getting anxious, where your breathing is shallow, now you're controlling it. Now your brain is like, oh, wait, if we're breathing like this, and that means there's not a threat, let's calm down. That's what it does. These are hacks to hack your brain. Now it looks like rewiring your brain. The more you do this, the more your brain is being reinforced in information. I know it seems like I'm being repetitive, but that's so important. The more you engage in this, the easier it is for you to do. You're able to do it more effectively. You're able to implement other techniques that build off of the one that you learned before. Because, okay, now you can take deep breaths. Now you can do square breathing. Now you can do dragon breathing. Now you can focus on mindfulness breathing. Like there's so many different things that can build on top of each other, but you have to get the first concept. And that looks like practice. That looks like consistent practice. And now here's the most crucial part. Because I work with kids, because I work with parents that work with their kids, when you master this, you don't just master it for yourself, you model it to your kids. When you're on your journey to learning self-regulation for yourself, model that for your kids, model that for other parents, model that for other people. They learn off of you, right? Yeah. Whenever I work with my students, they know that I'm calm and they know that I'm a safe space because I'm calm. I don't lash out like other teachers. I don't lash out like other parents. That's not, I don't do that because I learned how to regulate my emotions. Can I still be upset? Yes. Can I still be frustrated? Absolutely. Can I still tell those children, this is how I'm feeling? 1000%. But in so doing, I'm also showing them how that I'm not allowing myself to be overcome or overtaken by my emotions. I learn them, I identify them, I articulate them, and I regulate them. And when kids see that, kids go to school with that understanding. They thrive with that understanding. They go out into the real world and they learn how to talk to other people with that understanding. That is what saves lives. That's what saves relationships. That's what causes humanity to thrive. Self-regulation is crucial for a child's long-term success, as it is not only enhances emotional resilience and social skills, but also prepares them for academic challenges, fostering a well-rounded development essential for navigating life's complexities. If I have a child who knows how to self-regulate, when hard problems come, they don't give up. They stick it out and they keep trying. They calm down and they keep going. That's how you get thinkers. That's how you get people who are pioneers. And so, the final wrap up, I told you I was going to be long. Learn what your triggers are. Learn how your body responds to stimuli, stress stimuli. Be committed to implementing just one of the strategies. The internet is free. You can find so many ways to self-calm and self-regulate. You can find something that works for you at your level right now. And once you do that, you start to move into a place that when you're working with your kids, if you have kids, you're able to model it to them. You're their safe space because they know they can have these emotions, but you'll help them co-regulate and get them to a place of healthy self-regulation. You're now their emotional base. And that's all I have for you today. I think you're on.
Okay,
Okay.
bring me back. Bring me back. Oh, I'm back.
How do I stop sharing?
So great, Gabriel. Thank you. Thank you for that information.
Absolutely.
So I don't know if there are questions out there. I'm going to ask you some questions and start the question cycle. But so it is important, and I teach my parents the same thing of how important it is to understand a child, to understand that half the problem is parents expect children to respond like adults.
Hmm.
And they do not understand that that's impossible. I always say it's not difficult for them, it's impossible. They can't do it. And so, one of the things I like to talk about, and I want to bring this up, is impulse control. Parents say, my kids are so impulsive. They're so impulsive. But they're impulsive because their prefrontal cortex they don't got it. We're like, oh, should we do this or shouldn't we do this? And then we're like, okay, well, this might not be the best idea I've ever had in my life. So maybe I shouldn't do it. Kids can't do that. I love that you said, and maybe you can talk a little more on it. When you ask a child why and they don't know why, that pertains, you taught middle school. It even pertains to middle schoolers. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because I know parents of teens get very frustrated. What do they just do things for?
Well, it's not even just the middle schoolers. It's
Yeah.
I know
Yeah.
adults.
Oh, exactly. That's true.
Um, what what I don't think we realize is that the brain is not always conscious about everything it's doing. Like I'll have parents say, "Oh, he knew what he was doing. He looked at me right when he was doing such and such." Right. Okay, cool. The brain is impulsive, meaning their prefrontal cortex, their long-term decision making is still developing. So that cause and effect thing, yes, it's developed to where they know that if I take something and I drop it, it's going to fall. Yeah, sure, I get that. They don't always look at the farthest implications of their decision making. They still have an amygdala. They still have a limbic system that is very all over the place. They chase novelty. They chase dopamine. They chase things that are going to be fun or exciting in the moment. I was on the phone with a parent and we were doing a consultation and in the middle she stops and her son had gotten himself stuck in a drawer. He was supposed to be putting his clothes in the drawer, and he decided in his little 8-year-old mind, let me climb in here and see what it's like. And
You
as
gotta
he
love
did
that. I
that,
love
the
kids.
drawer, I- they're little drunk people, I tell you. He gets inside and the drawer closes, and his mom has to go save him. And she was like, why did you do that? Did you ever think that it was going to be unsafe? And he was like, no. No, because he's 8. He's only been here 8 years. And for the first like 3-ish years, he wasn't aware of anything. He didn't get awareness. So he's operating on like 5 years of information he doesn't know. So getting upset that a kid does something impulsive, yeah, you can get upset, but this is how they are naturally. Let's give a little bit more grace to these kids. And it's going to continue until their brain is fully developed at like 28.
And it's so true. And I tell people a lot. We think so much alike, Gabriel. And I tell people, you always hear that with age comes wisdom. So I have a lot of wisdom, but all wisdom is experience. That's all it is. It's you forming different situations, different responses,
Hmm.
different, intentional direction that you take based on experience. And like people get frustrated with toddlers. I'm like, look at your child. I just had a conversation with one of my parents the other day because they were like, well, he just wants to climb up the sofa and out down the back. I'm like, oh, and let me throw this into the mix. He's 18 months old. I said, so let's think about our 18-month-old. He's only been on this planet for 18 months. The first year, he was a blob. A blob. Now that gives him has that given him 6 more months? Six more. High math. 12 minus 18 is 6. 6 months of somewhat awareness.
Hmm.
I said, and he goes, well, I don't want to upset him and take him down. I'm like, so you don't care if he climbs on your sofa because that technically means you are now giving him permission to climb on everyone else's sofa. If you can climb on a sofa, you can climb on the sofa. Now, if that doesn't bother you, it doesn't bother you. I'm not going to run your life. And honestly, if he falls down, he falls down. He might learn not to climb on the sofa. But if you are upset that your child's doing something, you have to be the person that coaches them, that guides them, that helps them understand because they don't.
Hmm.
Teenagers, I would say teenagers, our brain gives teenagers three things: risk. That's why teenagers do dumb stuff. We all did, and they all do. The need to belong, which is the most impactful teenage brain gift,
Hmm.
and the need to be with their friends. I always tell parents, don't take it personally. It's not that they don't want to be with you, it's that when they want to be with their friends more. Back in the days that I was a child, when dinosaurs roamed the earth and we had telephones that hung on the wall, Ernalie's laughing. She's from that day too. And we had telephones that hung on the wall, corded. They were not like free and carry them around with you. Kind of a blessing, won't you think? We used to sit on the floor of our kitchen and hang on this phone and talk to our friends. And our parents would also get upset. Get off the phone. You've been on the phone for a half hour, sitting on the kitchen. Get up, do something. But the thing is, we want to be with our friends. And parents need to understand all of these changes in the brain so that they realize that when your teenager does something stupid and silly, or your toddler does, or your, what's the next age? Elementary age child goes, I'm not quite sure. We need a name for that. Do we have a name for that? I hate to sound
I,
stupid, but is there a name between
pre-adolescence.
toddler? Adolescent, that's a good name.
Pre-adolescent.
Teen, tween, we have so many names,
Yeah.
so many categories. But when they do something like that, it is so important. And I feel like if you take nothing away from this conversation, you understand from what Gabriel taught that there are reasons, scientific, biological reasons why they do what they do. And a lot of it's just curiosity.
Honestly, I've had two teenagers stay with me. And, oh my God, and these kids, the risks that they do, the fact that every pro tip if you have teenagers or you're about to have teenagers, every teenager is fighting a war with not being embarrassed. Do not embarrass a teenager. You will lose them. Do not do it. Don't do it. I accidentally made a kid cry. I didn't even say anything that bad. I was just like, dang. But it turns out it wasn't me. I had nothing to do with it. They were just, anyway, don't embarrass kids. You will lose them. Don't do it. Always
However,
look at
in
them.
adult
Mhm.
life, you can do that because they
In adult life, you
embarrass
can do
you.
that.
I
Hmm.
have 5 kids, and
Yeah.
that's what I'm there for. Their entertainment.
Yeah,
Sorry.
exactly. That's fine. They have the control to do that now. But when they're teens, they are, like you were saying, the need to belong. And if they're trying to find their identity and how they fit in a larger society, because first they were just in the society of your family in the house. Now they're out with larger societies of people. They're hanging out with people longer. If they, their brain has to develop an opportunity to fit into the larger realm of society, they'll be embarrassed. Don't let them be embarrassed if you can help it. Take them off to the side, and that's when self-regulation really comes in clutch because you'll want to yell at your kids. You'll want to embarrass your kid. Don't do it.
Right.
Self-regulate, then have the conversation. Then they learn that they don't have to do that. They can learn that even though I'm angry, I don't have to take it out on somebody. I can wait until I gather my thoughts and then do it. That's how that should be, and that is literally evolutionarily designed. Not it's like species related, even primates will do the same thing. So look at it from that perspective, and that will give you so much grace for working with your kids. And teens are also like little toddlers. Don't let them tell you otherwise. They're toddlers and big bodies. That's literally all they
That's
are.
I say that all the time. Toddlers
They
and
smell
teens
just as
are
weird.
compatible.
Hmm.
They're just bigger. They're
Yes.
bigger.
Yes,
And
literally.
Ernalee said teens are looking for their tribe, and that is so true. And if they don't feel understood or visible by you as their family, which family is their first community of
Hmm.
a child. And if they don't feel like they're valued, if you ask a teen, why don't you, want to be with your family? Well, they don't care what I do. They don't care what I have to say. They absolutely never ask me my opinion. I might as well be invisible. Once that occurs, goodbye to your teenager.
Hmm.
And where they find their tribe will probably not be the best place in the world. Have those difficult conversations, but go back to the conversation that Gabriel just had with you. Emotionally regulate. The conversations you need to have with your children can be scary for you. You may not practice. Sit with your partner, your other parent, your better half, or whatever you want to call that other person, or a family member or a friend. Sit with somebody else and practice if you're so unsure about having conversations with your kids that are difficult. Because in this day and age, if you don't talk about it, Google will. And who do you want them teaching from your kids? What values do you want to give your children?
Absolutely.
So, Gabriel, let me ask you.
Hmm.
Oh, well, let me see if there's any other questions. Ernalee said something about she used to ask her mother if she was alive when dinosaurs roamed the earth.
Oof.
And they got mad. Her mom got mad. I find humor in like everything. Like I take nothing seriously. I do take something seriously, but laughter, best medicine, reduces stress. We love
One of my
to
students
laugh.
said I was born in the 1900s and I wanted to throw them.
It's good
They weren't
stuff.
wrong.
No, no, not wrong. Not wrong. I know, what's really bad? Okay, so this is off topic. You know how you put your age into like do you have permission for um to use whatever, go into site,
Hmm.
whatever. And they have the spinny wheel with the year.
Hmm.
I'm not kidding you. The spinny wheel ended at 1960. And I was born in 1958. And I'm like, what? All the people before 1960 are dead? This spinny wheel, like I had to put in 1960 because anyway, it was pretty funny. I was like, oh man. I said to my husband, we're old. We've hit the old thing. The spinny wheel does not go to
That's
our year
terrifying.
of birth. That is a problem. Anyway, so I wanted to ask you all the information you gave, and you gave a lot of information that was so valuable and so easy to understand. Thank you for that. Some people get into the scientific mode and lose their audience. Is there one more piece of advice that you can give the people that are watching, listening, rewatching, whatever they're doing, that will help them in their parenting journey, in their life journey, in their relationship journey?
Drink water consistently. Eat a balanced meal consistently. Get your sleep 8 hours consistently. Consistently. A lot of the frustration that we have comes because we're burnt out, we're overworked, we're so tired, we're so stressed. Self-care is just as important as everything else in your life. You need to treat self-care like a doctor's appointment. You're not going to miss your doctor's appointment. Don't miss self-care. Drink water. Eat a balanced breakfast. Get some sleep.
I love that. And what you're doing is you're once again teaching your children, your other family members.
Hmm.
You decide we're all going to eat good. We're all going to eat healthy. We're not going to eat out of a box. We're going to make stuff and get your kids involved with the cooking, the shopping, all of that. One-on-one time with your children should not just be about playing.
Hmm.
It should be the other adult things you have to do to take care of a house, the other things you need to do in life. Get them involved. People go, oh no, it's going to make a big mess if I let my child cook. Well, if you start them at 10, they're still going to make a big mess because you didn't give them time to build their skills. If you
Absolutely.
start them little, guess what? When they're 10, they'll cook you dinner. Yay for
That was
that.
me.
That's what we want. That was you. See?
Hmm.
See? And they love it because they feel big. Kids just want to be big every stage of the way. They want to be big. So give them the opportunity. Involve them in doing laundry. Thursday is laundry night. It's not just laundry night for me, it's laundry night for everybody.
Hmm.
Because they come to ask you to help and you go, no, and many parents do, no, no, honey, it's okay. Go play. I got this. And you're not meaning anything mean by it. You're just like, I got this. Go play. But you are saying to that child, I don't believe in you. I don't believe you can do this. And even more importantly and more understandable, you are now giving your child the role of the player. My role in this family is I play. Your role in this family is you work. We don't want that. Do you want that? Do you want to be the worker and them the player? No. We all work because we're all responsible for this home.
Absolutely.
The end. That's the end of my spiel. I'm sticking with it. I don't remember what got me into this, but Gabriel, thank you so much for being here. I'm truly grateful. You took time out of your busy schedule, and I know you're busy, to hang out with us and spread a little more calm, self-regulation, and understanding throughout the world.
Absolutely.
It's
Thank
a
you for
gift
having
that
me.
keeps on giving. Well, you are so welcome. And we're going to let Gabriel go because I'm sure he has other things to do with his life. Or
I
you
gotta
can
go
hang
tutor.
out with us. You can stay with us and listen to all the other wonderful speakers. And in the meantime, I think we're going to give you a glimpse into your future. I hope I'm correct about this. We're going to give you a glimpse into your future if you are yelling and screaming and being aggressive to your children. Here's what could happen to them. Here's your future. Thank you, Gabriel. I'm not sure we have sound. Do we have sound? We don't have sound. No sound, Anupam. Okay, and the woman you're going to see made this beautiful quilt. This is the Day of Calm quilt. It's gorgeous. It's handmade, and it can be yours with the first donation of $1,000. And we'll tell you why you're donating too. Anupam, do we have sound? No audio. Because I want you to meet Anita. She's my client. She's 80 years old, and she lived a life of abuse. And I don't know if we're going to see it. Are we seeing it? Yes, maybe.
I'd require about 2 minutes more.
2
Is that
minutes.
okay?
Okay, I can talk for 2 minutes. I have that ability.
Thank you.
So, guys, when you donate to the Day of Calm, you are not just helping us spread the word, put parenting systems and courses and applications and trainings into schools worldwide for no charge to these schools and these parents. But you are also helping to rebuild the school in Uganda, the brilliant primary school. We'll learn more about that. These kids are desperate need of buildings that are not constructed of mud so that they can reach their goals. Kids around the world, no matter what conditions they live in, they may be absent of electricity, of good care, of good food, of any food, of clothes, all these things that they don't have in their life that limit them. But they always have dreams. And if we don't help the kids worldwide succeed and thrive, we are doing this world an injustice and a disservice. So I hope you go to dayofcalm.org and you donate even $1. You will get my morning detox for free, plus the listening game. So we become good listeners, because the best listeners are the best communicators. Most people listen and they're plotting their rebuttal while they're listening. But if you listen, you become the person that hears and feels what the other person is saying. And yes, Ernalee, just go to the website, dayofcalm.org. You'll see right at the top, donate. You have an option of donating a one-time donation or a monthly donation. Either way, we are eternally grateful. And those kids in Uganda, if you look at the Brilliant School on the website, you'll also see what's going on. I think we're ready, and we're going to meet Miss Anita, the one that sewed this beautiful, beautiful quilt. We think. Let's hum and relax on our own and be calm. Yes? Yes, maybe? Yes. Or shall I talk more? Luckily, I've had my coffee and I can
Well,
talk a lot. What?
What are you telling
said,
yourself?
Oh,
I'm
wait, now we
useless.
have no video.
Which you're
Now
not.
back up.
But go
You need-
ahead.
oh,
Tell
there
me
you
what
go.
you're
Yeah.
saying.
Well, I've gotten to
Wait, the
where
video
I'm more
isn't
trouble than I were.
isn't caught up to the thing.
Oh, old people cause more trouble than they're actually worth. So I'm one of them.
So, other than burning this pot up, what was the last disaster you would say you caused?
I've never done anything like that before. I'm almost 80 years old. I never done anything like that before. Never.
So, was one mistake,
Yes.
and let me finish. No, it doesn't.
Does that
The
constitute
answer is
feeling that way?
no. Does
Yes.
one mistake ruin a whole wonderful life?
Yes.
No. It doesn't.
Yes.
Because how much have you've cooked meals for how long now? How long have you cooked the meals of the house?
Years.
Years. And what, other than the burning up of this pot, what is the last meal you burned, caught fire?
Never.
Never. You've never even burnt a meal. That's better than me.
No. No, I never have. I always stay right there. I always stay right there in the vicinity. I usually don't leave the food. So
That means that for your efficiency of cooking meals without burning the house down is pretty much 99.9%.
yeah.
Okay, not quite 100 because you almost burned the house down this time, right? Okay.
Right.
So 99.9% of the time, you cook perfectly safely.
Yes.
Think you still have a lot of would you say you still get concerned about what other people think of you?
Oh my gosh, yes. Oh, good Lord, yes. All the time, every day, every day.
And that comes from the way you were raised. That comes from
Yep.
all that abuse.
Yep.
Because you
Beat up all
always
the
had
time.
to look out for what you were doing in case
Yep.
somebody thought it was like the end of
Yep.
the world and would hit you or
Right.
scream at
Yep.
you or whatever they did.
Yep. Or slap me.
Yeah.
Yep. Always.
When you got slapped as a child, hit as a child, slapped, hit as a wife, how did that make you feel?
Pretty rotten. Pretty rotten. But I always figured, you know what? I guess I deserved it. Sometimes my mouth got me in trouble and I deserved it. And I knew I was going to get it. And my mouth just had diarrhea and said it anyway.
So if your husband or a brother or a parent or somebody said something that you didn't like, did they deserve to be smacked?
No. If they said something to me that I didn't like, I would just go away.
So why do they not deserve to be slapped, but you?
Yeah. Because more than likely what they were saying was true. I
Okay,
probably
that's
was being
possible,
rotten.
but even if it wasn't true, do they deserve to be smacked?
No,
Does anybody deserve to be smacked?
no.
No. Your mother, you were beat by your mother and your father?
Yep.
Even though your father adored, you were like his boy. Do you love your mother?
Yes.
You love your father?
That's questionable. I've thought about that over and over again. I can't say that I love him, but I respect him because he is my father figure.
So you respect him in theory.
Yes. But loving him, that would be a stretch.
Do you love yourself?
No,
See
not
how
at
easily
all.
You said that?
Yep. Yeah.
So instead of being fearful of what you do wrong, think about what you can do that's right. What are all the things you do that are right?
But when I do one thing wrong, it supersedes everything.
In your head.
Yes.
Except that
Yes.
when Brandy did that, when Stacy did that, did you look at that as the worst thing in the world or just a mistake?
No, just a mistake, but it was
So
me.
why is it the worst thing in the world for you?
Yeah, because it's me.
Right.
Yeah.
So if it's
Yeah.
just a mistake for other people,
Yeah.
you have to remind yourself it's just a mistake. And what happens when we make a mistake? Do we beat ourselves up or do we learn from it?
Both.
No, no.
First we beat ourselves up and then
We
we
learn from it.
yeah, and then we learn from it.
Well, you can be disappointed that it happened,
Yes.
but then realize, okay, so it's never happened before.
Yeah.
And there you have it. 80 years old and still just hates herself. And she told me the other day that when she walks by a mirror, she goes, "Oh my gosh, I'm so ugly. How could anyone love me?" Those are the words she said to herself looking in the mirror. And this beautiful woman who has so much compassion for the world made this beautiful quilt, makes quilts like you and I fold napkins. Hand makes quilts like she's like, "Well, this week I made 4 quilts." And they're full and queen size quilts. These are not little quilts. These are big quilts. And she doesn't want people to pay for them because she just wants to make people smile. Ernalee, you have a question?
I don't really have a question. I just wanted to say I watched this yesterday when you played it and watched it this today, and each time it just breaks my heart. It just breaks my heart. That is just so sad, and how wonderful it is that you are working with her. I mean, I got tears in my eyes
I know.
again.
I know.
It's like, oh, 80 some years old or whatever, and that's how
Yeah.
she feels. It's like, well,
And the cycle, like it's what you learn. Like she was beat by her parents.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
then so she got into a marriage where that's how she was treated because, like she said, you think, "Oh, I must deserve this. This must be how I should be treated."
Yeah.
And then she walked out on that marriage. Amazingly, she had that kind of strength because she's a very strong woman.
Yeah.
She entered another marriage where that person beat her. He was a little more, I mean, except for the beating part, a kinder person to her, a more compassionate person to her. But he still beat her.
Yeah.
And you just assume you deserve it.
And the thing is, broken people attract broken people, right? Because like attracts like. So it's really important that we have our children grow up to be strong, know who they are, be happy within themselves, be calm people. So,
And model a relationship
yeah.
that they see as one that has compassion and respect and trust. And so that when they get into a relationship, that's their normal. For Anita, that beating her sisters and her parents and all the people that beat her up, and she had a very bad sickness as a child. All of that was her normal. This is how people act. They beat each other up. And that's what gets me about the violence and rage in the world. It's accepted. It's normalized. It's like, well, that's how we act when we're not happy, is we scream and yell and rage at people. That's what we do. You know, there was a study done in the United States where they opted for two types of movies. A movie that had a violent scene in it and violent scenes, and a movie that had love scenes, not pornography, merely love and affection. And they asked parents, and this was done a few years back, they asked parents, which movie would you rather your child see? This was in the United States. And can you guess which one? One out?
Oh dear.
The one with the violence. The one with the violence. You would rather your child watch a movie that had violence in it than watch a movie where two people are truly in love and making love. Not, and like I say, not pornography, very, beautifully done. They'd rather they watch the violence than learn about true love. And that's the problem in this world. It's accepted. It's normal. How many people say, oh, kid, there's times you just need to hit a kid. I've said it before. When is it appropriate for me to hit you? Never. It's never appropriate. Anyway, thank you for your comment, Ernalee. Thank you for being here. I think we're going to talk briefly before we bring up our next guest and show you why it's important that you do give and you do donate. And we're going to show you a little bit about the school that we're working on rebuilding and what these kids are going through. When you donate, everything you donate gets a gift for you. Even $1 will get you the morning detox and the listening game, because I added that yesterday. $50 gets 3 months in the Tranquility Tribe. The Tranquility Tribe is a group of people that are all trying to be better, more respectful parents to their children and intentional parents. You get 3 months and then you get the morning detox. $100, you win a free vacation. This is at a all-inclusive resort. So that means your stay, your food, all free in an exotic location. You do have to get yourself there, and you do pay a tax of like $125. But that all-inclusive, not having to pay for a hotel, not having to pay for food, that's thousands of dollars included, given to you so you can have some enjoyable calm if you donate $100. $150, you get all of that, including the free tip, plus a year in the Tranquility Tribe, master classes, coaching. $500 gives you all of that plus 4 free private calls with me to help you in any way I can, personally, relationship, family. And the first one that gives $1,000 gets Anita's quilt. It's beautiful. It's handmade. And wouldn't that make her feel wonderful that she did something right to put a smile on someone else's face? And meanwhile, you're helping these kids. So Anupam, if you would, can you show who you're helping, the video, and then we'll bring up our next guest. Do we have sound? Is there sound in this?
Sometimes they leak a lot, especially during rainy season. It is a rainy season, by the way, as for now. You can see. It's primarily. Oh. I think here you can see Our classes are attacked by termites, and anytime we expect them to collapse. You can see how termites attack them. Yeah, these are the classes where you can study from.
My class.
When it rains, glasses become wet, cold. This makes tax damage.
My name is that's what happened. What happened? When I'm planning to I eat passage and sometimes I spend the whole day without eating and this causes poor performance in class. How do you I would like to be a hard subject. I don't have. I would like to be a teacher, yet I work a long distance and reach school yet late. My name is Kasane Esther. I would like to be a doctor, yet I don't have enough school supplies.
My name is Asima Bashir. I would like to be a lawyer, yet I'm an orphan.
These kids may not have a lot, but they all have dreams. They all want to be more. And I teach at this school throughout the year virtually, as does my sister Maddie, who you'll meet tomorrow. She's one of the speakers. And the first class I conducted with them was about hygiene. And we talked about, I told them how to brush their teeth, brush your teeth 2 times a day at least for 2 minutes. And this little boy raises his hand very matter-of-factly and goes, how do I brush my teeth if I don't have a toothbrush? They don't even have toothbrushes. We ship them 500 toothbrushes, toothpaste, dental floss, all kinds of stuff for hygiene, soaps. They don't even have a toothbrush, something we take for granted. We buy in the dollar store for $1. Everything you give today is going to those kids that just want a better life. Please give. Please make their world better. The next child who you make a better life for in Uganda at that brilliant school, who may be an orphan, who, if they didn't have that school and their girl may be sold as a wife to somebody at a young age, but they have that school. Let's make it a school they can teach in, they can thrive in, and they can believe and live their dreams. Please help us. And we thank you. Go to dayofcalm.org. And also, if you're live with us on Zoom, we have shared the link. Here's one more quick video about this child's home, and then we'll go to our next speaker.
My school is greater elementary and primary school. Name is Musala Tita. My school is greater elementary and
This is where she lives. This is her house. No electricity, barely walls. So remember, these kids need our help. Just because they're far away, I know they don't live in the US where we are. We don't even begin to have homes like they have or schools like they have. And our kids and our parents are not even grateful for that. Not all of them. I don't want to make a generalization. Some of them very much are. But what a gift you would be giving. So please give. Please give. Even $1 helps you, really helps them. $500 feeds those kids for a whole semester. $1,200 gives that school supplies for all the kids for all year, plus salaries to teachers. Doesn't take much to supply that school. please give what you can. We're always grateful. Go to dayofcalm.org. And now let's hear from our next speaker. Cannon, hello to you. How are you? Cannon, I'm so apologetic because I'm looking for your bio. And if somebody can send it to me, please, 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 please. Okay, hold on. I have it. I don't see a link. I just see that I got the link sent. Hold, please.
No
Technical
worries.
difficulties, but
No worries. We're
we
all calm.
stay calm. We stay calm.
Yes.
So our next speaker is Cannon Sharma, and I don't have the link. So I'm just going to talk about you because I think you're amazing. Cannon is, I'm seeing if they sent the link somewhere that I didn't see. I don't know. I don't see it. Cannon is a college student. She is also the youngest member of the Day of Calm Board of Directors. She cares so much about this mission that she does so much work to enlighten others in their path. And Cannon, since I don't have your bio and I apologize for that, I'm going to turn it over to you and let you tell a little bit more about yourself. I give you Cannon Sharma. Thank you for being here, honey.
Thank you, Celia. Thank you for introducing. And yes, I will briefly introduce myself here. I am Kanan Sharma, as you guys know. I am also a college student. I am pursuing my master's in public administration from Jamia Millia Islamia, that is a central university. I hail from India. And I am also an entrepreneur, and I've worked with Celia also. I've been honored to be with her and work with her in her projects. And I do social media management for various clients. And Celia's sister Maddie is also one of my very close clients. And I'm also, as you term it, a mandala expert, and I have drawn mandalas and that you would see very soon out. And yes, I'm a keen artist. My form of expression is art, and art brings me calm, which is the theme of this summit. And I think that's it for my introduction right here. And I would like to move on to the topic that we're talking about today, which is the future of peace is feminist. Yes,
Yes,
Celia.
the future of peace. Because like I told the college in India this morning, you're our future. College students are the future. That's the age where they're going to be the ones making the decisions. They're going to be the ones impacting the world. They are our future. And I'm so grateful for the determination you have to spread more calm, and that you're happy to work on this project with us. So, Cannon, let's start. The future of peace is feminist.
Thank you, Celia. And I'm honored, I'm obliged to be here. So I'm going to present on the future of peace is feminist. And by this topic, there are a lot of clarifications that need to be made that will be made in the course of the discussion. But my main motto is to talk about creating peace for all and by all, which is the most important here. And this is going to be a discussion, not really a session or a workshop. So I would like my audience to be interactive, if possible. So I would like to start with a couple of questions. And my first one would be, raise your hands if you feel calm at a personal level right now. If you're on Zoom, you can raise your hand. If you're on YouTube, you can share your favorite emoji or a thumbs up. Yes, I see Ernely, I see Celia, I see Betty. Amazing. I'm glad that you're calm. And I'm also calm. I'm a little nervous for this talk, but I'm overall calm. So that's great. And now my question is, do you think your surroundings and your state is calm right now? That is something to be thought about.
Yeah.
Currently, when we see, yes, that's great. So now that you were able to answer these questions, that you're calm at a personal level and your surroundings are calm, I would like to know what peace or what calm means to you. What are the factors that determine calmness for you? Because in this discussion, I would be sharing my perspective of calmness and peace. I would like to know first your perspective of peace and calmness and what does it mean to you, or anything that brings peace to you, your hobbies, or anything.
Well, since I have my microphone off, I'm going to contribute. A
Sure.
lot of what Matthew spoke about yesterday is being outdoors. Outdoors, like if I walk around outdoors, if I sit, by the water or the breeze, or I just, take a walk and sit down and think, it's always calming. It's always peaceful. If I'm just had too much inside, too much computer, outdoor I go. And it is a game changer.
Right, and it goes for me also. Along with walking, I love dancing as well. Hugging trees, gardening, walking by the ocean makes me calm. Amazing.
And Matthew
Amazing.
has a comment too. Do you see that? Do you want me to read it?
Yes, I see that. Future of peace is feminist for all and by all. Eternal feminine is well correlated to peaceful intent in these philosophies. Thank you so much, Matthew. Thank you so much. I hope you have fun and you gain some insights from this. I hope it would be a worthwhile discussion. Okay, so thank you so much for participating. And now I will move on to my talk and my perspective. And before I talk about the topic specifically, I would like to share a little backstory of why I chose this theme to discuss. So, almost a month ago, an incident happened that has stayed with me since. So, I was walking on the side of the road to meet my father, who was waiting for me at the other end. And someone suddenly started following me, and I thought that something was fishy. So I sped up. And just by the way, I walk very fast. So I thought I'll be able to reach my father uh, safe and sound and nothing would happen. So I was just walking very fast, but I couldn't. He caught up with my speed, and as soon as he reached beside me, he caught hold of my tote bag. And as I said, I'm still shivering. So that's how terrorized I am with that incident. So he caught hold of my tote bag and tried to snatch it from me. So at that moment, without any thought in my mind, I just put all my strength and pulled my bag towards me and did not let him steal it. And it went on for a few seconds, and I pulled it so hard that he fell down and ran away. At that moment, I was able to save myself and my bag. But since then, uh, since this episode, the moment I step outside my home, which is almost daily because I'm a regular college going student, I feel terrorized. I feel threatened every second. I'm suspicious of each and every person inside the college campus, and nowhere do I feel safe. From stepping outside my home to stepping inside my campus, this journey of around 2.5 hours, I am constantly in my fight and flight mode. So, and it is very disheartening for me to say that this is not just about me, and this is not just my story. It is the story of perhaps every girl, every woman in some or the other way, in, in every place of this world, wherever you look, in households, in workplaces, in public areas, literally everywhere. Women are in a constant threat of being exploited, assaulted, and whatnot. And I'm very sorry if you can relate to this, because I feel for you. I've been there and I know how this feels. And it is even disheartening that we say that it is normal for us to feel threatened. It is normal that it is not safe for women around here. I don't think we should be calling this normal. This is not the kind of normal we want to live in, is it? So, as we are talking about building a calmer and a peaceful world in this summit, not talking about peace for women would be a blunder, I suppose. So that is why I chose this topic. And the world cannot be calm if almost half of the world's population is not calm. So I will be talking about this topic, popularly termed as feminist peace. And I would like to make it very clear here that feminist peace is not just about women. And even feminism is not just about women's rights. Feminism implies equality, and it is intersectional, which means it includes in itself all genders, classes, castes, races, and everything. And basically, the main motto of feminism as an ideology, as um, as a concept, is to foster equality and to eradicate inequalities. And feminist peace seeks to dismantle entrenched systems of oppression and achieve a comprehensive, just, and sustainable peace by addressing the root cause of violence and inequality, including gender based violence, and ensuring women's full participation in peace processes. And we're going to specifically dive deeper into this theme of women's participation in peace processes. And feminist peace as a concept is founded on an inclusive and intersectional concept of humanity and peaceful existence for all. Wherever you read about feminist peace, you will definitely find this term intersectional concept, which is very important for a comprehensive understanding, because intersectional highlights the fact that feminist peace is about bringing equality in all the sections and bringing peace for all the sections, not just men or women. And according to Helen Kezinova, who is a feminist peace activist and a women human rights defender from Nigeria and executive director at the Women's International Peace Center, feminist peace is a transformative peace that delivers on gender equality. And we're going to talk about this transformation today. So before that, I have a short 2 minutes video for you all, which is a letter to the United Nations. And it has a lot of languages, different languages, but it also has English subtitles. So I hope it's helpful. And here it is. Just a second, we'll fix the sound.
We have no sound on the palm.
Yes, he's fixing it in just a few seconds. Really sorry for that. Zoom is having some technical problems with sharing sounds. Thank you so much, Ernally, for that message. It really means a lot. Sharing sound.
Dear member states of the United Nations,
在2020年的国际和平日，你们联合国的会员们发表了一个宣言来纪念联合国75周年庆。
Oba menma obage mutun mittan dashaka ගණනාවකට පෙරදුන් පොරොන්දු ඉටුකර නැති බවද අපේ අවධානයෙන් බැහැර වී නැති බව කිව යුතුය.
Più di un secolo fa le nostre sorelle richiesero due semplici cose, uguaglianza e pace. Invece dovettero affrontare 2 guerre mondiali prima che fossero ascoltate dai vostri padri.
和平、平等與發展構成咗聯合國基礎憲章。我哋希望同你合作以實現呢個目標，但係我哋往往習慣咗保持沉默。
Silenced by the violence you have continued to use, condoned, or tolerated to feed your desires for political, economic, and social power that permeates and rips apart our environment, our communities, our homes. 20 yıl önce atalarınızın vaatlerini hatırladığınızı düşündük. Güvenlik Konseyi 1325 numaralı kararını alırken bizi duydunuz sandık.
Asi zviro kwazvo pane makore 20 muchibvisa sarudzo yerunyararo nekuchengetedzwa kwevanhukadzi muchikurudzira zvido zvenyu kunyanya.
Kutay şey shanti. Kutay.
Samana
где этот мир?
أين
Где
هذه
это
السلام؟
равенство?
أين هذه
¿Dónde
المساواة؟
está esa paz? ¿Dónde está esa igualdad?
Where is that peace? Where is that equality?
Where is that peace? Where is that equality? So that is a big question. And this letter to United Nations was basically aimed at questioning the fact that United Nations was formed on the main idea of bringing about peace and calm, and still women, a huge section, almost half of the world is women, are still feeling unsafe, and the idea of women's security is not even traced in the peace agreements or in the discussions of international organizations. And United Nations Security Council also had a resolution for women's peace and security, WPS that we call, but still it was molded for vested interests. So it is very sad, and this letter to United Nations was given by a London School of Economics. You can find it on their page also. Now, a very important part of feminist peace is a call against militarization of security. Now, the problem with militarization of security is that it reflects a patriarchal mindset that equates strength with aggression and protection with armed dominance. From a feminist perspective, I would say that this approach deepens cycles of violence, marginalizes voices of women and communities, and neglects the root causes of insecurity, such as inequality, poverty, and social injustice. So rather than creating lasting peace, militarized security reinforces fear and exclusion. Feminist peace advocates, on the other hand, for human-centric, inclusive models that prioritize dialogue, justice, and healing over force. True security, it is very important to understand that it is not built through weapons, but through relationships, equity, and care. These values are often ignored in traditional militarized frameworks of peace. And now that we talk about frameworks of peace and peace buildings, I have a question, and you may take your time and think about it, and you can take your sweet time. I will not ask you to answer it just right here because it is a question that needs a lot of thought. So, how do you visualize the signing of peace treaties, or what kind of image builds up in your mind when you think about the negotiation tables of peace building? You can take a moment, think about it, visualize, imagine. If you're in a hall of United Nations and you're seeing some conference happening or some peace treaty being signed, what kind of people do you see there? And my only question to you is, when you visualize that, are there all men on that table? And if yes, I see Ernely nodding. So if yes, this is how much we have normalized the exclusion of women from negotiation or leadership roles, as I would say. And I'm not just making up this. I'm not even exaggerating. I have concrete statistical data for this matter. Between 1946 and today, only 26 women have served as permanent representatives on the United Nations Security Council, and only 8% of all permanent representatives from 1990 to 2022. And there is a body called Women Civil Society Briefers. I have this data here. Women civil society briefers basically play a crucial role in informing the United Nations Security Council about the impact of conflicts and security issues on women and girls, advocating for their inclusion in peace processes and highlighting the barriers they face. But the participation of women civil society briefers has declined in recent years, with a 27% decrease in 2023 compared to 2021. As representatives of affected communities and as individuals who bring unique expertise and raise issues that may otherwise be overlooked, it is very important that women's civil society be regularly invited to brief the Security Council on all topics and on its agenda. And it is also important that their perspectives and recommendations meaningfully inform the Security Council's work. And why am I stressing it so much? It is because it is very basic understanding that if you're trying to solve a problem, you want to know the root cause of the problem. And if you're making a decision and if you're finding a conflict, a resolution to a conflict, you want to know that people being affected with that decision are actually being benefited by that decision. What is the point of resolving conflicts when you're not benefiting the affected communities? So if United Nations is taking a decision or is making a peace treaty, and if women's problems are not heard, then what is the point of making it? It is a very basic idea, and if you understand that when the problems of the aggrieved can be understood only when they are heard. You cannot assume that this might be the problem and give resolutions to the same. You can also look at more such data in the reports of Working Group on Women, Peace and Security if you wish to. And it has shared disheartening statistics of the minimal participation of Palestinian women during the raging conflict, of Afghan women during the Taliban's oppressive rule, and so on and so forth. And the data provided by UN Women also shows an increase in the number of women, but it also highlights how there have been limitations, and there is not a full inclusion of women the way it should be. According to studies from UN Women, when women are at peace process table, it is more likely to be sustainable for up to 2 years and by 20%, and for up to 15 years by 35%. And despite that statistic, less than 4% of peace signatures are women, and less than 10% of negotiators are women. And if this doesn't convince you, if you're inspired by global leaders, I have statements from them too. Kofi Annan, who was the former Secretary General of United Nations, said that the single most important ingredient to peace building is women's participation. Former US President Jimmy Carter also said that the more gender equity in a country, the less likely it is to go to war. And while I'm advocating inclusion of women at peace negotiation tables and peace processes, I want to make myself very clear that I'm not saying let's replace men with women, because that is a pseudo feminist idea. Not at all. I am just calling to bring people together to bring about positive change. And if you understand that, you will be with me on the same page. So, how do we do that? How do we bring women to the negotiation tables? Well, the good news is that there is no lack in the world of women in the world, and there are plenty of emerging leaders. Look here, there are perhaps more than half of women audience and speakers, and along with the founder herself, not to mention Celia, because of whom we are here. So there is no lack of emerging leaders who can spread calm, who can spread peace in the world. So now the only question left to answer is, do we have the courage to cultivate and unleash this transformative power of feminist peace? And now I would like to talk about the final vision of feminist champions of peace and what steps can be taken to achieve it. And through this discussion, if you've thought of something that should be done to bring about feminist peace, that is very important to be addressed to bring about feminist peace, you can add this to the list. I welcome all your suggestions and ideas, because this is not an exhaustive list. Feminist peace is about equality, and it is about holistic equality. So we definitely need to look at a lot of factors here. So, what all can bring about the kind of peace we are looking for? Number one is moving from the militarized conceptions of security towards embracing human security. And this can be done by realizing universal and total disarmament at international, national, local, and personal levels. This was tried at the time of World Wars, but we still can't see it happening. So I think we need to have an active effort to of disarmament. Also, we need to guarantee equality in fact, not just in paper, because there's no point of having all the laws and all the resolutions if we don't see equality in our surroundings, in our own lives. Eradicating patriarchy, misogyny, colonial domination, oppression, totalitarianism, violence, and all forms of exploitation is also very, very important to ensure feminist peace. Removing economic insecurity that denies personal and community peace, and also most important, because we're not living in utopia, we're not living in an ideal society, guaranteeing access to and delivery of justice of all forms, be it political, social, economic, or environmental for that matter. So it is very important. Recognizing right to peace. Right to peace is not just a made up concept. It has been recognized by the Maputo Protocol, which is officially known as the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, on the rights of women in Africa, which is a comprehensive human rights instrument adopted by African Union in 2003, guaranteeing extensive rights for women and girls in Africa, including political participation, equality, and reproductive health. We also have United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 of the year 2000 at our disposal. But as I mentioned before, it is facing challenges and it has not yet translated this norm to operational levels. So it is time, I would like to say, this is it will be my time for today for this talk. I'll be ending my discussion on this topic, and I would like to open it for comments and questions by just saying that it's time we stop fighting fire with fire and start fighting fire with water. And just one last thing, that imagine after 5 years or 10 years or 15 years, if your kids come up and ask you, what did you do to um, minimize the conflict or resolve the conflict? Or what did you do to bring peace in the world when wars were happening? You should have an answer. And what that answer would be, you need to think about that. Thank you so much, and I hope I you enjoyed it, and I hope you resonated with it, and I hope that you're with me on the same page and you'll work actively to bring feminist peace and peace for all. Peace for all and by all. Thank you so much, everyone. And happy International Day of Calm.
Thank you, Canon. What an enlightening presentation. Thank you for that. You do have a few comments. Can you see them?
Yes, sure.
From Ernalee and from Matthew. Do you see them?
Just a second. Ernalee says, was that some of your artwork? No, that video was made by London School of Economics. But yes, I do make videos also. Interesting shift of mindset. Question: if self-identified males need compassion and respect for women, feminine peace, how can a self-identify CIS male embrace the concept of feminine peace without condensation nor appropriation? I would like to know a little more about that question. I think you can unmute yourself also. I did not understand exactly what you're trying to ask.
Who asked that question?
Matthew.
Oh, Matthew. Oh, Matthew is driving. So
Oh,
he also wrote, women at the negotiation table result in better outcomes. Women historically suffer most when negotiations fail or during war. Therefore, it seems logical feminine presence in peace negotiations will always lean toward peaceful resolution. This opens many interesting historic reflections. Imagine if there were women at the table during the Treaty of the Versailles. Yes, imagine that.
That is very right, Matthew. And that is what the point is, that if we include the sections of society, just imagine what kind of peace we can build. We'll not, you know, when we are trying to suppress a conflict, it comes up. It's like a spring. It will come back. It will definitely come back. But when we try to integrate views and not just dominate or compromise on it, I think we can bring about real peace, sustainable peace that will not spring up conflicts again, at least of the same kind. And we need more initiatives to support women's higher education and ability to create women-run businesses. Definitely, this is a great idea. And we really need to educate women as well as not just women, I would say holistic education, so that they understand women's rights as well. Because here, living in India, I still hear patriarchal thoughts, and I still hear comments saying that women should not be educated. They become egoistic. I mean, if that is true, I don't think so. You're being egoistic.
And I
So
think that brings us to, honestly, Canon, which so many things go back to this, is the way children are parented and the roles that we put on our children, that we designate, okay, guys are tough and they're, and they stand up and, that whole machismo, persona. And girls, you're compassionate, you take care of the home, and we are naturally nurturing. And that is, and when that is basically it, we draw a line, here's you, and many children are brought up this way, then they don't feel empowered. They don't feel like they can stand up for themselves. This is a funny way to look at it, but I always have funny ways to look at it. But look at bathrooms. Look at bathrooms in the world and in restaurants. Women go to the bathroom more. So that's a fact. Men don't go as much. But yet they will create a bathroom for women that has one stall in it in a big restaurant. Was that designed by a woman? No, no woman would put one bathroom stall in a restaurant. And it's even down to the basics of humanity that we are not considered valuable or somebody whose opinion needs to be heard. And I think that's the thing. When you go into peace negotiations, when you go into creating peaceful structures, we are the nurturing ones. We are the compassionate ones. And I'm not saying men are not, but we more so are naturally, biologically more compassionate and nurturing. I don't think God made any mistake in giving us the ability to give birth. There is a reason that happened. So I wanted to bring that out.
I
Arnold has
totally
her hand open. Or open, not, well, it is open. See, closed, open. Arnold,
Hi there.
or sorry, Cannon, do you want to reply to what I just said? And then we can have
Yes, no, no worries. I just wanted to say that I totally agree with you, Celia. And that's the point, that feminism seeps into every little detail of our life. And if we take it, if we absorb it completely, we will see the kind of differences that are there in the society. And then we'll be able to realize why exactly women of the 1960s started to fight for their rights, because it was very important. I'm very thankful to them. Thanks for giving us this a whole concept of feminism. And yes, Annalie, you can
And I
share.
also see after my comment that Matthew has a great comment there for you as well. I just wanted to say that with our world being the way it is, I mean, we have more phytochemicals and plastics and various things in our toxins in our world than we've ever had before, which also means that the males that are being born now are what's considered to be less male than what they would have been, say, 100 years ago, right? And a lot of people have looked at this and went, this is a bad thing, you know, birth rates are going down, da, 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 da. And yes, of course, that's a concern ultimately down the road for us as a planet. But what I also think it does is it gives the opportunity for the males in our world, for the men in our world, however they identify, to have more of those, less testosterone and more of those gentler qualities. And I just wanted also to say, I know lots of men, you know, a man who's older than I am, and I'm kind of as old as dirt. Certainly not when dinosaurs walked.
my sister.
I'm actually a little bit older, I think, than Celia. But you know, I have a dear friend, my husband and I have a dear friend, and he's got a wonderful, wonderful, loving, caregiving, gentle, beautiful side to him as well. Yes, he's a strong male, but he also has this. So I think it's that balance that we need in the world, right? We need that within all of us. As women, we need also to have that strong, brave side that is willing to stand up when we see something that's wrong, whether it's a woman being treated poorly or a man or a child being treated poorly. Say, you know, this isn't acceptable. We can't do this. You can't do this. But we also need to allow that within our men, and like you have said, Celia, not expect them to be the ones that rush in to save us. You know, I get so tired of these movies on shows on TV, and it's like, oh, please, just not another woman who needs to be saved. Where are the strong role models for our young women coming up? So
Exactly.
that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Arnold.
I
Cannon, did
totally
you want to reply? And then you can reply to Matthew's comment. Do you see it?
Yes, sure. So, Arnali, yes, I totally, completely, entirely agree with you. And I was studying feminism during my graduation. I had it as a subject, and I'm very glad that I chose that subject, because we studied about gender roles, that how we give roles and categorize roles into genders, and how compassion is for women, and being strong and courageous and brave and violent for men. And it is very right when people say that patriarchy is not good for men as well, because it puts so much pressure on men to be a certain way, and also to women. That is needless to say. But when we talk about feminism, it is not at all about men hating, or it is not at all about taking power from men. It is about giving them also the ease of coming out of that one box of roles and classifications, and just be what they really are, be how they are born, and be what they do, what they think is right, and not just do what society tells them to. So I think that is very important, and I totally agree with you and Celia. And the question is, I, as raised, cultured, and conditioned to be misogynistic, sexist, and objectify women, I had to and continue to unlearn that conditioning. Not proud of it, but I face my demons. Any advice for men on recognizing their interest bias versus feminine piece? Okay, I applaud you for accepting that those are demons, and for accepting that the kind of feelings you have, or the kind of conditioning you were brought to, was wrong. And that is the first step of changing. That is the first step of change, acceptance that something is wrong. Then only we can correct it. And the only advice I want to give you is, now that you know it is wrong, just try to change it, and try to look at every little bit of your life, and every little act you do and you perform, and every little thing you say, because there are so many things online, and in even in political campaigns, and in advertisements, and wherever you see, there are so many little things that are sexist, but we don't realize it because that's how normalized we have made it. So every little thing you say should, you should be very considerate about it, you should be very thoughtful about it, and if you say something wrong, you should know that you're going to correct it, not say it again. Or if you are thinking something wrong, you know that it is wrong, so you need to stop thinking it and condition your mind again now. And I know it is difficult to condition it when you're grown up, but it is not impossible. And you can expose as you can yourself to equality, ideas of equality. You can watch stuff online that is about equality, because there are so many people talking about equality that will reinforce that idea in your mind, and probably then you would be able to minimize your old conditioning thoughts. So these are my advices, and I think Celia and Ernely and others here are more experienced and more mature to give advices. So definitely, I welcome their advices as well. From me, as a girl, as a woman, these are my advices, and I hope this helps. Thank you.
This does help, Canon, and don't what's the word? Don't minimalize your intelligence and your ability to share your thoughts and opinions and encouragement, because there is no age limit for that. And I'm so proud of you being able to present this like you did, so fairly, so justly, and calmly, because we're all calm. And I think you have a question. I'm not sure. Keith is our next speaker, and I'm not sure he's in the building, so to speak. You have a question, Rushi? Is that how you pronounce it? I think with education, we need to work on socialization, isn't it? Did you see that question?
I don't
It's in the
have it on-
question and answer department. There's a question and answer department.
Just a second. Yeah. I think with education, we need to work on socialization, isn't it? Yeah. Yes, definitely. I think it was when we were talking about education, more education for women as well as for everyone. Yes, socialization is also very important. Also, I think it is very important to normalize having conversations among genders and among sexes, because if we isolate the people and the genders women only around women and men only around men, then they get isolated with those feelings also that they have, and they don't tend to understand what exactly is the reality. Then they make up their assumptions, and then all in their mind thinking stuff that might not even be true. So socialization is very important, I agree. And yeah, and how we learn stuff, how we condition ourselves, that is also very important. And noting every minute detail of what is around us, and trying to foster equality in every little detail of our life. Yeah.
Cannon, thank you. I think this conversation could go on for another half hour, but
Exactly.
Keith is in the building, and by building I mean glass room, Zoom room, mysterious this. And I thank you very much for being here. I thank you for enlightening us on this subject and opening it up to very practical solutions and discussion. And it is much needed in this world. And thank you, Cannon. We appreciate you. And
Thank you
thank you
so
for
much.
spreading the joy of calm to all your friends and all your colleges and all the work that you do. Very
Thank you
grateful.
so much for having me. I'm honored to be here, and I hope that the Day of Calm Summit goes very well, and I hope that we spread more and more calm around the world. Good topic. Shukriya, Kanan. Namaste. Namaste, Matthew. Thank you so much. Thank you, Zar, also. Thank you, Ernely, for being very interactive. Thank you, everyone, for listening. And that's my time. Thank you so much. Let's go on with the summit. Bye-bye.
I think we're queued up for our next speaker. Maybe. Tech. See, never know about tech. Sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. I'm not sure we have sound. Keith. So we have our next speaker. Hi, Keith. How are you?
Hello, Celia. I am doing great. I've been listening along this morning and yesterday, and it's just getting better and better.
Some amazing speakers, wouldn't you say?
Yes, yes.
So before you go and guide us, I would like to read your bio and tell everybody a little bit about you. This is Keith Jowers. Keith M. Jowers is a dedicated advocate for fatherhood and family values, renowned for his multifaceted career as a dad coach, author, speaker, and entrepreneur. He is the founder of Dads for Life, an international nonprofit organization that he established in 2004, committed to helping fathers connect with their children and invest in their greatest asset, their family. Raised in Jacksonville, Florida, Keith experienced the profound impact of fatherlessness firsthand when he lost his father at the age of 11. This personal journey fueled his passion for supporting fathers and underscored the critical role they play in their children's lives. With over 35 years of law enforcement experience, Keith served notably as a school resource officer in officer-friendly positions that allowed him to engage directly with youth and advocate for their well-being. His commitment to child safety and development is further exemplified through his authorship of 4 books, including Meet Officer Keith, Children's Series, and Daily Connections. Beyond his writing, Keith is a seasoned radio show and podcast host, using these platforms to share insights on parenting, personal growth, and legacy. His entrepreneurial spirit is evident in his diverse roles as an auctioneer, musician, actor, showcasing his belief in lifelong learning and versatility. Keith's topic is There is a Difference Between Chaos and Calmness. Keith, welcome to the International Day of Calm Summit.
Well, thank you, Celia. I appreciate it. I'm just beginning to wonder who you were talking about. Am I that old? I've done all that stuff, but my goodness.
Your awesomeness, sir.
You and I have known each other for quite a while, and through just basically another mutual friend at that time, and yet years just keep on going by, do they not?
No, of course they don't.
And I look back over things I've done and what Glenn and I have been involved with over the year, and we've had a lot of chaos in our life. And I've seen a lot of chaos in a lot of different areas of my life, especially when in law enforcement, you get to a scene and there's a lot of chaos sometimes. And you may be the only one there, and you have to decide, how are we going to handle this situation? I find out in life that there's a lot of chaos. And just recently, just getting ready for this, getting back from a beautiful, calm trip to Utah, as you knew I was at, I get back, I got a few things going on, and I'm trying to say, how do I do this? How do I get all this done, and get ready? And I was late getting some things to you, but I got it done, because if you really just take your time, sometimes you can create your own calmness to fix the chaos. And sometimes I put the chaos before the calm. I mean, I'm just being real here, right? But what you are doing and what you've done, your team has done for the last few years, and I was a part of it one year, I could tell you that more calmness that can be taught and accepted in your own personal life, then you can help spread that through the earth, And with all these wonderful speakers you have, it's just been, I've picked up some things myself this morning. So I want to just applaud you, okay, and your team for what you've done. Now,
thank you, Keith. And thank you for your service and being a police officer and all the good you brought to children, because that was so part of your policeman years, and then what you're doing now. So you also bring calm to the world and peace to the world through so many different venues. We're glad you're here.
All right. Well, I get started if I figure out how to do this. Let's see, share my screen, right? So
share your screen and I'll go away.
All right. Let me go to my slide and start from here. As we know, friends, across this Day of Calm International Summit group here, we find that there is chaos in our life and there is calmness in our life. There is a true difference between those two, and which will you choose? That's the question that we have today, is which one are we going to choose at that moment? Because there is there's always something that's going to create chaos, as we've been learning from a lot of different speakers. And the story that really touched me the most was the one about Nita. Celia, I can tell you that really touched me a lot, because I grew up with a little bit of myself, not me personally, but one of my siblings. So I can tell you that it was better when there was calm in the house, and it's not so good when there's chaos in the house. But what is chaos? It's a condition or a place of great disorder or confusion. Very simple actual definition of that. And when you have a place of great disorder or confusion, whether I was on a police scene or in the military, all the different things I've done, and I find chaos, there has to be somebody that says, hey, there's a better way, and we can try to resolve the chaos in our lives. So can you make you feel disorganized and stressed and uncertain in those particular moments? I know I have. And so when I think about that, I think about, what are some examples of chaos? Well, mornings when everyone is scrambling to get ready for school or work. We're talking about families a lot today, and that dynamic of life. And I know in the morning time, if you oversleep a little bit and you've got a routine, you're going to be going and going and going, and that creates a little chaos. But disagreements about household chores or divisions or responsibilities. That was your turn. We've got nieces and nephews, and it was their turn. It was their turn. I've got grandchildren now, and it was he was supposed to do that or she was supposed to do that. So disagreements about household chores or divisions or responsibilities can create chaos, as well as overwhelming schedules. And I can tell you, I overwhelm my own schedule sometimes and juggle multiple activities, just like all of us probably on this summit, and school events and social calendar and all these things. And then somebody comes up and says, oh, can you do this for me? And sometimes we want to say no, but we say yes, so that just creates more. So there's many, many examples of what can create personal chaos in our own lives. The impact of chaos is simply that it can lead to unnecessary stress. It can lead to medical issues. I have friends and go to the hospital and I say, well, what turned out to be? And they say, oh, they said I'm under a lot of stress. So I know that stress can cause a lot of things in your life. It may be stress that you don't even plan for. It may be things that you have to take care of. Like I took care of my aunt, I took care of my mom, my wife took care of her family members. It just so much of that sometimes because you want to do those things because it's within you and the love for your family, but yet it can create a lot of things because you're still doing all these other things. But it also, the impact of chaos, it can create an environment where individuals feel unheard of or they're overlooked, which, it creates more tension in the family. So, but we have to understand, what is chaos? Well, chaos is not always a sign of dysfunction, but it can reflect to the complexity of such. I mean, what I mean is that it's not always, you're not dysfunction. You just have to do all these things. So you're putting it all together and it creates that own internal chaos. So when I think about a picture says 1,000 words, I look at this picture and I see that, in the corners, we have family issues going on, chaos where a child doesn't want to listen to the parents no matter what they're saying. She covers her ears, and down in the right corner, a father yelling and screaming at his kid, and he just goes into fetal position sitting up. Well, I've seen a lot of that as a police officer, 30 years of being working with schools and children. I logged at one time over 3,000 counseling sessions between parents and or students. And I've seen a lot of chaos in their lives. And I would talk to the student, I'd talk to the parents, and I'd bring them together and try to bring unity of such that in my office. And I'm a police officer. I wasn't a teacher, I wasn't a counselor, but then as that role, you can be all of that. So you just try to bring peace to that situation. And then you look in the right top corners, the opposite corners, you're looking at the protests. We can turn on our news any time of day anymore across this world, no matter what country you're in, and you can see protests that are not peaceful, even though they say they are. That's chaos. That's crazy chaos, in my opinion. And if people would just listen to each other like we used to in years gone by and take a difference of opinion, sometimes you can eliminate that chaos. My friends, I mean, the world is in a mess. And I could tell you that when we create it by adding to it and not even knowing the situation that's going on politically, but yet you're going to join the group because you want to belong somewhere, that's adding more chaos to it. So when I think about that, I think about, okay, what's the opposite of that? That's what Celia's been talking about. I remember when she actually talked about this for the very first time. She wanted to create this tribe of calmness, and it was exciting. And now we've grown to where she's grown now to where she is today because it keeps growing and growing. It's like the ripple effect I heard you talking about earlier. I think it was yesterday, but we talk about the ripple effect. You throw that rock in the pond and it spreads. Well, that's what she's doing through this calmness. And that is me as a peacemaker for all those years, even though I had to do some things that was creating chaos in other people's lives because what they were doing creating chaos in other people's lives, and they had to go to jail for whatever reason. They were not thinking about calmness. They were thinking about their way only, created chaos, created their trouble that they had. And then in the back seat, when I calm things down and talk to them, they tell me they made a mistake. But if you live in a state of quality of being calm all the time, you'll eliminate yourself from being in those kind of situations. And, having quietness in your life and tranquility, as she's talking about with her tranquility tribe. So I think about that, and then I go back to thinking, okay, the examples of calmness would be as a family or work setting together with peace, mutual respect and understanding, and bringing emotional safety. Family dinners. Remember those? We sit around at the table. I remember when I was a kid, I'd go out and play till dark. When the street lights come on, I better be in the house. So family dinners where everyone was present and conversations were relaxing. I saw a YouTube video a while back of a grandma having everybody over for Thanksgiving, and all the kids were on these things right here, these phones and their iPads and all that. She said, it's over there on the side. So what's that? That's where you're going to place that phone or that electronic device while you're in my house having dinner with me that I've cooked all day. So see, we take a stand, and they were conversing at the table. Remember we used to do that? Quiet evenings together with minimal distractions, fostering minimal or meaningful connections. We used to, because I was a single dad at one time, a divorced dad, my daughter, when she came to us, we'd sit down at a table and we'd talk. She still had things she had to do and all that stuff. We worked around it, but we wanted to know what's going on in her life when she wasn't in our home. And then it just creates more conversation and connections when you meet as a family. You ever been in a restaurant and you see the whole family sitting together and they all have one of these? Everybody, it's like texting each other what they want for the meal. I'm going like, this is crazy. We've seen that kind of stuff. So you have that's creating personal chaos at the table when you really should be talking as a family. Communication, conversations can really help resolve issues. The impact of calmness is basically to reduce stress and promotes emotional well-being. It also creates a foundation for positive conflict resolution and better communication among your family members or your coworkers. In a work situation, chaos can get really out of hand quick. Understanding calmness effects is that it allows families or coworkers to regroup and reset. I think it was yesterday, Celia, that one of your speakers was talking about just looking out the window, looking for green. And then I went back and I changed my calmness to green. You see that? And then the red is chaos to red. So I did that because your speaker yesterday was talking about just find something green. I had to take the dog out and I said, oh, look, there's green all around me. So the dog wasn't.
That was Matthew.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
dog.
I know. I'm wearing green every morning.
The dog wasn't calm all the time, but it made me come back in and change these words to color. So anyway, so calmness allows family and coworkers to regroup, reset, because sometimes we just have to reset. Husband, wives, children, and parents, we just have to say, forget that. Let's start it. Okay. Fostering resilience to chaos raises its ugly head once more. Chaos is always looking for opportunities to shine. They are looking for that. So moving on, now let's look at the pictures of calm. Picture says 1,000 words. I love sunrises. I love sunsets. If sunset, I'm looking at the day didn't go too bad. If I just hold on a few hours, then I've got a sunset to look at. And when you can find a place to do that, no matter where you're at in the world, it's just a beautiful start of your day. And whether you do yoga or prayer, meditation, whatever it is, get started doing something. You can see over here on the right where the families, I mean, the kids happy to be around his parents. And I've known a lot of kids over the years that love being around their parents. And on the opposite side of that, on the chaos side, Celia, I've seen a lot of kids that don't want to be around their parents. I had them come in my office and talk to me a lot simply because they couldn't talk to their parents at home because nobody ever wanted to listen to them. And that's a shame. That's a shame. So, and then you look to the peaceful protesters on the left and right. There's no bats and bricks and being thrown or fires. There's just people protesting for something. And then at the bottom, you see the families enjoying each other. And then I've got the sunset at the bottom there. So calmness can present a whole lot different pictures than the chaos ones we looked at earlier. And you can look anywhere on the internet and find pictures like this, but I just chose these because of the meaningful that they meant. We do choose whether to remain calm or be a part of the chaos. It seems that the logical choice anytime it would be calm, but people don't do that. Countless individuals believe that chaos is the only way to choose. You get in any kind of political decision or a conversation with somebody, if it's not their way, they don't want to talk to you no more. I've seen friendships broke up after years. I've seen marriages broke up after years. I've seen just families broke up just because they don't agree with a different side of view. And that's what conversation's about. Celia and I have been friends for years. If we disagreed on something, we just disagree. We're still going to be friends and have a hamburger together somewhere one day. But not today. Some people just won't do that. And I think it comes with internal beliefs, internal education, who you're listening to, where you're getting your true values of life. But personally, I believe it's much to do with lack of positive parenting and lack of yelling all the time and screaming all the time and chaos in the house, because I've lived it. I lived it as a kid, and it was better when it was calm. And I've lived it as a career officer where I saw a lot of that. And I remember one particular kid who she was getting abused every night by her mom's boyfriend. And then when she finally told a friend who trusted me, we got that situation resolved. I still believe in having a legitimate conversation. And if we disagree, it's okay. Let me say it again. If we disagree, it's okay. And if we were friends before the conversation, we're still going to be friends after the conversation, or at least we should be, whether it be religion, politics, how we raise our children. But when you converse, when you round table with a friend that you trust, or a group of friends when you trust, then you can come up maybe with an aha moment and decide, maybe that does sound a little bit better. It might not be in that group, but it might be when you get home and think about it a little bit more. One important reason to stay calm is simply that calm parents hear more. Low-key accepting parents are the ones whose children keep talking. At one day, when that day comes for me, as it has many, many dads, and I've talked to a lot of them, as they go and they're on their deathbed and they're about to die. We're not looking for more money. We're not looking for a bigger house. We're not looking for bigger cars, nicer cars, or how many friends I had on social media. But I want my family there. I want my family there. And I've taught the dads whose family was not there because they failed in raising their kids because it was more about them than it was their children. And that's sad. So you want to make sure that when you're older and that day is coming, you took care of them, you might want them to take care of you one day, okay, if they've been brought right. In calmness lies true pleasure. Victor Hugo said that. In calmness lies true pleasure. I was telling Celia, we were out of touch a little bit last week because my wife and two of her friends, we all went up to Utah, Moab, Utah, beautiful place, and just had mountains like these everywhere. And there is nothing like forgetting the day, getting off of this other than taking pictures, and looking at those beautiful arches that God created. There's just nothing like it. So find a place wherever you're at in this world, find a place to do that. Just sit and think. And then when I was trying to just sit and think, there was something else over here side. So I was creating chaos because I was looking over this beauty and then I look over this beauty. But I just took it all in. I took hundreds and hundreds of pictures on our social media sites. So anyway, so find a place wherever you're at in this world that gives you this kind of tranquility. So what happens when you, as a parent, you do the right thing and you're listening and you're talking to your kids and all that. And I don't know what in the world just happened here. Are you still seeing that? I think I hit okay. I don't even see my view anymore. Hold on. Where'd it go? Okay. Am I sharing? Anyway. All right, here we go. So you look at all these, there were two parents right in the center, okay? Two parents and 100 grandchildren and great-grandchildren. You think there was chaos? Yeah, probably some. You think who probably helped getting that all controlled was these two people right in the middle. But look at that. You think there was a lot of listening going on and a lot of helping going on? I do. Because that's not going to happen right there with chaos all your life. If two parents just chaos in the family all the time, that right there will not happen. It's a beautiful sight if you think about it. Now I come from, my family was not that large, but yet, I feel as though we have what we have. Everybody's got what they got in the way of family. But this is a beautiful sight to me, seeing this. Finding balance between chaos and calmness. Balance is essential because it allows us to experience the fullness of life and the ups and downs and the loud and quiet moments. We can't control every chaotic moment in our lives, but we can embrace flexibility. We can encourage each other. We can develop family routines. We can create sacred spaces, and communication is the key in every situation with each other, or even to those around you. You can create that. You can be the catalyst to get that going. Prioritize quality over quantity. And I put this up as my last slide because there's two things here. All right, chaos, calmness in the movies. You've seen movies. We were talking about movies earlier, about Celia. I think you were talking about the violent movies and all that. Well, I'm glad I put this slide in because really when you're at a chaos or a calmness moment, you're at a crossroads. You really are, if you think about it. And that's a choice that's going to echo through generations, possibly. This one is a project that our ministry and nonprofit studio is working on called The Crossroads. We're raising money to film this about family chaos. Isn't that something? All right. And things that are going on in our lives and things that can direct you in one way or the other. If you look over here to the left, there's some white clouds. You look to the right, there's some dark clouds. That's where I see chaos and calmness. And this hit me last night late, Celia, and I threw this slide in. Not that I'm trying to promote anything we're doing. I'm just saying that we are at a crossroads in our personal lives sometimes between chaos and calmness. We're at a crossroads in our country, in our world. And everything, Dr. John Maxwell says, everything rises and falls on leadership. Well, you be the best leader you can be for yourself, then you can create the best calmness, serenity around you. And then over on the right is a movie I was in 2 years ago called Fighting the Fire. It was just it was a low budget movie, independent movie. And the producer, Bobby Lacer, he just said, I wrote the story about true chaos in some firemen's lives and how it can, by seeking help, it comes out better on the other end. I won't tell you the ending in case you ever want to see it. It's all the free Amazon and all that stuff right now. Anyway, but look, he did not do it for an award, but I want you to look at the awards on the left and right. We have that many awards for that film. So I'm just saying this. If you have a crossroad in your life, if you make the right choices, you do what your heart's telling you to do, you might be surprised by all the awards that come down the pipe for the future. So I appreciate your time today, and that ends my presentation, Ms. Celia.
Thank you, Keith, so much. I think we'll figure out how to get back so that we have us view. Oh, there you go. There you go. There you go. And I think I have to come along with you. So I do that somehow. I don't know how. Oh, spotlight me. Oh, there we are. See, together again.
We are.
So, Keith, thank you so much for that. And would you tell people, since you mentioned your films, where they can find them, like what the production company is, or is there a link that they can go to find the films? Because your films are fabulous, and also contribute to your nonprofit.
Well, thank you, Celia. And we're going to bless what you're doing too with that children's home. We have a orphanage we've supported before in Argentina, so we understand that whole dynamic of that. Dads for Life, we just have this project going on now called The Crossroads. People can just go in there and just drop whatever if they want to, but we're trying to raise the money and do it debt-free, where we can just go out and create the series that we're going to create. Some of the movies of Fighting the Fire is on all the Amazon and all those live streaming things are streaming. You can find that. And I know it's on YouTube actually now. So of course you just got to deal with all the commercials. But then Success Camp was another one. And then I did Camp Hideout, which had Christopher Lloyd in it. That was pretty fun.
I bet that was really fun.
Yeah, that was. And so I played a policeman in that. Can you imagine that? So
yeah.
But anyway,
you can always go, oh, I'm a policeman. I play one on TV, but I also play one in real life.
But there's a lot of chaos sometimes that come in filming because, whether the weather or an actor gets stuck in traffic or gets sick, like that happened on one of our sets. So, I mean, you just have to work around those things. You have to work around them, and you go shoot something else that you meant for 3 weeks from now or whatever, because everything was right to go do that. And you shoot this scene that you meant for that day next week or whatever. So, but, yeah, it's just something I enjoy doing, because when you enjoy doing something, and you're around people and helping people, then that's what matters. I have a saying that, go through life helping only yourself, you'll go through life alone. And,
It's a good saying.
there's a lot of lonely people out there because they think only about themselves and their wallet, and they're not generous in helping other people. And, it's just not a good way of living, in my opinion.
No, and
I'm
they're
old
too
too, so.
self-focused. Yeah. And, it's so true what you say about, hitting that crossroads, making those choices. I said it before. Everything we do in life is a choice. So literally every decision you make is a crossroad. Do you choose calm? Do you choose chaos? You said, like on the set of a movie, things are not going to go right all the time. They're not always going to go your way. And you could either freak out. Yesterday, the whole whatever this is called, stream ended, in the middle of our thing, and we had to get it back up. Now we could have all freaked out and panicked and been like, now what are we supposed to do? Or we can approach it like I was teaching in the last talk. Peppa, pause, evaluate, plan, and act. Like, look at it calmly. Because if you look at it all wound up and with all that chaos, you won't find a solution anywhere.
Mhm.
You will just create even more chaos. So it's around every corner. It's within every choice. So Keith, before I set you free, let me see if there are any questions out there in TV land. And Keith really is in TV land. He's famous. We have to get his autograph.
No.
Any questions for Keith that I'm trying to see? I know there's some messages from Ernalee. Low key accepted. Ernalee, do you want to ask any questions? Because I'm reading through your messages here. And you can unmute.
No, I don't actually have any questions, Keith. There were certainly things that you said that really kind of stuck out for me. So I wrote a couple of those in the chat, and I was thinking that the organization of a movie must be pretty chaotic at times, trying to balance it all. So kudos for you. But having been a police officer, I'm sure you're pretty good at managing the chaos.
Yes, and you can take, you sit there and watch a movie, whether it's an hour or hour and a half, or, you don't realize it takes 3 weeks to 6 weeks sometimes to film that movie.
Yeah,
So
really.
it can be really
I'm so
chaos.
excited that you are making a movie that, is about those choices and isn't just another bang and blow 'em up movie that come out of, certain countries here, including
And
Canada.
Celia, I'll tell you, also, I'm actually, I'll take stories, like if people were facing a personal crossroad and, they just want to tell us about it, testify to it on our website or something. I may reach out to them about actually doing a scene about that, because that's what I want to do, is just try to, the whole project was, when it was given to me, the vision is just simply to take people's lives, and you're at a crossroads, and what's going to happen, whether you make a good decision or bad decision, what's going to happen. And we have, alcohol, DUI, it's got, human trafficking, all sorts of things in there, drugs. So we're trying to approach all those different avenues and create a lot of family dynamic chaos. So.
Well, that
Yeah,
sounds like just
that's
a
wonderful. So
wonderful opportunity. Yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
everybody take heed. And if there's something that you are at a crossroads with, and either it worked out well or didn't work out so well, reach out and you can, share it with the world in whatever way Keith shares it. And that's a series, right? Not a movie.
It will be, once we raise the money. We're just raising the money now to do the pilot. So, and we'll get it done. And I don't
I know
get in a
you will.
rush anymore. In my age, I just don't rush things. So.
It's good.
So
And
Keith,
usually when you don't rush, you get more accomplished.
Yes, you
The
do.
rushing slows things down.
I've had chaos in my life. I don't like it.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Keith, before you leave us, is there one last thing you can share with our listeners, our watchers, that that will really help them realize the value of calm and the intention that they put calm into their lives?
I think mainly is you decide that when you get up every morning, be grateful, be thankful.
Yeah.
What you have, because there's always somebody like this video of this school that you are showing. They don't wake up with all the nice bed, the nice water running. They don't, but they have to look for things like that, and we're helping them by donating, and as we're Dads for Life will do that for you. But I also want people to be encouraged to know that when you encourage someone else, okay, when you wake up grateful, find 3 to 5 things that you're grateful for that day. I tell you that I think when you find gratefulness in your own life, you can be generous enough, and that's the other thing, is be generous to share with other people. You know, money comes and money goes. But if you give a little money to help somebody do something that they need, and it's like $1 million to them, but yet you got more in the bank, then you're helping them more than you're helping yourself by leaving it in the bank. So be generous when you can to do that, and listen to your heart. Listen to your heart about, okay, what am I really learning through this summit? Have I really been chaotic in my own life, and that's what's creating chaos in my life? So, but I don't know. The Bible says a gray hair or head of gray hair is wisdom, like you were mentioning earlier. My daughter says I have wisdom highlights, so I'm getting a little bit. I'm getting a little bit more each day, and Glenda helps me a lot, learn a lot. So, but I appreciate
Yes,
your
Glenda is
opportunity today.
wonderful, and
And
send her my love.
I saw a comment or something. How do they reach us or something? It's just dads4life.org, dadsforlife.org. And you
Yeah,
can
I
read
can type
about,
that in the
yeah,
comments.
you can read about Studio 425 Productions there too. So, but you are a blessing to many people, Celia. And
Well, thank you,
we
Keith.
thank you for allowing us to be a part of your growing tribe here. So,
Well, thank you, Keith, and thank you so much for being here. And I have always treasured our relationship. And tell Glenda hi and send her my love.
I will.
And I will see you when you come into town.
That's right. We'll be soon.
Because luckily, even though Keith is far away in Florida, he has grandchildren that live here in Virginia. So
there you go.
Get to connect once in a while.
Yep. All right.
All right. Thank you, Keith. I appreciate it.
Bye,
if you can
everyone.
stay. If you have to go, have to go. We're going to have a little commercial break about donating, Anita, whatever we're putting up, and then we'll hear from our next speaker.
I'm gonna stay safe and stay calm. Okay.
There you go. Thank
Bye,
you.
everyone. Bye-bye.
Here's how you donate. You go to dayofcom.org. There's a button right there, donate. It'll bring you right to the donation screen. You can donate monthly, or you can do a single donation. Everything's appreciated. And you get a free thank you gift from us when you do donate, even if it's only for $1. We are grateful for everything you can give, everything you can afford. And even more grateful are those kids you see on the screen. And that's the homemade quilt hanging behind me, if you have not seen it. Oh, and Anupam, in the link for people who are on Zoom with us, there is a direct link to the donation PayPal screen thing. So thank you, Anupam. Okay, so are we doing one more video, or are we bringing up our next speaker? Is it time to bring up our next? It's almost time to bring up our next speaker. All right. Here's the school we're supporting. Here's where your donation goes. Here are the beautiful faces that will be receiving it. And hopefully we'll have sound. Is there sound?
Sometimes they leak a lot, especially during rainy season. It's a rainy season, by the way, as per now. Let's see. This is primarily. Oh. The click here, you can see our classes are affected by termites, and anytime we expect them to collapse. You can see how termites attack them. Yeah, these are the classes where children get it from.
This is my classroom, but
Classes become with wood, and this makes tax damage.
my name is Mary Given. I live in a poor condition house with fresh water from wells. We do not have anything. When I'm coming to school, I eat cassava and sometimes I spend the whole day without eating. This cause poor performance in class. My name is Ajaman Anol. I would like to be a heart surgeon, yet I don't have enough books to read. I would like to be a teacher, yet I work a long distance and with school year. My name is Kasane Esther. I would like to be a doctor, yet I don't have enough school supplies. My name is Asima Bashir. I would like to be a lawyer, yet I'm an orphan.
And sorry, the audio is a little broken up, but you can see the need for these children. And every cent you donate goes to them. So please give generously. Go to dayofcom.org or hit that PayPal link that's in the stream. All right, so we have another speaker, and I'd like to tell you about who Ajoa Ayusu is. She's an experienced postpartum doula with a demonstrated history of working in the hospital and healthcare industry, skilled in toddlers, teaching, clinical research, community outreach, and learning environment. Strong community and social services professional with a bachelor's degree focused in family and consumer sciences, human sciences from Florida State University. Currently, she operates as a birth worker in the postpartum field, providing parents with support and education through the fourth trimester and beyond. She currently offers a variety of services in the pregnancy phase and carrying on through infancy and early childhood. She'll be talking about honoring stillness, a gentle approach to finding balance in postpartum. I bring you Ajoa Ayuso. Welcome to the International Day of Calm Summit. And I'm sorry if I trashed your last name.
You know what, that is okay. I like that. My
We're going to
name
have a
is
little video, Ajoa, and then we'll bring you on. Hopefully we'll start moving. There it goes. And here we go. Welcome, Ajoa.
Hi, Celia.
I think you're coming into the screen. There you are. Now
Okay.
we see you.
All right. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine, gratefully, even though we couldn't hear the video. Hopefully, we can get that fixed. I'm not sure what's going on there, but more important, we hear you. How are you
Awesome.
this morning?
I am doing well. I've been listening in on these first speakers, and I'm just honored to share this space with people that are connected to you. You are phenomenal. You're doing wonderful, wonderful things. And each talk, I'm just, oh my gosh, it's getting better and it's getting better. And then I'm like, oh, it's my turn. I got to keep up the momentum.
And you will, and thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm honored to have you on our summit as well. We met not that long ago, and I knew as soon as I met you, I was like, oh, you have to be a part of this.
Thank you. I know I'm hearing people say they've known you for years and years. I'm like, I met her 5 years ago, but you have a contagious spirit of just wanting to make humans better and just keep the ripple effect of kindness and compassion going. So anybody that crosses paths with you, I mean, I can't say no. I couldn't say no. I had to.
I'm glad you did. And thank you so much for that kindness.
Course.
So,
And
are we ready to talk about your talk, Honoring Stillness? And you know what? I love that title. I love that, Honoring Stillness. I love it. And as we watch the videos with no sound, we're kind of honoring our own stillness.
We are.
I mean,
we
it's
have
not
to-
the end of the world that there's no sound. So, do you
Reflect-
have slides or
So I'm going to share my screen.
Okay.
Let me make sure that everybody can see.
Make sure we don't need help. And then I will leave you to your resources.
Okay.
There we go. Now you can present.
Good. Pretty good.
Perfect.
Okay. And please forgive me. I cannot see the questions as I can't see. If anything comes up in the chat, I may not be able to see it. So
I'll mention them. Don't worry.
Okay. Thank you.
We got your back.
Thank you. Right. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Adjua Yesu, and Celia, it's totally okay. I like that my name is a conversation starter. I tell people it looks harder than it sounds. But my name is Adjua Yesu. As Celia mentioned, I am a full spectrum doula located in Jacksonville, Florida. And I am going to start by saying, I'm just going to apologize. What do the young kids say? Sorry, not sorry. I am so passionate about the work that I do in birth work, particularly in postpartum. That is so near and dear to my heart. So I had such a hard time narrowing this down to 30 minutes. So if I get to talking, as people in the South say, please just forgive me. But this is something that I could go on and on about it. So the topic I chose was honoring stillness, and it's a gentle approach to finding balance in postpartum. So here we go. And again, my name is Adjua. I am a doula. A lot of people don't know exactly what a doula does. I start by saying I do not deliver babies. I coach you through the birthing process. I like to consider myself a birth cheerleader, if you will. I'm an emotional support, not just for the mom, but also for families. And included in that, I am a wellness advocate because outside of birth, we have to talk about thriving in postpartum, right? And that is part of your mental recovery, physical recovery, and we'll get more into that a little bit later. And so what I do is I would like to provide practical strategies for everyday use in the fourth trimester. There's a lot that happens, there's a lot going on, which we will talk about. And so when you get to me, if we've gone through labor and delivery together, by the time you get to me, now we talk about how to navigate this wild time that is the fourth trimester, which is postpartum. And why? And the why for me is because tapping into that mindfulness, that wellness side of you, it unlocks potential, not just within yourself, but for your family, for your baby, for raising your children, relationship building, all of that. So we start with looking at the fourth trimester, beginning of postpartum, and then we kind of see where we can lay the foundation as things move further along and you develop your family and your child grows up. So not everybody knows what postpartum is, right? We hear this term thrown around, postpartum. So I wanted to give a little bit of a recap as to what postpartum is. So it's known as the fourth trimester. So for those of you that don't know, pregnancy lasts 3 trimesters, and then the fourth one, which is after baby arrives, is the postpartum period. And it begins immediately after birth. My philosophy is that postpartum doesn't really have an end date. So clinically, doctors and medical providers will say that the fourth trimester is 3 months after you deliver, because every trimester is about 3 months. That is what is known on the clinical side. For me, what I emphasize to my clients is that it's ongoing. Everybody's journey looks a little bit different. For some, it might be the first 3 months. I have actually been in rooms with women who are in their 50s and 60s, and something pops up from postpartum. It's a feeling that they identify. That's still postpartum. It's still postpartum. Though they are not going through the physical changes of postpartum, it's still after. It's just the after part of having children, right? It's kind of like you never stop being a parent. It just keeps going. So typically in the US, women may be expected to return to work as early as 6 weeks. For those of you that do not know, when you have a baby, you have the immediate checkup, then there's a 6 week checkup, then there's, 4 months and the 6 months and all that stuff. But generally, daycares, for example, they take infants as young as 6 weeks. That is another discussion to be had. Again, that's related to everything that happens in the postpartum period. For other cultures, the fourth trimester is very, very respected, and it's nurtured, and it's this very, very sacred time where moms they're embraced by the community members, mothers, aunties, grandmas, and they're just loving on her and her new baby and just nurturing her while she's in this period of healing. Postpartum is a very, very critical transformative time period because of all the changes that can happen in such a short amount of time, right? So technically it's within 3 months, and 3 months can sound like, okay, you got a little bit of time to go on, but in that 3 months for mom and baby, there's so much that's happening. There are growth spurts, there are dietary changes, there's still the hormonal fluctuation. Physically, mom is still going through periods of healing where there's still bleeding occurring. There's a lot that's happening in those 3 months. There's family changes, relationship changes, just so many things. And so that is just kind of a quick recap of the fourth trimester. So we are talking about stillness, calm, quiet in postpartum. So here we have, what does that look like? So immediately from the hospital, let's just say in the hospital or birthing center or wherever mom delivers, right? Everything is very slow. You notice when you're around a new baby, you're kind of delicate in your movements, everything's quieter, everything is softer. Now, when mom gets home, she might not be moving as fast, whether it's a C-section or vaginal delivery, she's moving a lot slower. When you do bottle feeding, whether it's breast milk or formula, you still have to put the bottle together and the water. There's so many processes, right? You're not going to the refrigerator and just kind of getting something for your newborn to eat. There's a process to it. Everything has more steps than it did before. There's, baby rocking. I always joke about tiptoeing. It doesn't matter where a baby is. We're always just like, you don't want to wake the baby, so you're tiptoeing. All your movements, everything you're doing takes more time. There are missed phone calls. You have messages that go unanswered. You have unfinished meals. How many times have you heard parents say, well, it would be nice to eat with, 2 hands, like normal again, right? You're kind of doing things a lot slower. I have had postpartum clients where I show up and I help support them in their day to day after they have their baby. But one of the things I say is, hey, let me help you finish your meal, because you might not even finish a full plate of your lunch, dinner. If you have lunch or dinner, everything is kind of in this slow moving, like, time continuum. So on the other end of it, what does it feel like for moms, dads, family members in the household in that time? It can feel pretty boring. So in this particular talk, we're talking about mom. It's boring. You have a baby, you're happy to have baby home. It's exciting. I went to an event some last year, and one of the speakers was describing the event of birth as a big production. It's a big production. Everybody's excited. Everybody's gearing up. You got the baby showers. Now you have gender reveals, all of that stuff. And then there's a grand finale, which is the birth. And then postpartum is the lights are down, the seats have emptied, it's quiet. It's just you. So it's boring. It seems like it's endless. You're just in this loop of feeding, changing, sleeping, birth. All it's just ongoing, and it's very, very slow. It can be uncomfortable. The pace is slowed down. This is not what you're used to, so it's uncomfortable. It can feel empty because before you had the baby shower, you had the gender reveal. You had, is the baby here? Is the baby here? Oh my gosh, it's almost time. Baby's on its way. We're so excited. We can't wait to meet the baby. And then the baby's here. That's great. And then that's it. It can feel foreign. This is new territory for a new mother. You know, this is the first time she's going through this. I tell people there are so many baby books out there. There are plenty of resources, books, videos. But there isn't one that has been released specifically for your journey. You can't go and say, oh, this is exactly what's going to happen. This is how it's going to play out. And it's confusing. When you're confused, think about in your day to day, confuses you. How easy is it to kind of keep going in the same trend that you were going in? When you're confused, you kind of stop and you think for a minute and go, wait, what happened there? Let me go back and review. So you have to stop for a moment and process. So what is at stake? And I worded it to say what's at stake because it's in maternal health in 2025. There is a lot that's at stake if we don't take a moment to honor the stillness. One of the things that's, again, it's at the core of why I do what I do is perinatal mood disorders, particularly postpartum depression and anxiety. The statistics are alarming, they're disheartening, and it really sheds light on what's really going on. Again, like I said, I heard a speaker describe it as a production, a big show, pomp and circumstance, all the bells and whistles. And to go from that grandiose spotlight moment to the stillness of postpartum, it's an adjustment. And for some women, it's a terrifying adjustment. It has a life sentence attached to it. So 1 in 8 women who have recently given birth will experience postpartum depression. So April is also, the second week of April is also Black Maternal Health Week. That is something I'm participating in. I'll talk a little bit more about that later. 1 in 8 women who have recently given birth will experience postpartum depression. That statistics is 3 to 4 times higher for Black women. 3 to 4 times higher. 1 in 8 is already high enough. 3 to 4 times higher in African American women. 50% of moms are not properly diagnosed by a professional. That's a lot. That is a lot. So how many women are walking around with these mood disorders that are going undiagnosed? 5% of those women who reported it have high levels of postpartum depression symptoms. So again, that's 5% of women who were properly diagnosed, who spoke up about it. And then the cases can lead to postpartum psychosis. Some years ago, so I am currently in Jacksonville. Some years ago, not too far from me in Volusia County, there was a woman, a mother who drove her van into the beach, drove it into the ocean. And everybody was so confused. Why would somebody do that? There was also another story, I believe it was up in New York. A mother harmed her children. She harmed her children terribly, terribly, neglected them initially and then harmed them. Postpartum depression, when it goes undiagnosed, it eventually, especially if there are underlying mental health problems, lead to postpartum psychosis. So for these mothers, this stillness becomes a new world full of trauma, fear, paranoia, heightened sense of just impending doom, right? And so when we don't take a look at what's going on in that stillness, these are the type of things that can happen. Now, let's flip it. Why do we need the stillness? Why do we need the stillness in postpartum? It's going to happen regardless, right? Remember, you go through the cycle of feeding, changing, sleeping. It's just all this stuff that's happening in a loop. You can't move as fast. You have to rest. You can't just pick up and go. You have at least 6 weeks where you can't really take your baby to daycare. You have to have the checkup at 6 weeks. So for let's just say if we all agreed, right, that for 6 weeks, you're just kind of taking care of the baby. We're just focusing on making sure baby's okay. Why do we need that? So these are 4 reasons, 4 different things. There's plenty more, but I picked the top 4 is physical restoration and healing. So April is also Cesarean Awareness Month. Right? I like to call them belly births. Some people refer them as belly births. C-sections are major surgery. You cannot just bounce back up and get back to what you were doing. You have to take a moment to pause, allow your body to heal, right? And you have to go get checked by the doctor, but your skin is not just going to turn around and heal in a couple of days. You physically have to stop and be still and sit. Stillness is important to bond with your baby. If we're moving and moving and moving and moving, how can we notice the changes that are happening with your baby? How do you even notice um, if something is going on, if something's wrong, milestones over the period of time in the newborn phase? You notice their features are changing. You notice they start to smile. Are they following you with your eyes? If you're not still, how are you able to notice those transitions and changes happening? Mental health. You have to be still for your mental health. In the previous slide, we talked about postpartum depression and anxiety. If you are not still, how do you know if you have those symptoms? A lot of times, postpartum is a period of exhaustion and frustration. Now, there are some cases where moms will say, I'm just tired. I just feel like sleeping. True, you do have to rest because you're in postpartum, you're taking care of a baby. But sometimes there's a borderline where the rest is more like the beginnings of a depressed state. Now, I do want to also mention too, there is a time frame after delivery, the first 2 weeks, which is known as the baby blues. That is when hormones are up and down all over the place, and that's normal. Beyond that, now we're kind of looking at, okay, something else is going on here. Stillness is important to connect with yourself. If you're not still, how do you know what's going on within you? Feel a little off. Another thing I want to talk about is with Black maternal health, postpartum implications pop up in postpartum. Whether it's a vaginal delivery or C-section delivery, you can have postpartum preeclampsia. That's a condition where your blood pressure completely spikes. If you are not in tune with what's going on, you won't be able to catch that. And that is another one of the leading causes of, unfortunately, deaths in mothers in the postpartum phase when it's like suddenly everything was fine and then it wasn't. One of the things I do want to touch on too is there is a guilt that's associated with taking a pause and being still. Why? Because of all these different factors. Moms want to try to catch up. There's a phrase after you have a baby, it's trending on social media, and it's the snapback. Trying to catch up physically, trying to get your body back before you had a baby. There is no way. You carried somebody in your womb for 9 months. You cannot expect the body to snap back. Society's expectations of sitting. A new mom that's up and at it and moving around, a lot of times you hear, oh my gosh, look at her. She's back on her feet, back to her old self. Look at her go. Oh my gosh, you're just right. You just fell back into it. So when a mom is sitting or resting, there's a level of guilt that's associated with that. Well, I didn't really do much today. Well, the baby's just sleeping, so I guess I could do something to fill that time. Some of my postpartum clients will say, I started cleaning, I started doing stuff, and I got myself moving again. For what? I like to say, what did you need to do? What was important in this moment? Feeling unproductive. The days are long, you're in a continuum of time, right? So you feel like, well, I'm not really doing much. You're healing, you're resting. So really quickly, so studies have shown that the brain is continuously going through a lot of processes. A lot of the previous speakers have talked about the pathways in our brain and what's happening. And it's interesting how all of this is connected to what's happening in here in the big control set. So all of the ways that we are talking about finding calm is related to what's going on psychologically. And I think that's just brilliant that everybody's touched on it. So you've heard it, and I'll go ahead and add my spiel too, is the brain is a command center. It tells you responsibilities, choices, processing. We've talked about fight or flight, everything that's going on in our brains constantly. So I want to show you the differences in what's going on with pregnancy and during pregnancy and 2 years postpartum. Because remember, my philosophy is that postpartum can actually carry on for up to 3 years. So have you heard, I'm sure some of you have heard of the term pregnancy brain, right? You forget things, you can't finish sentences. Well, there is an actual reason for that because your brain is transforming and you're losing certain parts that are connected to your social and emotional functionings in your brain, right? Now, does that always come back? I have 4 children, and each time I had a baby, the pregnancy brain was real. It was real. So you see that it's going through these changes during pregnancy and 2 years postpartum, 2 whole years, right? But remember, I said women can go back to work after 6 weeks. Now imagine if you're in a very demanding job processing, looking at data, 9 to 5, and you go from having a baby to postpartum, then you're expected to be back at work. You're not functioning at the same level that you were before. So where are your stress levels? How are you functioning emotionally? So now we want to shift to what if stillness was active, right? Instead of stillness being something that we are disconnected from with new mothers, instead of saying, well, I'm just sitting still, I'm bored. What if it was active? And now this is where, on the other side of what I do, I talk about mindfulness. Mindfulness is intentionally being still, intentionally embracing the calm, and using those moments where you feel like you're just kind of existing, right? You're becoming more present. And I like this because it talks about what mindfulness is. Mindfulness being the practice of being fully present and aware of your thoughts, feelings, and surroundings without judgment. That is very, very, very important here, without judgment. Remember, we talked about the mom guilt. You're just sitting there. One of the things, and I like to share this because this is part of my own journey, but I I went through a phase of being a stay-at-home mom. Technically, I guess I'm still a stay-at-home mom, work from home mom, but I homeschool my children. It was never my intention to homeschool my children. I did not know I was going to be a stay-at-home mother, but my husband and I made the decision because I was working in the daycare industry, but I just noticed, being away from your children for a certain period of time it was a lot. And with my third, I had a 5-year-old and then a 9-month-old, and then I was about to have a baby. And I was like, I'll just, apart from the cost of daycare, said, I'll stay home with the baby. And I did have a sense of guilt that was associated with that because stay-at-home moms, they are given a bad rep. They say, well, you just sit at home all day. You're just at home. And that's not always the case. I lived in my car. We were everywhere at playgrounds, all these things that were stimulating their minds and their brains and their development. But there is a sense of guilt I felt like I was unproductive because I wasn't out working the 9 to 5 and running around and doing this and just doing what everybody else was doing. But mindfulness is this wonderful practice of taking a moment to pause and engage not only with people around you, but with yourself, right? And taking a look at where you are and what you're doing and noticing things that you probably wouldn't notice in any other setting, in any other mindset. And to carry on here, it says cultivating mindfulness, you can manage stress, improve concentration, and make more intentional choices in your daily life. So this is where I like to introduce the concept of mindfulness to my postpartum clients. And we start that in pregnancy because I want to help them design that for later on after baby arrives at home. But I tell them that there's so many things that you can do to practice mindfulness and being intentional in your day to day. So here's just a collage I put together of being mindfulness, where mom might think she's not doing much, right? You're actually being very intentional and you're embracing the more calm and quiet moment. Here you have mom just laying there with the baby asleep. She doesn't have to, it's true, rest when the baby's resting, but also embrace the quiet time of just watching your baby be still. All of that is another way of improving mom's mental health in postpartum to combat depression, anxiety, psychosis. You're just enjoying the still quiet moments with your baby. Here's mom playing with her baby. We have lost the concept of play sometimes. And sometimes people look at babies and like, well, they're not doing much, but they know you're around and they sense your energy and your calmness. It's that balance of the energy back and forth. Listening to music, that is a form of mindfulness. So I always connect mindfulness with meditation. Listening to music is meditation. Some people go, well, I don't know how to meditate. Just be still. Being still. Listen to a song that you enjoy. You don't have to do anything, just simply being present. Journaling. I encourage postpartum moms to journal. Another thing we go into a lot is the birthing experience. That birth is beautiful. Birth is also trauma. It's suppressed. Journaling is a way of being mindful and processing that experience in postpartum. Writing it down, reliving it, revisiting it, having those intentional moments of walking through your birth journey. Sitting and looking at the ocean, that's intentional. And again, all of this is to find balance. Balance is a feeling derived from being whole and complete. When you have a baby, I tell people, so I have 4 children. Every time a woman has a child, you become a new mother, a new version of yourself. Just because by baby number 3, I've had 2 kids, but that doesn't mean I know exactly what I'm doing. Now I'm a new mother of 3. When I had 4, I'm a new mother of 4. I have to relearn things about myself and reconnect with myself. Everything becomes out of balance for a while, but I gotta do a little bit of work to get myself in balance. It's where intentional focusing and mindfulness comes in. Balancing a way forward. What does balance look like in every day? You plan, discuss, you schedule. Taking care of your body. Mindfulness. Looking at your mental health. So this is all positive stuff. However, what does that look like in postpartum? Are you planning? Are you scheduling with a new baby, right? Do you say, hey, baby, we're going to leave for my appointment at 12:15. We're going to get there by 12:45. We're just going to hop in the car. That's not quite what it looks like. Taking care of yourself. You might not have the energy to stand on your feet and, cook something and eat a nutritious meal, but you can start implementing snacks or reaching out to providers, different ideas, getting support around you. Processing, emote, communicate, resting. So what I did was I took this and I condensed it for a mom. A new mom in postpartum. What does finding the calm look like? Just being flexible, right? Babies have their own agenda. Be flexible. Listen to your body. Be aware of the different changes. Anything that feels off, be in tune with it. Communicate in safe spaces. Emotional management. Find people that you trust, that you can confide in and say, hey, I'm having a hard day. And on the other side of it, if somebody approaches you, just have compassion. Practicing mindfulness. Again, it's not some thing that you have to prepare for or be, an expert in. Just take quiet moments intentionally. And here I have just a little bit of a slide to show what the benefits of mindfulness are. Connecting with your baby, intentional parenting practices. I wholeheartedly believe that having a better start with mindfulness and embracing the stillness and being intentional in postpartum, it leads to more intentional parenting later on. If you are stuck in a cycle of stress and chaos and exhaustion and frustration, your baby's only going to continue to grow and get older and then be more demanding and then more talkative and then more active and moving. So you have to start implementing ways that you are mindful and intentional before we get to those stages. The toddler stage is very interesting. I have a 2-year-old right now. Again, he's the 4th one. He thought I knew what I was doing. I like to think I know what I'm doing. I have degrees, I have certifications, but toddlers are very interesting. They have their own agenda. They are little people navigating a big world, and it's their world, and we just live in it, right? But he's going to continue to get older. So I'm having to adapt different ways that I'm intentional and taking moments of calm after he's had toddler moments and practicing where we can kind of negotiate and meet each other where we need to meet each other for some moments of calm. But I provide those examples for him. Mindfulness supports better family dynamics in postpartum. A lot of relationships are broken up in postpartum. It's unfortunate, but if you're able to take those moments of calm for yourself and regulate yourself, then you're able to be better in terms of navigating uncomfortable, different, evolving, transformative relationships, whether it's friendships, family relationships. And mindfulness also decreases the risk to infants in infancy and early childhood because you're more mindful, you're less angry. There have been instances of mothers losing their temper, and then you have unfortunate stories like shaken baby syndromes. And they just lose their temper. You have all those hormonal imbalances and changes, you just lose your temper. And we go, how could she do that? That's so awful. Well, what was happening? Who checked in on her? What's postpartum like? What was her support system? I told you guys I get really fired up about this, so I'm going to quickly go through the rest of my slides. But I know we had another speaker that talked about breath work. Breath work is important for moms. While babies are crying and losing their, just all kinds of stuff, I tell moms, breathe it out, breathe, engage, and then try to problem solve. Right? That's also part of mindfulness. Even in the moments where nothing is happening that's chaotic, just breathe. Breathe through it. This line, increased oxygen to the brain helps focus and clarity. Taking a moment to breathe, just like somebody mentioned about kids, tell them to breathe. They can think better, they can regulate their emotions. Just breathe. And I like to tell people it starts with 5. All these are just different ways of implementing mindfulness in the day-to-day and embracing stillness. This can be for mothers and community members who support mothers. Just say, hey, did you read a book today? If you see a new mom, just kind of check in with her. You can take 5 minutes to see how she was doing. Encourage her. She might not encourage herself, but you can encourage her. Take 5 minutes to eat. Stress management exercises. So these are the different ways that, again, you can implement calm and balance in postpartum. And I think I'm approaching the end of my slides. Yes. So thank you very much for listening. I did warn you guys I get passionate about this. So hopefully you enjoyed that. I have a postpartum session coming up. I believe my social media information is it's somewhere. If not, I'll post it in the chat. And these are one of the ways that you can embrace stillness is connecting with people postpartum. So I have another one coming up. And if you'd like to get connected with me, you can scan the QR code for all of my social media stuff, my website, and any information, or if you just like to chat, because I can talk about this stuff all day. So I'm going to stop sharing.
Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Ajoa. There was so much information. And I guess I'll be on screen soon. Here I am. And I don't know if we have questions, but I'm going to talk about some stuff that I wrote down. So first of all, when you discuss guilt, it's so true. Mothers feel so guilty about everything. Like, oh, I don't feel like getting up. I mean, the fact that you have a C-section and then you're expected to come home a few days later, live your life, take care of an infant after they've sliced through your body. Like, this isn't like a little laser job, or like, this is like cut you open, take out your organs and get the baby. Put your organs on a table. A table. Do you think your organs are upset about that? Yes, they are. And then you have to put them back in. And they're like, imagine what kind of organs feel that way. Anyway, it drives me nuts. But there's also, and I don't know if you mentioned this, because I had to step out because I had to go potty. But you know how it is with us women. Societal guilt. Like, I talk to parents all the time who don't want to breastfeed. And, or it's just not working for them and they keep trying and they keep trying because they know they should breastfeed, blah, 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 blah. And I said, you know what? There are herds of humans roaming the planet that are very successful that have never been breastfed. And I always say that your stress is much more dangerous for your child, much more traumatic for your child than anything else. So if
Yes.
you're doing something that will help your stress, you're helping your child.
Yes. Yep. Yep. Any type of steps that you take, you can prevent so many more things that come up down the line. And stress is it's the silent killer, right?
Yes.
It's a silent killer. And they just think, oh, I'm just a little frustrated, but it's like a tumbleweed. It just rolls over and just picks up more stuff that's stressful. So we have to stop it in the moment, examine it, process it, and then find a solution.
Yeah.
And then give yourself grace. Some solutions might work, some might not. But just give yourself grace. I tell
Yeah.
the moms all the time, give yourself grace. It's okay. It is a-okay.
It's hard. It's hard being a mommy, and it's hard being a new mommy and a new daddy. I don't want to like downplay the daddies, but
Yeah.
like my sister-in-law, she would have been in the Guinness World Book of Records for milk production, but they wanted milk production to just one location. She actually had so much milk, she had to donate to 5 different locations. So for whatever reason,
Wow.
they didn't take her. But one of the pieces of advice, because I asked her, I'm like, okay, my beautiful cow sister-in-law, we just called each other little funny names. I wasn't being insulting. I was just being funny. And she said one of the things that she did is like if she was feeling stressed out and maybe she had, the pumps going, whatever, the baby, sleeping, whatever, she said she would watch a comedy. And watching the comedy would relax her and she'd laugh because, as we know, and I've said many times in this summit, laughter is the best medicine. And so if you're feeling stress, moms, take it from my incredible, blessed, booby-filled milk production source. Watch a comedy. Watch a stand-up. Watch something that's funny. So you're not like in your head all the time. Relax yourself. Go outside. So many things you can do, The other thing I wanted to comment on is how you talked about stay-at-home moms, and I wrote it in the comments, that even a stay-at-home mom, if you talk to a stay-at-home mom, they will go, oh, my husband works, I don't. You work more than your husband works.
Yes.
They say it all the time.
They say, just at home. I'm like, no, you are not just at home. You are on call. You're a nurse. You're a teacher. You're a problem solver, mediator. Oh no, you are not just at home. And again, it's the minimizing. It's the guilt of, well, I'm not bringing in a paycheck, so I'm just at home. And I was like, oh no, 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 no. So, and I was one of those moms. I didn't go to work every day, and so I was like, well, I guess, but then I had to reword that to myself first. I had to empower myself in what I was doing. I said, I'm raising my kids at home. I have my kids home with me, and I'm taking care of them at home. I'm a stay-at-home mother. And just changing the narrative and the wording on that helped me because I felt less guilty about explaining myself or, having this cycle go on in my mind of like, what could I be doing with my day? Am I doing enough? Should I do more? What else can I do? And again, taking stuff on, adding more stress, making me snappy, and it wasn't working. So change the narrative, change the environment, change the mindset.
Right.
And then everything.
It's like, have you ever seen that, they have a couple of them out, like where people come in to apply for a job of mother and they don't know they're applying and they're like, okay, you have to work 24/7. You never get a vacation. You're never off. You barely get sleep. And it goes on and on. And they're like, what kind of job is that? That sounds terrible.
You might not get to this. And they're like, what way?
Yeah.
That's what
So it is so much about changing your mindset. And and getting rid, and things can wait, guys. Your house can wait. If you really want to pick up that toy, pick up the toy. But do you need to vacuum at that moment? No.
Probably
You need to
not.
mop the kitchen floor? No. And outsource, if you can outsource what you can do. I used to, years ago, I don't have it anymore now. I have my husband, but I used to have someone come to my house and do laundry. Wasn't that a wonderful thing? Like they would pick up a bag of my laundry when my kids were younger, take it away, do it, and then bring it back the next week and pick up another bag of laundry. This was like a blessing. But now my kids are all grown, so it's just me and my husband. Now he does the laundry. I do the dishes. He does the laundry. He doesn't like dishes. I don't like laundry. And I'm grateful for it. But there are all kinds. There's cleaning service. There's, if you can afford someone that can cook for you. I mean, what you can, obviously we can't all afford these luxuries. But there are certain things that maybe you can even find balance. You need a cleaning person to come in. Well, let's just have them come in once a month and do a thorough cleaning of my house. I know where I live, that's about $150. So $150, what is there something I can get rid of so I can have that and know that my house is clean? Remember, your sanity matters. I mean, that's what Joe spoke about the whole time is that we're crazy after we have kids. But God bless them. They are seriously funny. They're great entertainment their whole entire life. Please take your children, your teenagers as entertainment because it's free and they are.
So
Well,
true.
Joe, I
So
don't know if we have any other questions other than people said it was a wonderful presentation, which it was. Thank you so much for being here. Joe will be on my podcast. Did we record that yet? I can't remember.
No.
No, so we are going to record a podcast coming soon. Coming soon.
Yeah.
But thank you so much. And one more time, mention your website since I know we can't get the QR code. Brilliant with the QR code, very on the screen so that they know how to reach out to you.
Yes. So my website is lotusringppc.com. And on social media, I am Lotus Ring Wellness.
Lotus Ring, RING. I should have that written down somewhere.
Yep. I can also put it in the chat for you.
Oh, yeah. There you go. Put it in the chat, please. And thank you so much for being here. I hope you can stay and listen. And if you can't, you can even come back and listen. We have a great rest of the day lineup and a great day tomorrow. So more calm, share it with your people. And thank you so much. I'm grateful for your talk today.
Thank you. I appreciate
Bye, honey.
Bye.
All right. So we have our next speaker up. And I believe he is in the building. So I think, Anupam, I will let you know, guys, we're having a little problem with our sound, if you haven't noticed. So you just have to kind of watch the awesome video without the sound. And Anupam, if you could run that film, baby, run that film, please. Maybe we're running the film.
Checking audio. Can you hear my sound?
I can't hear sound and I don't see any video. I mean, I see the purple stuff, but there's nothing happening and there's no sound. Oh, there it goes. We don't hear anything. And there we are. And even without sound, it gives us a moment of silence. But it's very entertaining reel you got there, my friend. Mike, welcome.
Hi, Celia. It's good to see you again.
Good to see you. And if you guys do watch the Pumped Up Parenting podcast, then you recognize this man because he's been on it a few times. But Mike, before I get you started in your presentation, let me tell our guests, our listeners, our viewers, wherever they are, a little bit about you. Mike Vera is a board-certified health coach, NBC-HWC, and the founder of Avantia. Did I say that right? Avantia?
Avantia Health Optimization.
Avantia. Oh, that sounds much better than what I said. Health Optimization. As a dedicated podcaster, Mike challenges traditional health narratives through his influential platform, Healthy and Awake podcast. He's going to talk about creating time wealth, how to manage your most valuable asset for a calmer life. Something that most people don't have in their lives is calm, not because they lack the desire, but because they don't have the time. Just like you can manage money to create financial wealth, you can manage time to create time wealth. In this session, you're going to learn how to take control of your schedule, eliminate distractions, and make time for the things that bring you peace. If you constantly feel rushed, overwhelmed, or like there's never enough time, this talk will give you the strategies to shift from time scarcity to time abundance. I'm so looking forward to this.
Me
Welcome,
too.
Mike.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad to be here. This is a topic I've covered quite a bit in presentations in the past as well as with clients. So this is something I've spent a great deal of time, appropriate because we're talking about time, a great deal of time talking about this subject. And Celia, I will say, usually when I do this, it's very one-sided and I'm kind of talking, but I'm glad that, this is like you're here in a panel sort of setup, because please, if you do have questions or thoughts or anything, please interject, because I have a tendency of going off.
I know I'm a talker too.
But I haven't tested. Am I good to get right into it?
You're good to go. Run with it, baby.
Perfect.
Run.
Okay.
Go.
I haven't
Let's
tested
do time.
share screen, so hopefully this goes smoothly here.
That's right. I'm going to go away so you can share your screen.
Okay. Well, looks like we are good. Yeah, participants can now see. Okay. So welcome everyone, and thank you, Celia, for the introduction. We're here today talking about creating time wealth. And I will say right off the bat, a lot of people, when we talk about time management, it can make some people anxious. And considering we're here at Day of Calm, we certainly don't want any more anxiety. And we're going to try to reduce anxiety with this. And as she mentioned, I'm Mike Vera, board certified health and wellness coach. By the end of this, we're going to reclaim our time and reclaim our peace. And let me give you a sense of what's ahead. There's really two of the most important parts at the very beginning and the very end. So a mindset shift, really understanding time as a valuable resource that can be spent putting time into taking care of you, yourself, finding a center and a sense of calm. And we're even going to try to figure out what might cause time stress and overwhelm, because I think all of us have it to some extent, and there are things that can be done, as well as building habits that give us back control, simple decision-making upgrades, and we'll end with really something powerful, time budgeting, a practical exercise to reclaim your peace. Let's see. Okay, here we go. So I want you to just take a moment to reflect on this question here. What if time was your greatest asset? What if it wasn't something you have to chase, you feel like you're constantly catching up? What if it could actually become your calmest, clearest resource? Because the thing is, and this is perfectly on theme with the idea of creating time wealth, we've all heard time is money. Time is money. It's also energy. It's also peace. And here's evidence for the sort of monetary value aspect of time. It's in the language that we use. We hear this all the time. I can't afford to lose time. I'm going to spend time at work. I'll take a shortcut to save time. I need to budget my time better. So clearly, implicitly, we have this understanding that it is a very valuable resource, but a lot of times we don't treat it that way. We might take our money and know that we have to pay rent, we need money for food, and as responsible people, we budget our money so we can put that aside and it goes to the places we want it to go. But when it comes to, let's say, our health and self-care and doing the things that might reduce our stress, we often put those to the sideline and we focus on all the obligations and the things that we know stress us out but have to be done. And that just creates this cascade of more and more stress. So time affects stress for sure, but it also affects mood and well-being, and how you use time can shape how you feel. And we can get closer to time peace with some of what we're going to cover ahead. But it is good to understand what exactly gets in the way. You know, there are obstacles for each of us. Each of us is different. I'll tell you, as someone who works with a lot of people one-on-one regularly, procrastination is a big one. Getting distracted, and there's even productive procrastination. I feel like I tuned in to the end of the last speech, and I think you were kind of hinting at something like that, productive procrastination, where we might have 10 important, let's say 5 important things that we have to do. We have an expense report to do at work. And what do we decide to do now in the moment? Laundry and dishes and things that feel good to cross them off our list because we know, it's on my list, I'm getting them done. But if we actually reflect on that, it's productive procrastination. It's productive, we're getting it done, but we're procrastinating from those important tasks that would really move the dial in a significant way. So you feel like you're accomplishing something, but you're not doing the actual important thing. So procrastination is a big one, which could mean just completely putting something off, or productive procrastination. Under planning for sure. I mean, if you're kind of just doing things on a whim and hoping for the best, sometimes that can be done. Sometimes that's fine and even appropriate, but planning helps ensure that we've calculated contingency plans and what the obstacles will be. And it really can save us a lot of time if we plan appropriately, and can help us address, obstacles and prevent from making mistakes. And over planning too is probably not as common, but we can definitely spend too much time planning things and then the plan unravels and then it's basically like you're starting from scratch anyway. Very important, misaligning with values. We might put 100% of our effort into work. We're type A people, work, work, work. And they'll say to me, well, one of my values is being healthy and being there for my family. Okay, that's good. But where's the evidence for that? Because the behavior, is not in alignment with the values that you're telling me. So that is definitely an obstacle, is not acting in accordance with the values that we tell ourselves we have. So we need to, in order to do this appropriately, reflect on what actually are our values. What brings us calm? And how can we prioritize that? Because when we can prioritize the things that bring us self-care, we'll find that we're not rushing from task to task. And that rushing is definitely a hidden stressor. Now, here's the thing, the real root of stress when it comes to time management. You're not bad at managing time. You actually can't manage time. That's an illusion. The time is passing and you don't really have control over how the time passes. We all have the same 24 hours. You've heard that before. So you're not bad at managing time. Really, you're stuck in a system that's always rushing you, and you can actually capture that system and make it your own. And that's what we're going to end with when we do the time budget at the end. It's really a piece of a system that you can build that works for you. Because even further, we're not managing time. We're actually managing decisions and behavior. And a lot of people like to say, oh, you know what? My time management skills aren't great. I just need to put in the time management. It's like, yes, but that's really managing the decisions that you make about how you're going to behave. So we need to really take accountability and responsibility for our behavior. That's what time management really is, how we behave. So there it is, reiterated. We're not managing time, we're managing behavior. And there are some elements to what drives our behavior. Routines drive our behavior. These are automatic. We don't really think about them very much. When you back out of your driveway, you get in your car, you back out of your driveway, you're not thinking, oh, I have to put my foot on the brake and shift into reverse. Those are all automatic things that are part of a routine. And we actually need those parts of our routine because the brain has to have a certain level of efficiency. We can't just process everything at once. So we need routines, and that's a strength, because if a routine is automatic, we can actually build in healthy or productive or calm habits that will eventually become automatic. We won't even have to think about them anymore. So habits are integrated in routines. Those are automatic behaviors. We all have good and bad habits, as well as environment. And Celia, I think I've said this example to you on a previous episode that we've done, but just to really paint the picture, here's an example of how environment can affect our behavior. I go into Target and I say, I'm going to buy 2 things. I swear I'm just going to buy 2 things. And we know what happens when we leave Target. We have a cart full of stuff. A lot of it we don't even need in the first place. That environment had an influence on our behavior, and it was not accidental. There are executives in suits who sit around saying, how can we design the environment to get their money? The color, the packaging, the everything, the smells, the lighting, you name it. It's all orchestrated to really influence how you behave. And so if they can influence our behavior, you bet that we can influence our own behavior. So I would invite you to ask yourself in this moment, what signals is your environment currently sending you? Whether that's at home, at work, wherever you spend the most time, because those nudges from your environment are influencing how you spend your time. And in some sense, it's stealing your time. If you're not even aware this is going on, you find yourself doing things you don't even want to do. Really, you regret doing it after. Oh, I just wasted my time 4 hours on the phone. How can we set up our environment to influence that behavior and recapture our time? Because calm comes from predictability and flow. And so the question might be, how do we get closer to predictability and flow? And we're going to cover that in this slide and some of the next ones. So habit stacking. This here is just one example of how to stack certain habits. This is one of my favorites. It's been a game changer. Morning sunlight. Now, that's a whole separate topic. I could seriously talk for 2 hours straight on why morning sunlight in particular is hugely beneficial. Not just sunlight, but morning sunlight. And you can go on a walk in the morning, get some mindfulness in. No music, no other distractions. Just focus on whatever's on your mind while you're doing nasal breathing. That's 3 behaviors stacked together that can become a habit if you do them consistently over time. Imagine how much calmer your day would be if you did something like that for even 10 minutes, 20 minutes consistently. That morning sunlight, mindfulness, nasal breathing can really set you up for success and calm for your entire day. Because actually, even further, you're putting yourself first. You're actually putting the calm first. A lot of us, when we do time management, how do we start? We go, you know what? I have work. I have errands to run. Let me schedule that in first. I have all these things that I have to do. I'm already stressed out. I'm anxious just thinking about all these things that I have to do. Now, I don't even want to think about relaxation time because I'm just looking at all these things that I have to get done. And it's really the backwards approach. So what if we flipped it? What if we said, how can I take my self-care and treat that as the top priority? And how do you think that would affect all those important obligations that you have in your day-to-day routine? And it doesn't have to be this. It doesn't have to be morning sunlight, mindfulness, nasal breathing. There's a million different things you can do. A million. Yoga, jumping jacks, mini trampoline. I mean, I hear all kinds of things. I hear people, a lot of guys that I work with, they just want to fix their car, go outside and fix their car. That's calming and relaxing for them. Great. Go do that. And it becomes a habit, a routine. They feel great. So how can we make ourselves a priority? How can we stack healthy habits, especially when we think of habits that we already have? Maybe I wake up in the morning and the first thing I do is make my coffee. Okay, well, what can I add to that? Maybe I make my coffee and I do 5 to 10 squats while I stand there and wait for the coffee to brew. How can you stack habits on top of already existing habits? Now, this one is, I believe, the most important concept here, and a lot of people really dismiss this. SOP, standard operating procedures. I think the most simple way to say it is a checklist. Basically, and think of it this way, an existing routine you already have, like a morning routine. Let's continue there. So you have a morning routine. Presumably you do a standard set of things every morning. You wake up, you feed your dog, you make your coffee, you check your emails. You have a standard set of things that even if it's not intentional, you do those things pretty much every day. Well, that's a standard routine. We can call that standard operating procedures. So if you can actually capture that routine in a list, that is a superpower, okay, for a lot of reasons. It can help you to be consistent, especially on holidays that throw a lot of people off. If you've built success in a certain routine and you're sure that the holidays approaching is going to throw you off that routine, well, you can give yourself some certainty by having it in a checklist. And that's how you standardize it. So even if you do fall off a little bit, you have that certainty of the list where you can fall back on just like you were before and pick up where you left off. So it allows you for more consistency, more self-accountability, reducing the chances of error. It allows you to scale effectively. So if you built a routine around exercising for 10 minutes in the morning, well, this checklist can allow you to stay consistent to the point where maybe you want to build on that. And this is important because this is the same practice that multi-million-dollar companies use. They spend a lot of money building standard operating procedures. Imagine if a company trying to make money and sell products to people just winged it every day. Oh, you know what? I have a general idea of what I need to do today, and I'm just assuming that I'll get it done. What do you think the chances are of success for that approach? These are companies that take their ambitions very seriously. And we go to work and we work for our boss, and for their goals and ambitions, we take them very seriously. We do a good job at work. And then we come home and many of us fail to execute on our own goals and priorities. And we do it for our boss and not ourselves. So the answer is to use the same practices they use, standard operating procedures. They put a lot of money and time into this for a reason, and it's really simple. You're already using standard operating procedures. You just need to capture it in a list. You already have routines. Capture it in a list. That's the starting point, and that gives you a strong place to work from because you can manipulate your routines. You can add and subtract and condense, make it tangible, and that gives you really something strong to work with and build on, reduce error, save time, and it actually reduces cognitive load. You won't have to be thinking in the morning, what do I have to do today? What's next? Did I do that already? That uses up valuable cognitive resources. So when you have a standardized list, you don't have to use up those cognitive resources. You don't have to think about them because you've thought about them already and put it on paper. I can actually keep going for a while on this, but I feel like I've covered probably the most important points there. Now, where do bad decisions come from? Because remember, time management is an illusion. We're not managing time. We're managing our decisions. So it would follow that if we want to manage our time better, we need to make better decisions. So where do we go wrong? Well, there's actually a short list here. Heuristics and biases. Hopefully, at least some people have heard of this. It's basically a fancy way of saying shortcuts in the brain. And they serve an important purpose, but it can also leave us quite vulnerable to making mistakes. So if I am making a judgment, let's say I'm buying a product because it makes me feel good, and I like the feeling that I got when I saw the ad, that's actually a shortcut. I'm making a decision based on a good feeling instead of, is this a logical choice to make? So you can see how a shortcut in the brain can lead us to possibly making a bad decision that's not based in an actual logical, truth-based process. Emotional states. Like I said, maybe, I just feel good. In psychology, this is called misattribution of arousal, physiological arousal. We might have our heart rate elevated, our palms are a little sweaty, so that is a physiological state of excitement that can very much influence how we make decisions. We're more likely to positively associate with that event, even if there's no actual emotion behind it, even if there's no logic behind it, rather. Fatigue. We've all been fatigued. Here's probably one of the biggest things I hear in health coaching. You know what? I didn't fulfill my exercise goal because I had a long day of work and I just didn't feel like it. That's cognitive fatigue. I think a lot of people have heard that willpower is like a muscle that can be exhausted by the end of the day. That's very real, and that's something to consider when we're planning. How realistic is it for you to do that tough goal that you're working on at the end of the day when you're fatigued? What do we do about that? Well, how can we arrange our day to maybe do that a little earlier? Short-term thinking, so really just not planning things out. But to kind of wrap up this slide, better time habits mean better choices. We need structure. I can tell you absolutely the chances of success, the chances of finding a sense of calm are very low without structure, because without structure, we're operating in chaos. Without structure, we are operating in chaos. So that structure will help us make better decisions. Now, I think this is the last slide before we do the exercise real quick. Balance is important because it's nice to imagine a world where we can only schedule in our priorities and self-care and all the things that are going to make us feel happy and healthy. But of course, there's a balance to be had. And that's why I want to reemphasize the importance of starting with the self-care. Put you first. When you sit down and you're making a list, there is a temptation. I want you to resist that temptation of just scheduling all the daunting things that are on your list that you feel like you really need to get done ASAP. And I want you to instead imagine how easier it would be to tackle those things if you put yourself first. If you did some kind of relaxation activity, whether it's yoga, exercise, watching your favorite TV show, whatever it is, if it's appropriately included into your routine, you will find a much stronger sense of calm, because time management really is the key to personal liberation. And the balance here is between your health, your values, your sense of purpose, with really a set of goals, systems, and boundaries that operate not only within your personal goals, but you're really doing these things already. Every time you go into work, you are following systems for somebody else. And you're bringing that business success. You're making the money. I'm sure your boss is happy with you. Well, you're your own boss. What do we need to do to make you as happy as you are making your boss at work? How do we find that balance? And I think in order to get there, we need to really understand that time is more than a resource. It is a reflection of your priorities. What are your priorities? So I think I pretty much said this already, balancing between chaos and calm. Chaos on one side, scattered tasks, guilt, distraction. Calm is the actual systems and planning, intentional time blocks, giving yourself space to breathe, and actually, planning rewards that recharge. Instead of just work, 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 hey, I worked hard. How can I reward myself for that? So now we're going to take, Celia, how much time do I have left to do this time budget sheet?
You have, next speaker is at 1:15. So you have like 25 minutes.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to use up all like any question answer time, but like 20 minutes, how long does it usually take?
We can knock this out actually in 5 minutes, because I do want to leave some time for questions if there are any, because
Okay.
I will tell you, this is something, depending on what someone's goals is, when they come to me for the first session, which is a $1 first health coaching session, if we figure out that time management is one of their biggest challenges, we will go over this exact tool in the $1 first session. And this, just
That's
like
awesome.
if you go to like a finance coach and you're worried about your money, they're actually going to do something like this to get you started. How do you budget your money currently? So how much money are you making? Where is it going? How much is put aside for rent? How much is put aside for food? This is the same idea. And it's even easier because I already know how much time you have. You have 24 hours in a day, and I know you have certain routines that have to go into your day. I'm assuming you sleep. So that's going to be in your routine. I'm assuming you work. I'm assuming you do something in the morning. So a lot of these boxes are actually really easy to fill. And Celia, if you don't mind, it doesn't have to be your actual schedule, but can you kind of help me out on this where
Absolutely.
we can? Perfect. So give me some idea of what maybe when you wake up, what time would you say you wake up on average? And you can make all this up if you want to.
Usually 5:36.
Okay, so we'll say 5:30. And whether you work from home or whether you leave, what time would you say work officially starts?
Work, well, that depends. But for the most part, work officially starts about 7.
7.
And I'm at home, except on Friday mornings. I leave to go teach at a school.
Okay. And so this is, would you say your weekdays are pretty standard across each day?
Yes.
Perfect. That makes it nice and easy. So you work, you start around 7, and just for the sake of making this neat, let's assume it's one big block. Most people maybe work something like 9 to 5. If you start at 7, what time would you say you finish work?
Well, it's never smooth because I have
Right.
clients, but I probably till about 5, and then I may have some calls at night. But it's
Okay.
not, like I'm doing other things during that work block time.
Right, right. And for the record, this is doable if, for someone with a schedule like clients, like my schedule too, same way. It just takes a little more time.
But you can
So,
generalize.
right, right. So
The
let's
only
say,
different day is Friday, like I said, when I go teach. So that has a different morning.
gotcha. Okay. So when you work until 5, you get home. Most people, I feel like they make dinner and kind of relax for a little bit. What does it look like for you after 5?
Hungry. I'm really
Yeah.
hungry. So luckily, I have a wonderful retired husband
Hmm.
who normally fixes dinner, and we will normally eat around 5:30.
Okay. Perfect. So we'll say from 5 till what time do you shift into your next routine, whatever that is?
About 7.
7. Okay. So dinner looks something like 5 to 7. What time would you say you probably get to bed?
About 9:30, 10.
9:30 to 10. We'll say 9:30. So you must have some kind of nighttime routine before that.
I do.
Okay.
I have a
What time?
morning routine too.
What time does the nighttime routine start?
It starts about 9 o'clock, 8:30, 9 o'clock.
Okay. And then this empty space is the only space here that we have not covered yet. So you have your morning routine that starts around 5:30, which goes into your work routine that starts at 7. Dinner starts at 5 and ends at 7. What's between 7 and 8:30 here, generally?
Usually a client.
Client, okay. So that's still work. We'll keep it the same color. Now, you said this is pretty standard for every day of the week except Friday.
Yep.
All right. So what we're going to do here is copy this timeline. And I hope most people are watching because this might be frustrating for listeners. But what I am doing here, in case there are any, is I have a visual sheet here where we can budget our time in timelines so that run across the screen. And we're blocking out, oh, I did Friday. We're blocking out all the time that's accounted for so we can notice trends, and we can notice for empty spaces as well. Now, actually, I am going to copy this. How different is Friday?
So Friday's only different because I travel in the morning. I leave my house
Okay.
and I travel to Bethesda, which is about an hour or more, hour and a half away in the morning, hour and the hour back home.
So your morning routine's probably a bit earlier then.
Yes.
Okay. How early?
So I usually start around 6.
Okay.
So that I'm out the door by 8:30 at the latest.
Okay. And so usually, just so you know, when I block out like a work block here, this will include travel time because that's kind of the beginning of the routine. We don't need to add 1,000 boxes into here. I'm traveling,
Right.
I'm going to work, So just to keep it nice and clean with as few boxes as possible. So it looks then like your routine might be 5:30 to 8:30 is doing, something in the morning to get ready, and then there's that shift here.
Yeah, and usually there's some things I have to get done office-wise here at home before I leave
Gotcha.
for the school.
Okay. And then so
that school block is from 8:30 to 2:30.
Okay.
I'm home by 2, except my husband and I go out for lunch. So you can plug lunch in there.
Okay. So the lunch will be at 2:30?
Yeah. The lunch is usually like 2 to 3.
Okay.
And then I have clients in the afternoon.
Clients after lunch, sometime around 4-ish.
Correct.
Okay. And that
until
goes
dinner time, till around 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock. Okay. And then dinner would be right after, and then the rest would probably be the same.
Correct.
Okay. How about weekends? Would you say weekends are unplanned, or do you have some structure to the weekends?
Weekends are mostly unplanned. I have a scheduled client every Sunday morning. But mostly the weekends will revolve around my grandchildren going to their games if they have games, or, and other things that we have to do personally. But, and I work in between if I need to get some stuff done. But mostly I try to keep my weekends, somewhat relaxed and,
Gotcha.
family
Okay.
oriented.
So there are some things that you might do regularly, some work that you might need to get done, but it's not as structured as the weekdays.
Correct.
Okay. So now usually at this point, I don't have a sense of any particular goals you have with your time management, any challenges or anything like that. So this is obviously very general. But usually the first question I'd ask is just looking at this, and you know what? Let me actually add one more because we did cover unplanned, and this will give you a better idea of your first impression. So just to make it consistent, we'll do that. Is that fair?
Yep, that's
Just
fair.
Unplanned for Saturday. We'll assume Sunday and Saturday too. So just looking at this is basically what your budget looks like. This is how you're spending your time. What are your first impressions?
My first impression is it looks very neat.
Yeah,
And
you have good structure.
I don't think it is that neat in reality. But
Okay.
like I said, with clients, you have breaks and,
Right.
it's not like I'm sitting with a client from 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock.
Right.
I'm not going to a job from 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
So there is breaks in it that, if we need to go to the store, we may take a break. We go to lunch, we take a break. If I go outside, I'll sit outside. There are breaks in there.
Yeah.
There's not stop and go. But that's pretty generally spot on, that I try to keep my working hours unless I have evening clients. And I don't have an evening client every evening. But I have them 3 of the 5 evenings.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it looks pretty accurate.
Okay. Now, how close would you say this is to where you want your schedule to be like?
For me, I love what I do.
Yeah.
I love what I do. And it is never work. And even going to teach those little toddlers in the preschool on Fridays, they like brighten my day. I've been there since 1999 and I ain't going anywhere. I think I'm one of the longest living teachers that they have.
Yeah. Well, that's great.
So because I love what I do, it never seems like work.
Yeah.
And because I am able to take some breaks in between, or, if I need to sit outside and relax or take a walk, I am able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So, and most of the time I'm not driving. Even my drive to Bethesda, which is, depends on DC traffic, can be a nightmare. The good thing is on Fridays, it's less of a nightmare because more people are off for the weekend or take long weekends or stuff like that. So I'm able to get there at a more reasonable time. But even that drive, unless it's terrible, I love to drive. So even that's not like a pain.
Sure.
It's only a pain when it's like stop traffic and you're like.
So let's say this, just because I know we only have so much time left. Would you be able to, and if not, I can kind of make something up. Just imagine some kind of challenge that you might have. It sounds like you're pretty happy with your schedule. You love your work. That's awesome. A lot of people might say, I won't put you on the spot. I'll do this. I'll say,
sorry, you can put me on the spot.
Okay, well, imagine you're not working for yourself and you're someone who's frustrated with their job and the amount of hours they're having to put in. They don't love the work they do. What's maybe a challenge that you would, when you look at this, is there anything you'd see, well, if I'm this person, what might I want to change?
Well, I can relate this very easily to my daughter, who has a very high pressure job. And she works 4 days at the office and 1 day home, and she has young children. And I know her challenge is not enough time with the kids. And as soon as they get home, it's rush, 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 rush. I got to go here. I got to go there. This
Yep.
one has a ball game. This one has this. This one has this. I remember one time I was babysitting, and for the week they were away. And I was like, okay, we're not going anywhere today.
Yeah.
Today, you are coming home from school and we are staying at home. We're not going anywhere. And I messaged her. I'm like, we're not going to practice.
Yeah.
I need to rest. But so that life, but there's a part of that life she enjoys. She enjoys being busy. And they travel a lot, like to different countries and places. And so she enjoys that.
Yeah.
But I do know she would want more time home and more time with her children if she could figure out a way to do that.
Perfect. So I'm going to share my screen again. I don't mean to throw your producers off here if that's throwing
No, you're
anything
not
off.
throwing them off. They're good.
But so you want to spend more time with your family, and this is what your schedule looks like currently. So I do want to say there's a lot more to the actual coaching than just, hey, let's do the very technical stuff and look at this list and move things around. It's a lot more than that, because we also have to explore really your motivations, what are the intrinsic challenges, like what are the holdups on a psychological level. There's really a lot to unpack on a much deeper level. But this is, a great tangible tool where we can say, all right, well, what would have to change? Let's say we fast forwarded 6 months and your schedule is closer to what you want it to look like. What would be different here? And maybe it's, well, I need to talk to my boss and let's eliminate Monday. If I can find a way to eliminate Monday work days, I would have all this free time. We can actually create another box here and I would have all this time. Even if I had to work from home, Monday would at least give me more time to work and spend time with my family here. And maybe that means working an extra hour Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday for, just basically what can we move around? Well, maybe I need to wake up earlier and get to work earlier. Maybe I need to eliminate this block of clients on Tuesday nights so I have time for my family. And if I did that, what would I need to do to compensate for that? Or could I eliminate it completely and would I be okay? What can I do with the weekends that are unplanned? What can I actually plan to fit in there? And so there's really a million questions that we could ask, because now that we have this visualized, just like a money budget, we'd say, okay, well, you're putting half of your money in takeout food. What can we do with that? Because honestly, a lot of people, I'll tell you, this is a nice clean list, like you said. A lot of people who maybe are working for someone else will say, you know what, this dinner here is actually scrolling from 5 p.m. till I go to bed at 10 o'clock. It's very common. And so it's like, okay, that's fine. Scrolling gives you something. What do you get out of it? And where can you get that more intentionally? Can you do it for an hour and limit it? What would you have to do to limit it? There's so many questions that we could ask for you to maximize the value of your time. You're not making more time. We all have the same time, but you're going to maximize the value of your time where you'll actually be putting that towards your goals and priorities and doing things that, you're really saying are important to you and creating a way to make it more executable.
And that visual, it just makes it clearer. You're like, okay, this is what I'm doing. I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. Like, who does that? I don't think most people don't do that. Most people don't make a visual timeline of time.
Yeah.
I think you have a comment. I like your foundational approach to life management. Like Stephen Covey, first things first, seems like a practical tool. Gratitude and props. Those from Matthew. And I hope I don't say that name wrong.
I appreciate that. And I will say a lot of these ideas do come from a book called Checklist Manifesto by Atul Gawande, who is I believe, cardiac surgeon. And so he went in, he was hired by these hospitals to reduce errors during surgery. Like, that's obviously very bad. We don't want errors during surgery. So he went in and he said, look, if you want to reduce mistakes, if you want to increase consistency, if you want to allow your hospital business to scale successfully, you have to implement standard operating procedures. You have to have, and what we did with the time budget is part of a standard operating procedure. It is a part of a system that allows you to really more tangibly work with your decisions, your time, and be able to reduce mistakes and scale. So I do appreciate that question. And I do see another one if I can answer that.
Yes, please do. Answer away.
Oh, okay. That was actually you asking the audience. I see now. What signals in your environment is
Oh, yeah.
manipulating your time? And that's a powerful question because a lot of us take our environment for granted. We wake up, we don't think about, the setup in our home or our work, but we have the power to control that. I mean, if a lot of guys, for instance, a lot of young guys, they might procrastinate a lot with playing video games and they say, you know what, I really want to be someone who works out. That's who I want to be. And I've just been playing Call of Duty all day. Okay, what's your environment like? Do you have a routine where when you come home from work, you have the Xbox like right there when you open the door, it's inviting, you see it, and that's like your standard. What would happen if you moved the Xbox, if you took the batteries out of the control, if you changed your furniture? There's a million ways that you can change your environment because you're in control of that. A lot of people, anyway, maybe some people
No,
aren't, but
but
there are still things we can do.
it's so true. And when I'm even talking about chaos, environmental chaos is a reality. If you're one of those people that have your TV on all the time and nobody's watching, a lot of people do that. And
Yeah.
then say you come home from work, TV's on, catches your interest. Now you're sitting down watching TV. Now you're like, oh, well, I was going to do that, but let me watch this show. Got this one episode. Let me watch it.
Yeah.
And all of those things, the clutter in a house, totally chaotic.
It is, and that's cognitively draining. It
Yes.
very much because you're giving your brain more to process if things aren't in its place. I mean, this is like if anyone knows about computers, this is defragmentation. So, in computers,
Chris
if
agrees.
yeah, if files are all over the place, not in their appropriate spots, not in their appropriate folders, your computer is going to be slow because it has to find all those folders and all those files and it has to do extra work. Same thing with your physical environment. If your room is very fragmented, well, it's going to make you process it longer. You need to defragment, get everything in its place, and you'll be much more efficient to think about it. So that's a great place to start. Clean up your room, to quote Dr. Jordan
Clean up your
Peterson
room.
there. Yeah.
Well, Mike, thank you so much. This was so enlightening, and I really hope everybody enjoyed it. It's a whole sensible but different way of looking at time. People just don't think about this. And so I really appreciate it. I really appreciate you like mapping my time. Thank
Yeah.
you for that. Thank you for the little therapy session. I owe you $1. And
On the house.
thanks. You're a bud. Can you please just give one more time how people can reach out to you, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So the easiest way is probably MikeVera.com, MikeVera.com. I threw up a QR code there on the screen. That'll take you to my health coaching website as well, where again, you can sign up for $1 first health coaching session. I know a lot of people have not tried health coaching before, but you got a taste of it, when we did the time budget sheet today. So I'd be happy to take your call, and you'd be working with me directly too.
Fabulous. Fabulous. And before we leave, for the people that don't know, why do you wear red glasses? Because this is very important.
Circadian health. People love to talk about exercise and food, and that's good, but physiologically and in terms of physics, light triumphs all that. It is further down the chain of physiological events. So if you're paying attention to exercise and nutrition and you're doing it in an unhealthy light environment, you're doing healthy things in unhealthy places.
Thank you. I need red glasses. And I keep talking to you and I keep saying I have to get red glasses.
Oh,
And
I
you look
saw
so cool. You always look so
gentleman.
cool.
Thank you. The gentleman who commented earlier looked like had them on too, so that's very cool. Props
yeah.
to you.
Well, thank you so much, Mike. And I'm grateful that you are here and I appreciate your time. And there's Matthew.
Yeah, there we go.
Yep,
Nice.
red glasses. There
Yep.
they are.
Yep, you know what's
See
up.
that? Matthew is forest nature green outside.
Yeah.
I know I didn't say that right, Matthew, and I apologize. But my brain's not working. So thank you, Mike, very
Thank you,
much.
Celia.
And I appreciate you being here. And we're going to get to our next speaker.
Sounds good. Thanks again.
And you're welcome to stay for as long as you can.
Thank you.
All right. So we're going to bring up our next speaker, Chris Lake. Do we have the intro video for Chris or a who's leading the show here? I'm just a talker. All right. There it goes. There it goes. Oh, Czar's doing it. And the sound is just not working on these videos. Something with Zoom. Hi, Chris.
Hey, Celia, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm great and super happy to be here.
Oh, Chris is like one of my favorite humans.
Howdy. Cheers. Ditto.
So we're going to have a wonderful conversation with Chris. Well, we aren't. Chris is going to have a wonderful conversation with you. And he is known as the behavior booster. But before you start, let me tell everybody who you are. Chris Lake is a native New Yorker with over 2 decades of experience working with children with autism and developmental delays. He holds a master's degree in both general and special education, earned in 2012. In 2014, Chris founded his nonprofit Community for a Cause, initially established to advocate for children affected by lead poisoning. The organization has since expanded its focus to include sexual violence prevention, environmental prevention and protection, and community building, successfully aiding individuals across New York City's 5 boroughs and internationally. Chris is also the
Yeah, you've been up
Chris
since
is
12:30,
also
so
the
take your
author
time.
of How to Help Your Toddler Meet Their Milestones, 101 Behavior Hacks. We are toddler people, a book that provides families and providers with evidence-based strategies to support child development. Through his charity work and authorship, Chris remains committed to supporting underserved populations and giving a voice to all those in need. Chris's dedication to education, advocacy, and community service underscores his commitment to improving the lives of children and families, both in New York and beyond. His topic today is decoding toddler tantrums. Who doesn't want this? Yes, if you have a toddler. And as we have learned through the Day of Calm, these last 2 days, it's not just toddlers that have tantrums. Understanding the causes, the effects, and how to effectively decrease them. Early childhood behavior analyst, Chris Lake, we already said that. The end. That is because I'm just like repeating whatever. Chris.
Hello, Celia. Thank
welcome.
you.
Just wait till tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow at the end of the days. Delirium will really roll in.
Listen, you're putting the work in, so we all appreciate you. I know you were up at 12:30 to talk to school in India, so
I was.
As I told a staff member just earlier, allow yourself room for grace. I think everyone can take. I like spring as a season of rebirth. Allow anyone who's hearing my voice to consider it a season to allow grace for not being perfect. None of us are. None of us have the bandwidth to deal with any given day, but our survival rate remains 100. So we try to do what we can.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. That being said, I'll get a little bit into why I'm talking about what I'm talking about, and then I'm going to talk about it, right? So,
okay, Chris, you have slides or no?
I do. Yeah, I'll share screen.
Okay. All right, then I'm going to take me off screen, and you can take it away, my friend.
Right. So, as Celia said, I've been a special educator for 19 years. I worked across all 5 boroughs of New York City with hundreds of kids and worked with thousands of different people, including their families, to aid their children in the early development stages while they have developmental delays. So mostly kids with autism, but other developmental delays and behavioral situations as well. And during this time, I realized that I have a particular skill set that was not explicitly taught to me, and that is de-escalating tantrums and diffusing tense situations, whether I had to do it with my staff or more so with toddlers who are going through their day-to-day frustration. And once I realized this, I wanted to share it because my concern, as the case for many of us here, is to make parenting a bit more peaceful. Why? Because it can be. However, the key is that we share what knowledge and wisdom we have, and that none of us act like parenting needs to be in a silo, needs to act like it's a competition where I have to be the best parent on earth, and just recognize, there's room for grace to shed off either generational trauma or the household you grew up in or the lack of role models you might have had, etc. So because I have to de-escalate tantrums so much, I realized let me share this. Let me put it in a how-to format for people. I call it the Lake method, Lake, mostly because it's self-serving and my last name is Lake, but also because people like easy acronyms, right? We're gonna get into it. So first, I'm gonna share my screen. The thing to consider is what causes tantrums, right? Why do these things even happen? So let me share this right here. And tick, 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 tick. That's not the right one. Sorry, folks. There you are. Okay. Right. Decoding toddler tantrums. Understand the causes, the effects, and how to effectively decrease them. Now, I want to make sure you understand what we're going to discuss today is how to decrease tantrums, not stop tantrums or make tantrums a thing that's forever in the past. The goal is to recognize how human behavior works, and that comes down to pattern recognition. And whenever you're shifting behavior of someone else in particular, recognize that is always, always going to take some time. As you've heard from other speakers across the last day and a half, we cannot control other people. We cannot change other people. The only way to do so is with either violence, force, or some level of coercion. And those are all unethical. What we can do instead is recognize what's in my control. What can I do that will allow the person in front of me to have a different response? So, that being said, someone drawing on my screen? Where'd that come from? Sorry, folks, I don't know where that's from. Tick, tick, tick. Don't know where that came from. Anyway, I'll have to leave that for now because I'm not even sure how that came here. All right, so we've all been there. Tantrums come for a number of reasons. Sometimes you're leaving the park. Sometimes you're at the checkout line and the kid sees eye-level chocolate. Sometimes there's overstimulation. They're hungry, they're overtired, or screen time loss is a big one. If you tell your child, okay, it's time to turn off Blippy, or it's time to turn off the YouTube, or it's time to go to bed, and they really want to keep watching their screen or TV, your cell phone, whatever it may be, and then we have this explosion of energy, right? And for a lot of parents, the question is, well, what do I do now? Like this is uncomfortable. How do I get rid of this? Clear all drawings. There we go. That's better. That was bothering me. So what I want you to understand is the nature of tantrums, right? Because it's not simply your child making a choice to explode and be messy and be difficult. What's actually happening is they are shifting. They are shifting their body from their brain energy is going from their prefrontal cortex, their neocortex, the part of our brain that makes us logical. I want you to keep that word in mind. Your neocortex, where you have internal dialogue, where you think, decision-making process, that's what keeps us logical. That's what helps us say, I want X, so I must do X. And it shifts to the amygdala, okay? And the amygdala is a control center of your emotions. And when the energy shifts from your cortex to your amygdala, your child is no longer fully logical, okay? They are going to shift their energy and they have now entered the emotional center of their brain, which is going to trigger the hypothalamus. I'm not going to get too technical, but what this essentially means is that 3 certain things are going to spike. Their emotions are going to spike, their hormones are going to spike, their body temperature is going to spike. They are in essentially threat detection mode. Think hyperanxiety, okay? And that puts them in a fight or flight place. Mind you, not freeze, okay? It puts them in a fight or flight, strictly those 2 elements when they're in full tantrum mode, because per their perspective, there was something that I wanted, I can't get it, this isn't fair, I feel like I'm under attack. Now, again, it's not logical, but that's where their brain goes. And when you recognize this, it can help you change what's in your control, which is your behavior, right? If your toddler or a child that you're caring for is suddenly into this zone, there are certain telltale signs, all right? And I give people the Lake method so that they can, again, have an easy acronym that works. Okay. Now the L I tell people is to look, but it's also to listen. Because as Celia mentioned, tantrums aren't just toddlers. Adults have tantrums too. And we've all seen videos of people who have been quote unquote triggered or having episodes. A lot of episodes seem to be happening at airplanes and airports where people have erratic behavior. When I say look, this is a primary thing because if it's your child, you want to look out to make sure that however their tantrum is being expressed, they're not a threat to themselves. They won't hurt themselves. They're not having a tantrum right next to the pool and have a chance of falling in. They're not throwing themselves on the floor at the grocery store and able to knock over a display unit which could fall on them. They're not near sharps. They're not near the stove. They're fill in the blank. Look around, make sure the environment is safe, free from any hazards, so that their physical safety is kept in check while they are experiencing this tantrum. Okay? When I say listen, typically what happens when people shift from their cortex into that amygdala part of the brain, their speech changes. And when you pay attention to this, it'll be quite obvious because since they're not logical anymore, they are not sharing concepts or thoughts. What people typically do when they're talking and they're in the center of the brain is repeat one thing. They'll repeat a sentence, they'll repeat a phrase. If it's a baby or a young one, they might just scream, but they're not going to express themselves. But I want it, but I want it, but I want it, but I want it, but why? Once you listen and you say, wait, they're repeating themselves, let that be your awareness meter. Like they're in their amygdala brain, they're in their emotional center, they're no longer logical. Why is this important? Because if you are engaging someone, whether it's a child or an adult, and you can recognize they are no longer logical, and again, this goes for adults too. I've seen full grown adults switch into their emotional brain, and I can recognize it because they'll repeat the same phrase. Why are you always messing with me? Why are you always messing with me? She's always messing with me. And you just hear a certain sentence just repeated, and the brain is not giving much bandwidth to expression of other ideas. So bear that in mind. Look, listen. If you are dealing with someone who's no longer in a logical mind, being logical is not a strategy that works. Telling them to calm down does not help. I cannot tell you how many times I've told staff members to not tell a 3-year-old or a 2.5-year-old to calm down. It's just not a strategy that anyone adheres to. So please avoid that. Let me see something. I'm going to stop share for a second. Pause when you see that they're not when you see that they've lost control and you hear that they're repeating themselves or they're not making sense, and acknowledge. Okay, the next step, you're going to acknowledge and you're going to allow. This admittedly is one of the hardest steps, but what I'm giving you is evidence-based. What I'm giving you is a strategy that will reliably not only take down how long a tantrum may last, but also decrease the likelihood that a tantrum will happen again. That's how you win the battle. Okay, you decrease how long it's going to last, you decrease the odds of it happening tomorrow and the next day and the next day. So the only way out is through, unfortunately. And when I say allow, what I really mean is that you are going to allow your child or the child that you're caring for the time to fully explode. Keep them safe. Where'd it go? Sorry, folks. I lost my. Where did it go? Share. There we go. You share. Thank you. Keep them safe and allow them the time to finish crying. Now, this might take 2 minutes and 14 seconds. This might take 24 minutes and 20 seconds. You know your child. Typically speaking, however, if your child tantrums generally last over 10 minutes, that is a red flag for autism. That is a red flag for developmental delays. Just be aware of that. I've learned after 19 years to not bite my tongue and be overly considerate of people's concerns or fears and just shoot it straight. Real talk, 10 to 15 minute tantrums occasionally, no big deal. 10 to 15 minute tantrums every single day reliably, red flag. Discuss that with your pediatrician. Consider getting them assessed. because there is an emotional regulation component there that can be addressed. And the longer one waits to take care of that, the longer one takes to get services for that, the more challenging it will be in the future. If the first time you're attending to a child's emotional regulation needs is they're 7 years old, but you've been aware of this since they've been 3, you not only have to have that child work on their emotional regulations, but you also have to work on your response to the regulations. So it's a lot more work overall. Food for thought. Again, second step, you're going to allow them time. You're going to acknowledge that they're in this state of mind, A, and you're going to allow them time to finish, A. This may take time, and I often advise people when this happens, take out your phone and use your stopwatch. And there's a very valuable reason to do this, because in the midst of a tantrum, time kind of stops for the parent. But if you take your phone out and say, okay, they're tantruming, I'm going to see how long this lasts. And you just hit start and let that stopwatch start going. However long they tantrum over that specific issue, if you use this method properly, the next time they have a tantrum, it will be shorter. The issue is when you don't take data, it's very difficult to recognize when your child makes progress. So if on Monday your child had a 10-minute tantrum over turning off the TV before bedtime, but on Wednesday they had a 7-minute tantrum over turning off the TV before bedtime, that's a 30% they made a 30% difference in time they made progress in. That's a big deal. It won't feel like it if you have no sense of time, though. You'll just think, my kid tantrumed once again, this is miserable. But when you can tell yourself, wait a second, it was 10 minutes on Monday, today it was 7 minutes. Maybe Friday it'll be down to 4, and then by next week you might be done. And that's the honest way it works. It takes time. It's not a silver bullet. You're not going to hear my words after this. Try something tomorrow, and then on Sunday, never deal with tantrums again. That's not how human behavior works, right? And you consider, even on a positive side, if there's something you want to accomplish behavior-wise and you really like it, let's say you want to teach yourself how to play the piano or you want to learn a new language, you don't do it in one day, right? Even if it's something you want to do. So you're trying to get a child to emotionally control themselves when they switch to brain patterns. That's going to take some time, all right? But if you do the work, it will pay off, all right? So the next step is going to be keeping kind. And when I say this, I mean you are going to validate their experience. This happens after they calm down, right? After the child flips out or has their tantrum, when they come to, you'll recognize, right? Like you'll see the breathing patterns start to shift. You'll see that the energy is waning a bit. And at that point, you're going to validate what they've experienced. Oh, you okay? Gosh, you looked really upset. I get upset too when I can't get things I want. I get really upset too when I still want to watch my shows. Sometimes I really want dessert, but and I get upset. Acknowledge how they felt. Acknowledge their feelings. This is going to help them process their feelings as well. Seeing you process for them is practice. They're getting a chance, a schematic of this is what I can do with these feelings. I can acknowledge these feelings. I am upset. I'm upset because I wanted something and I couldn't get it. You're going to validate it. You're going to demonstrate sympathy. This is very important because it also teaches your child that in response to losing control, my caregiver is kind. In response to me losing control, my caregiver isn't yelling at me. They're not belittling me. They're not making me feel small. They're understanding me. They're trying to understand me, and they're still showing me love, which is great. So that's K. All right. So we did L, A, K, and E is going to be explain, and the other E is enforce. And this is very important. Okay. You're going to explain the rules of whatever the scenario was. So if you're at the checkout line and you said no to buying M&Ms or cake or whatever it may be, after they've calmed down and after you validated that they were upset and that you get upset too, or that people get upset for things that are similar to what they're getting upset for, you're going to explain, and still we're not having cookies, and still we're not having cake, and still the rule is X, Y, and Z. This is very important because it allows a child to recognize that the rules are the rules regardless of how they behave. If there's any one takeaway that you can have from what I say here today as a behavior therapist for 19 years, the most fundamental truth about behavior is that all behavior continues as long as it is useful. If the behavior is useful, the child will continue to do it. Okay, so if the child learns, I am going to flip out when it's time to leave grandma's house if I don't get 3 more cookies, or I'm going to flip out if you don't let me use the cell phone for as long as I want, and then you cave, they have learned it's useful. It's nothing personal, right? And that's not a blame situation either. It's simply human behavior. That's how we all work, right? We all work a little bit different if the boss is out. Why? Because it's useful. We all, if you sense you're not going to get a ticket, you might drive a little faster. Why? Because that behavior is useful. If there's no consequence, you're going to continue to do a behavior that might not be on the level. If you get reinforced for doing something, if you get rewarded for doing something, you're going to do that behavior. So remember that all behavior continues as long as it is useful. This isn't just kids, mind you. When I say this phrase, this is all behavior. So when you look at your partners, when you look at your coworkers, when you look at your friends, when you look at your relationship with your family, and you think about, why do they keep doing this? Like, why? Because it's useful. Why does this person never clean up? Because you clean up for them. So that behavior is useful. Me just leaving my laundry all over the floor is great because my wife will clean it up, so I don't have to do anything. And she just will maybe mutter under her breath, but it doesn't require anything of me. This is not a real example, mind you, but like, think about it for yourself in your own relationships with people, adults, coworkers. Once you start to analyze the patterns, it's all about pattern recognition. You recognize this is what this person is getting out of it, and this is how I am making it useful for that person. It's not about intention, okay? It's not about blame. Again, I told you, this is the season for grace. So if anyone hears that and they feel like a little dig and they feel attacked, please understand I am not attacking you. I am not in the business of blame. I'm someone who profoundly believes blame is pointless because it doesn't necessarily change anything. My whole thing is like, how do we change the energy? How do we change the outcome? And if the pattern is in your control to change, let's look at what elements that is in our control to change. If it's not, then you can put your hands up and say, you know what, I'm just going to meditate and breathe deep. And you still can change your reaction to that which is out of your control, right? That being said, when you're utilizing the lake method, you really want to ask yourself what's in your control. When a child is starting a tantrum and you look and listen and you realize that there might be some hazards, what is in your control is either moving those hazards out of the way, whether it's sharps or whether it's anything they can get themselves hurt with, move that out of the way. If you can't move that out of the way, move the child. The child, again, I'm speaking from a toddler point of view here now. The child is smaller than you, which means 99% of you can pick the child up and move them. Do that. That is okay to keep them safe. All right. Obviously be gentle, don't be rough, but like if you gotta keep them safe, you gotta keep them safe. 2, going back to threat detection and the amygdala, make your body small and still. And I'll go back to the screen share so you can see my notes on this because this is quite important. And the reason behind this is you want to, because the amygdala perceives threats from an animalistic point of view. So if the child is having a tantrum and you're towering over them and you're saying, calm down, you need to calm down, that body language, that demonstrative body language, projecting your voice, it's threatening. You don't intend for it to be threatening. That doesn't matter. The animal brain is hearing an increased volume. The animal brain is seeing a bigger sized projection in front of them that is towering over them. Those elements are physiologically threatening. Intention does not matter. It's impact, okay? And intention and impact are not always the same. So you want to make your body small. You literally want to get down an eye level, really just kind of bring your shoulders in, pause, look at them, and say nothing. Mind your facial expression. Because if you do all this, but you're like this the whole time, that is threatening. The brain is perceiving anger expression. Anger is threatening. When people are angry, they can hurt me. I feel threatened. I'm going to continue to have this emotional response. I already told you about using a stopwatch. Again, this is giving you data so you can track your own progress in response, because this will take a couple of rounds. But I'll be real with you. Some kids, you do this once and you're done with the tantrum on that specific issue. Should you do this properly? They'll have tantrums about other things, but if it's like, I don't want to put my coat on, and you wait it out, you might find that after you've successfully done this, the coat wearing issue never comes up again. They might still have a tantrum over Blippy, but not this issue, because they've learned that behavior is not useful for this. And that's what you want to teach them, that tantrum behavior is not useful. Take deep breaths. You know, realize that you too are in an emotional state because let's be honest, when your kid tantrums, it is very annoying. It is very annoying. And you are allowed to be annoyed. You don't have to pretend that you're, some saintly person who's unaffected by your child's probably bad timed tantrum, because very rarely are the tantrums like just right in your schedule. We're like, all right, plenty of time for this. This is a good day. This is a good time for you to tantrum, sweetheart. No, it's usually when you're on the rush, you're on the go, you're transitioning between what they want to do and what you need them to do or what you need to do. So you're allowed to be annoyed. Again, what's in your control is how do you respond? How do you demonstrate that emotion of annoyance? And I advise you, check in with yourself and take a deep breath. Take a very deep breath and just recognize, like, I need to keep myself as calm and peaceful as possible. And honestly, it's a wonderful practice. This International Day of Calm is all about increasing the peace. And when you learn how to authentically tap into how you feel and recognize that you were born with the tools to craft the energy in from moment to moment, it becomes like a superpower. The more you play with it, the more you're like, wait a second, I have the power of peace in me. I can shift my energy. And it's a practice, right? Like I look at it like mental fitness. You don't there's not a single Olympic athlete who won a gold medal who, if they stopped working out for 10 years, will still be in shape. Not one. Not one. Even though they're at the peak physical fitness for their prospective field, if they just stopped working out, 10 years later, they're all going to be out of shape. It's the same with mental fitness. If you practice peace, you'll have a strong sense of peace. If you practice anger and impulsivity and reactivity, you're going to have a strong sense of that. So, feed what you want to feed in your brain. You're going to get more of that. But take deep breaths. Take deep breaths. And this is for two reasons. One, and I tell people also, when you're taking deep breaths, aim to make it audible. Exaggerate a little bit. Exaggerate your peaceful state for your child when they're in this tantrum state. So you can let them hear you taking these long, deep breaths. And while you might say, come on, like, do I really have to do that? No, you're free to do whatever you want. However, when you do this, what happens is you are modeling peaceful behavior. When they are out of sync, they are seeing someone in response to this out of sync person being peaceful. Additionally, you are tricking their brain. As you take these audible, long, deep breaths, their brain is picking up on these long, deep breaths and naturally will begin to start to match, which will naturally bring their brain chemistry and energy down a bit. Again, the goal is to decrease the amount of time. If their tantrum is usually 10 minutes and you get it down to 2 minutes, that's a win. If it's 10 minutes, you get to 8, that's still a win. It's about eroding and shifting the energy, right? The last two that were on that was say little to nothing, please. When I say wait it out, I really mean wait it out. You don't need to talk them through and say, sweetheart, we have to go to grandma's and da-da-da. Just sit there, quiet, small, gentle-faced, deep breathing, and wait. And the first time you do this, they're going to look at you very strange. And they may do something that can be very frustrating, but go with me, guys. Because again, this is 19 years I'm just giving to you for free. There's something called an extinction burst. And I tell parents, if this happens, you're almost done. And what that is when a child is having a tantrum and they realize this isn't working, I usually flip out and I get what I want. I get that cookie, I get that tablet, I get that fill in the blank. It's not working. So what they'll typically do is they'll turn up. They'll straight up, they're going to turn up. And that can either be in intensity or in volume. But if you see their tantrum go from like, okay, they're at level 6 and all of a sudden it spikes up to a level 9, they're almost done. They're almost done. And if when you get through that, the odds of seeing this kind of tantrum again are really low. And it's challenging, I know, but I promise you, if you wait it out, just keep them safe. Look around. Are they still safe? Good. Okay. They're still in the state of mind. I acknowledge they're in the emotional state of mind. I'm going to still allow this time. I'm going to look at my timer. I'm going to prepare kind words to tell them, and I'm going to prepare to explain and enforce. Wait that tantrum out. When that extinction burst happens, when they turn up, that is a natural part of the process. You have done nothing wrong. That is a natural part of the process. Why it has a name, extinction burst, because it's like a burst of energy. When you see that, just recognize you are almost done. You're almost out the woods. How long the woods remain, I can't tell you. It's different for every child, but that's the last stage of it. That's the last stage of it. So just keep breathing deep, keep being peaceful, keep modeling peace, keep your body small, ignore the haters. If there's people around, ignore the haters. I know that gets some people. I'm lucky because for whatever reason I tapped out of giving a hoot what people think about me in my 20s. I know not everyone has that privilege. Mostly I have that because I embarrass myself enough times to realize it doesn't matter. Everyone's already in their own head and they're only thinking about how they look too. Anyone who looks at you when you're working with your child who's having a tantrum that has a look of judgment on their face either doesn't have kids, so who cares what they think, or how they would deal with a kid. That's all I'll say about that. So don't worry about the haters. In fact, one thing I do when I see personally, I like to give other parents like a little heads up and cheers. If I see a parent going through it personally, I'll be like, I'm rooting for you. I always do that. I just walk by, say, I'm rooting for you. And I invite people to do the same thing as parents. Just let parents know, like, you're in the good. You're in the good. I'm rooting for you. It's like anti-embarrassment, right? Someone's like proud of them, but don't care. Like no one exists in those moments but you and your child, and that's all that matters. And people who know, and people who don't know don't matter. They don't matter. So that's that. Let's see what's next. So get out of here. The thought that I really want you guys to consider is like, what's in my control? Just remember that, because when they're out of control, you need to be in your control, and because you are modeling control, and this will help them emotionally regulate, but also practice what they see you be. Kids do so much more, they do so much more imitation than following instruction. If you just tell a child, when you're upset, what you can do is X, Y, and Z, that's good. However, if they see you do X, Y, and Z when you're upset, the odds of them following your footsteps are so much stronger. If you're telling a child when you're upset, do X, Y, and Z, but then when they see when you're cut off on the road, you're flipping out and having full on road rage, there's a cognitive dissonance there. And their brain has to decide, what do I do? Do I do what mom told me to do, or do what mom is actually doing? And they're going to lean towards doing what parents are doing, because that's how we're kind of naturally wired. The goal, again, is validation and clarification. The last step is really important. Explain and enforce. So let's skip the step. You allow time, keep in kind. Again, validate their feelings. Let them know that it's not crazy for them to have been upset. They are still developing their brain. Celia talked about this yesterday. I'm sure she got into it today. We are not fully formed human beings until we're 25 years old. Our brains are not complete. For women, it's usually 24. For men, it's usually 26. So I'm just going to give you the middle. 25 years old, our prefrontal cortex, neocortex, our ability to make decisions, our ability to have a sense of what does this lead to in the future, that doesn't develop fully until you're 25. If you really think about who you were after 25 and you think about who you were like 22, 21, you and I all know there's a bit of a difference in terms of what kind of choices we're making, and whether it's in your choices on the weekend, whether it's in your choices in who you chose for partners. There's so many different ways you can analyze yourself and be like, oh yeah, that's fair. Wisdom was more readily available for me after 25, and that wisdom comes from being able to say, what are the consequences of my actions? So give them grace. They have a long way to go before they can make choices, and telling them to calm down or expecting them to just figure it out isn't always the best strategy. In fact, typically, the longer it takes for someone to tell another person explicitly what they want them to do only guarantees that it'll take longer. So when your child is acting, aim to use affirmative language. A lot of times parents will give kids rules and a don'ts and a can'ts and stops. Don't do that. Can't do that. Stop doing that. Problem with those three words in particular is that the delivery time is usually after they've already done it, which is a terrible time to learn a rule, right? Because you've already broken the rule, especially saying we can't do that. Well, I just did it. So what do you mean I can't? But telling a child what to do is so much better. So, sweetheart, everyone gets upset when they can't have what they want. I get upset, dad gets upset, or mom gets upset. However, what you can do is say, first, how you feel, and two, you can ask for it this way. In our household, we're big on please and thank you. If my daughter, she's 4.5 years old, she asks for something in a way that's a little too short, we'll simply ask, "How do you ask? How do you ask?" That's it. We're not degrading. We're not mean about it. We just want her to say please. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear. How do you ask again? Oh, can I have this, please, Daddy? Of course. Thank you so much for using your manners. And then when they do such without you prompting them, be sure and praise them too. Kids really, not just kids, most people really prefer to be praised when they're doing what they should be doing. And a lot of times we miss that opportunity because for us, like, well, that's what you're supposed to be doing anyway. Yeah, and I get it. That's true. However, we still like to get praised for doing what we're supposed to be doing. And the more you praise your kid, the more they're going to do that thing you praise them for. Um, and I would say try to be specific when you praise them. So like even when they get out of a tantrum, you have an opportunity to praise your child for calming themselves down. And I love this phrase, and I gave it to a 15-year-old with autism who had exceptional tantrums and exceptional outbursts. And I saw his face paused, his energy shifted because I unintentionally gave him a concept he was never aware. We'll call him John. And I told him, John, you can control yourself. And he never heard that. Everyone assumed he has autism, and so they expected him to be reactionary and emotional. I said, John, you can control yourself. You can control yourself. And then when he did, I said, good job controlling yourself, John. And I would see him have moments where his body language was about to do something aggressive, and he'd pause and catch himself, and he would repeat my words. He'd say, good job controlling yourself, John. Good job. He'd say it to himself because he realized that seed of truth that I can control myself, even if I'm angry, even if I'm emotional, even if I feel like I want to react and interact with this a certain way, I can control myself. And I praised him for that as often as I could. And it made such a difference in this boy's life. And the earlier you start, the earlier a child learns that they have that power. And it's such a gift to give a child the sense of emotional maturity at 3, emotional control, self-control. Not to the extent that they need to be a robot. You don't need a subservient slave, but you do want your child to be coachable, teachable, respectful, and understanding that there are expectations in given environments and ways of behaving that are acceptable and ways of behaving that simply are unacceptable. And it's okay to tell your child, this is an unacceptable way to behave. I understand you're upset. No, we're not getting cookies. Later tonight, if you read a book, if you behave well, then maybe you can choose something for dessert. You can always give a secondary option is what I offer people. However, that secondary option should, I don't like the word should a lot, so I don't have an alternative, but I'll put it this way. That alternative option is best suited to be outside of that environment, okay? Because that way the behavior isn't still useful. So it's like, oh, instead of getting chocolate, why don't I get you some Skittles? Then the tantrum earned them Skittles. Every time the tantrum gets the child what they want, that tantrum next time is stronger. You understand that, right? Because all behavior continues as long as it's useful. So if they found I flipped out for 15 minutes and mom finally caved and gave me the tablet back, guess what? Tomorrow, their brain is set to 15 minutes again. And if that doesn't work, then, okay, I guess 18 minutes. Well, right. That's why it's the only way out is through. And it goes on until someone somewhere breaks the cycle. Mind you, folks, this was true for all of us. All of us had tantrums. All of us were explosive. All of us were challenging until someone in our path, whether it's our parents or a caregiver or peer group, made us realize that behavior is not useful here. We don't do that here. You're not going to get anything out of that. If anything, you might get something you don't like here. And then we're like, oh, I can't do that anymore.
Chris, you have a question.
I see, yes. Let's see.
Can you see it or do you want me to read it to you?
Question from Sarah. Loving this presentation. Can you speak to how these principles apply to teens? Yes. Okay, with teens, to get into this, I know I'm short in time, but I don't know who. You have someone at 2:00 coming on?
Yeah, we do.
Honor.
So
All
you
right.
can give the Reader's Digest a
Reader's Digest.
Does anybody know what a Reader's Digest is anymore?
I remember Reader's Digest. So for teens, you really want a lot of validation. They're going through a huge hormonal and emotional shift, and they feel like people don't see them, right? And they feel like I'm not a child, but I'm not an adult, and they're in this weird in-between phase that feels kind of invalid. So the more you can validate them just in general for what they're doing, without laying it on too thick, because teens are excellent at picking up on, pardon my French, but bullshit. They don't want you to bullshit them. Once they realize, oh yeah, no, you're inauthentic, your word has less weight. So Praise them for being good. Praise them for any, oh, good job finishing your homework. Oh, thanks for helping out with the chores. Praise them for that stuff. Make them feel really good about the stuff that you kind of take for granted, that we all take for granted. Small things, big things, but then also when they flip out, still validate them. Let them know, like, listen, I get upset too. When I try not to use the when I was your age business though, because kids tend to just roll their eyes when they hear that. It's just what I've noticed. So just put it in the frame of you. I get upset still today about X, Y, and Z, and remind them, especially teenagers, they have a choice. You have a choice in how to respond. You don't always have a choice on how you feel, but you always have a choice on how you respond. And that's the mark of maturity. That's going to make the difference between your life, good or bad. Are you going to make a good choice or a bad choice when someone insults you? Because that can be the difference between you being able to stay in school or not. That could be the difference if you're 18 of you coming home or going to jail. You have to understand that you have these choices. And even if your friends want you to choose a certain way, stop and think and consider what the best choice will be, not just for you, but 10 days out, 10 months out, 10 years out. Help them kind of stretch their brain to the future as opposed, because a lot of times they're just thin slicing for right now. That would be
I
my.
will often tell a teenager, just consider, is this helping me or hurting me? Very simply. And I mean, that's good for anybody making a choice.
Right.
Is this helping or hurting?
Right.
And it kind of clarifies that choice, or it gives them a way of thinking about it in a more logical, easier way.
And then the explanation part, like I said, the keep kind, the explanation part, you want to validate the feelings they have, but you do want to explain, like, but you can't act like that. Like, okay, like they broke up with you, but you can't destroy your room. Now clean it up.
Right. Responsibility.
Right. Don't you say, oh, I'll help you clean up. So no, you did this. Now you clean it up. I get it. You're mad and we could talk about this later, but you need to fix this situation that you made. I get it. Like you're sad about this, but you still have to do your homework. Like there's still expectations and rules. Let them know, like, being emotional or being hurt or sad the world doesn't really care. You still have to do what you have to do, but find a way that's not degrading and not belittling to say it. Tone is really important when you're communicating these things to teenagers, because they're gonna be in a certain mode that might exhaust you, and if you're speaking in that exhaustion, they feel it. So also remember what's in your control. Check yourself, check your body language, check your tone. Don't be condescending. Just explain, like, I get it. I get it. You feel upset. I feel upset too. There's still rules.
And
sweetie.
don't lecture.
Don't lecture. Don't lecture.
And with tone and body language, realize that communication is, and it breaks down finer than this, but is like 80% nonverbal.
Yeah.
20% the words you say. So whatever your tone is, whatever your body language is, that's what's being read. Your words are like, just like Chris, you just said, they're going to do what you do, not necessarily what you say. That old adage, what is it? Do what I say, not what I do.
Yeah.
Garbage.
Doesn't work.
Garbage.
It's the opposite. They'll
Right.
do what you do.
Opposite day.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Chris, thank you so much for all this. This was
Pleasure.
just great.
My pleasure.
Great, great, great. I'm just sitting there the whole time. Like, we think so much alike. Like,
Right,
almost
right.
to the words you say are the words I tell parents.
Well,
And
I
I'm
mean,
just like, yes, yes,
Yep.
yes.
True is true.
So thank you so much for being here. I know this truly helped and explained a lot. And the key thing, like, that I always tell parents is, why do tantrums continue? Because they work.
They work.
They work. It's very simple. They
Right.
continue because they work, because eventually that child knows you're giving in.
Right. I mean, and the easiest litmus test is when someone says, "Oh, he doesn't act like this for this person."
Right.
Because it doesn't work for them.
Right. Bingo.
That's it. That's the only
Bingo.
reason. That's the only reason.
Exactly. It's like if they behave one way in school and they come home and behave another destructive way,
Right.
something to do with home.
Right. And that's not blame. It's human behavior.
It's understanding. Exactly.
We're all the same in that. It's all
Learn a
human
better
behavior.
way. And that's what we're here for, because if we are raising children that are disrespectful, angry, raging, throwing tantrums every time something doesn't go their way, that's the adult you're putting into society.
Yeah.
In the next generation.
I see a question from Erna Lee. How do you retrain adults who continue to cave to their child? That will be a talk for next time. Come see my TED
Yes,
Talk.
because we have to go
Yeah.
early. Who continue to cave to their how do you retrain? That's therapy. Therapy, my
therapy.
friend.
Therapy.
They
Just
have part of the problem is, and I'll say this real quick, and sorry, Cherie, I know you're ready to go on, but part of the problem is many parents think they always want to make their kids happy.
yeah.
And we all do. I have 5 children. I love that, and 9 grandchildren. I love them to be thrilled to death every single day.
Right.
But the reality is, if you are always focused on making your child happy, you are doing them a huge disservice and you are raising a very unhappy adult.
Right.
You want to
Right.
know why? And this is very simplified, but people abuse drugs and alcohol and harm themselves and all of these things. And this is very simple. Let me preface this with really simple. They don't know how to handle disappointment.
Mm.
Exercise your child's disappointment muscle. I
Oh,
work with
I love
kids.
that.
Thank
I
you.
love
Well, you
that.
wanted me to, I'll throw you out the other one. I work with kids all the time. I have a kids fitness company. 2 most important muscles to exercise, disappointment and waiting.
Ooh, exercise. Oh, love that.
And
I'm
you're
taking
welcome to
notes.
use that, Chris.
I
give
will.
you
I'm tapping
permission.
that down.
All of the muscles we need to exercise, those are primary.
Wow.
You are
that's fantastic.
not raising a child. They're already a child. Your job is to raise a self-confident, productive, compassionate, kind, name all the adjectives, grown up. That's
Yeah.
what you're doing. And they can't be happy all the time because welcome to life when things don't go your way. Right?
Right.
Yeah. So
Right.
thank you, Chris. I
Thank you,
love it for
Celia.
you.
Pleasure. Thank you, everyone who made time today. Enjoy using the lake method. You can find me at Behavior Booster or behaviorbooster.com. It's been a pleasure.
And that's on his social media too. Behavior Booster. So thank you, honey. Have fun in New York. I'll see you next time I'm out there.
All right. Take care.
Okay. Bye. Cherie was so gracious to give us a few minutes of our time. So I feel like Czar, can you just flash the donation thing or something since we haven't talked about donating? I want you guys to realize before we bring up Cherie that that we are also still taking donations for the Uganda school, the Brilliant School in Uganda, Brilliant Nursery and Primary School. There are our wonderful children. I teach them throughout the year. I don't go to Uganda. I teach them virtually like this. This is the quilt that was made by Anita for the Day of Calm quilt. Everything you see to donate from $1 to $1,000 gives something to you to help you. So you're not just helping the kids, you're helping yourself. And everything from $1 to the $1,000, if you donate the $1,000, you get everything before it. Free trips for $100. A free trip, a getaway for you to calm your life. 3 days, 2 nights in a place of your choice. I think you choose from Mexico, Dominican Republic, and Jamaica. I may not be perfectly accurate on that. It is an all-inclusive resort. So your room is paid for, all your food is paid for. You do have to get there, and you do pay, I think, $150 tax. But food and room, that's like a couple $1,000, all for $100. So if you need a trip, if you're like, you know what, world's making me crazy, I need to get away, here's your chance. And not only are you donating $100, but it's going to a U.S. registered 501c3 nonprofit. So if you live in the U.S., it's tax deductible. Take it off your taxes. So those donations work for you. They work for those kids. And we are grateful for them for us. Anyway, let's get to Cherie because she's been patiently waiting, and I appreciate that, and staying calm. I hope we're all enjoying our calmness. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about Cherie before we bring her on stage. And then we'll have her little video that we probably won't have sound with, but we'll have it anyway. Cherie King is a passionate and down-to-earth speaker who empowers parents, carers, and educators with transformative insights into child development, emotional well-being, and the power of connection. With over 30 years of experience as an educator, a school leader, and a behavior specialist, Cherie has dedicated her career to supporting families and schools in fostering emotionally resilient, confident children. As the CEO and founder of Connect, Play, Thrive, love those three words, she combines her deep expertise in trauma-informed practices, co-regulation, ADHD, autism, and literacy with her unwavering belief that connection is the foundation of well-being. She helps adults understand how the body informs the brain and how we are hardwired with a need for belonging, and how that directly impacts mental health, emotional regulation, resilience, and your relationships. Cherie's engaging, relatable style allows her to instantly connect with her audience, leaving them inspired and equipped with practical strategies to navigate the ever-changing adventure of parenting and working with children. As a proud mom of two incredible adult children, a new grandma, congratulations. I love my grandbabies. She brings both professional expertise and personal wisdom to her work, offering a fresh, empowering perspective on raising happy, resilient kids. She is going to dive deep in this session and explore the deep connection between a caregiver's emotional well-being and a child's resilience, underpinned by practical science-backed strategies to manage stress, regulate emotions, and create a calmer, more connected home, all while fostering confidence and security in our children. Coming to us from the great country of Australia, welcome, Cherie King. We're going to talk about calm adults and resilient kids. Run the little video first, please. And still no sound. Something with Zoom, guys. It's a Zoom issue. Welcome, Cherie.
Thank you, Celia. Lovely
To
see you.
the International Day of Calm Summit.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Fantastic.
And
Thank
she's
you.
in green. See, we've all learned through Dr. Matthew that green is the color of calm. And now that I look at this, I totally thought this morning this was green, but I think it's like taupe.
It looks lovely anyway. But
But
absolutely.
oh well, I aimed for green.
Yeah, I listened to Dr. Matthew yesterday and I'm like, I've got some green. I'm bringing that out.
So see that? Why I need to, yeah, he's up there cheering.
Yeah, I see him there too.
See,
so-
we learn well. We learn well from you.
And I didn't realize how much green I had in my my wardrobe. So I had a couple of choices this morning because it's early this morning, like in Australia. So yeah.
And you
thank
have plants behind you. Is that
I
a fake drop or well,
Yeah.
it's a good.
Yeah.
It's got
But
plants.
I do have, I would say I'm about sitting at about the 15 to 20% outside my window, but it is still dark here. So
Oh, it's still dark. What time is it in Australia?
just after 5 a.m.
Oh, you party animal. I was up at 12:30 in the morning doing a presentation to the college in India, which I
Yeah.
do every year for Day of Calm. So
Yeah.
I had to get some more coffee because I
yeah.
kind of tired.
Did you get a nap in before you started again, or have you been up?
No, well, I slept a little bit before and a little bit after, so I'm good. And now I have more coffee thanks to my husband. So yay for coffee. We love coffee.
Yes, I've just finished my coffee in my green cup.
Oh, green cup. Wait, I have green on here. Do I have green? Look, there's green. Look at us.
Look at us.
We're never wearing any other color, Matthew.
That's it.
Never. It's green to go.
Yeah.
Okay, so Cherie, you ready to get started? Do you have slides to share?
I do. Let me just make sure that I am.
And in the stream, the chat stream, guys, there is a link for you to donate that Anupam put in. All
you
right, so let's get going. I
can you
give
see my-
you Cherie King.
Thank you, Celia. I'm hoping that you can see my screen.
We can.
The slides. Yeah, you're not seeing presenter mode? Just a slide?
We're not what?
Not seeing presenter mode, just a slide?
We see you and the slide. So it's
Okay.
not presenter mode.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. All right, look, let me get started. I'm absolutely thrilled to be here at the Day of Calm Summit 2025. It's such an honor to be part of this incredible event surrounded by people who truly value the power of calm, not just a personal practice, but as a way of transforming our families, our communities, and ultimately the world, which obviously sits beautifully alongside your work, Celia, which I also want to acknowledge the Day of Calm Foundation for the vital work that you're doing and leading there. Your mission to promote mental well-being, emotional resilience, and mindfulness is so deeply aligned with the heart of my work. So when we were chatting, I was like, oh my gosh, I think we talked about being sisters in some other lifetime, or we're connected somewhere.
Absolutely.
So your commitment to making calm a collective movement, not just as an individual goal, is both inspiring and so deeply needed at this point in time. So, and I work, as you said in my bio there, I work with parents and educators to help them understand the powerful connection between their emotional state and the mental, emotional well-being of the children in their care. So my focus is on the prevention, on giving adults the tools to create an emotional safety and connection for kids before those challenges or those mental health challenges take root. So, and that's where I think our missions intersect so beautifully, because when we, and I'm talking about we as the grown-ups, learn to stay grounded and calm, we create the emotional foundation that allow children to grow up feeling secure and confident and truly connected to those significant people who are in their lives. So I'm pretty excited to share how something as simple and yet so profound as staying calm, excuse me, can reshape our experiences as parents and carers and educators. So this isn't just about managing stress, it's about building a strong foundation for lifelong emotional resilience for us and our kids, which underpins all of your work as well, Celia. So hence today's name of today's presentation around calm adults, resilient kids, and how our calm can shape their future. We absolutely cannot underestimate, and when I say the meaning us as adults, the influence we have on establishing our kids' emotional blueprint that they will carry with them throughout their entire lives. It's just such an important period of time, especially when our little ones are in those, the first 3 to 5 years. Things that we say and do really start to develop their architecture of their brain. So it's incredibly important that we are aware of that. So if we're ready, I think I'll just dive in, because I truly believe that when we embrace our calm, we're not just improving a moment, as Chris alluded to. The moment in time can be challenging, but if we embrace our calm, we're giving our kids one of the greatest gifts that they'll ever receive throughout their life. So let's just jump in and have a little look. So as we move through today's session, I really want to just gently invite audience members and people who are on the screen with us today just to show a little bit of self-compassion, because as we reflect on some of our own parenting moments or some of the examples I share that might begin to resonate with the audience, I want people not to try and slip into judgment. This is a safe space. It's not a judgment space at all, because we've all had those moments where we wish we'd responded differently to a particular moment in time, excuse me. Because let's be honest, parenting is tough. There's no such thing as perfect parenting. We're all doing the best we can with the tools and the awareness that we have in any given moment. So with that in mind, I have a feeling, and I'm probably not on my own when I say I'm sure we've had those days when it just feels like it's just too much. You know, the kind after a long, exhausting day at work, you're trying to juggle life's responsibilities and the never-ending mental load that we're all faced with in what can only be described as a fast-changing world. So, and I still feel this with adult children. I feel stretched thin, and before we know it, we're a little bit snappy. You know, patience is becoming a bit short, and you know, maybe we're raising our voice and we're you know, raising our fist at the driver who's just cut us off in the lane, you know, on our way home, and children are in the back, and then right in the middle of you thinking you're holding it together, your child starts to have a meltdown. Suddenly they're more reactive, they're more demanding and more emotional, and it can sort of feel like they can sense it, right? So their emotions feel like they're mirroring yours, and the actual fact is that's because they are, because emotions are contagious. So just like a yawn can spread across a room, I'm sure we've all seen that, so can our emotional energy. We've all felt it when someone walks into a space and their energy shifts the whole mood. I'm sure people have experienced that. If they're anxious or agitated, the room can tense up. But if they walk in calm and grounded and present, it often brings a sense of ease for them and those around them. And I reflect on this, and I still have this vivid memory of when I was probably around 7 or 8. I walked into the room and walked into the kitchen. My parents were there, and I had sensed, whilst they weren't arguing, I had sensed that there was a change in that environment just through the energy in the room. And it's something that had stayed with me for a very long time. And of course, I'm reflecting on it now. I actually picked up a change in energy in my parents. Whilst it wasn't a major argument or anything, I did actually feel a change in the energy in the room. So I was, you know, really, and I think that's probably what makes me even more aware of how we present ourselves and the energy that we bring to a particular space. And I'm sure that's not an isolated case, and that it plays out in a lot of homes every single day, where our children don't just hear our words, they actually feel our state. So when we're anxious or overwhelmed, their nervous system is picking up on it. When we're calm and centered, they're much more likely to feel safe, settled, and connected. So it's not that our kids choose to react or misbehave, it's that their nervous systems are wired to tune into ours. So I sort of think of it like a tuning fork. Our emotional frequency impacts theirs, often without a single word being spoken. Just as I, you know, alluded to about my parents in the kitchen, I knew that something wasn't quite right. There was a different energy, so I was really tuned into my parents. Now, I invite you to think back to a moment, perhaps when you managed to stay calm in the middle of a chaotic situation. Maybe it was during a school morning meltdown, or a sibling squabble, or a drawn out bedtime routine. You might have felt, you know, within yourself that storm was starting to rise. You could feel it in your own body, but somehow you managed to remain steady. And I just want you to think about, you know, or reflect on a time that you did that and how your child may have responded. And I'm guessing chances are, even if they were distressed at first, your calm eventually helped them to settle, because that's the power of regulation. That's the power of you, really, as the adult in the room. Excuse me. So I guess, what if I told you that the most powerful parenting tool isn't a clever phrase, as much as I love your clever phrases, Celia, and many of which I've written down, or a perfect strategy. It's simply how we show up emotionally for our kids. So what if staying calm is the secret ingredient to helping, you know, our children build emotional resilience one moment at a time? It's actually a really powerful idea, and one that, you know, I'd like to take a closer look at why this happens and what we can do to harness that calm in our everyday parenting.
Cherie, can I interrupt you for a minute? And are you able to get closer to your microphone?
Are you not hearing me well?
Well, we can hear you, but it's very soft.
Oh, is it? Okay. How's that? Is that a little better?
Yeah, that's better, leaning forward.
Okay, I'll do that.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you for letting me know. So now that we've noticed how our kids seem to feed off our emotions, I just want to take a moment to explore why that happens and why our calm can be such a powerful force in shaping their resilience. Dr. Dan Siegel, I'm a bit of a neuroscience geek and I love Dr. Dan Siegel. Some of you might be familiar with him. He's a leading expert in child development and interpersonal neurobiology. He often talks about children's brains are wired to mirror the emotional states of the adults around them. So in other words, our kids don't just watch us, they feel us. And not feel us, but feel us. When we're stressed, anxious, or overwhelmed, they don't just notice it on the surface, their nervous system actually picks up on it. So they're constantly scanning and taking cues from us and how we speak, how we move, and the energy we bring into a room, and their bodies and how their bodies and brains respond accordingly. So this process is called neuroception, the brain's way of detecting safety or danger, often before we're even consciously aware of it ourselves. So even if we're not saying we're stressed, like articulating that we're stressed, our children are incredibly tuned in. They can hear it in our tone, see it in our posture, and feel it in our presence. And when they pick up on tension or frustration, their brain interprets it as a potential threat, like it's triggering their own stress response. So again, if we think about some of those typical mornings or, those typical events that we experience throughout our day, everyone, for example, the morning routine, everyone rushing around, I'm sure you've all felt it or, been involved in a morning where you're saying things like, come on, we're going to be late, and your tone might sharpen a little bit. And even if it's not a huge deal to you, your child's body may react as if it is. Like their heart rate starts to rise, stress hormones kick in, and suddenly they're melting down or refusing to cooperate, not because they're being difficult, but because their nervous system has been activated. So they're potentially shifted into that fight, flight, or freeze mode. So now here's the part that's both powerful and hopeful. Just as our stress is contagious, so is our calm. So when we manage our own emotions, when we stay grounded and regulated, we send signals of safety. And when a child feels safe, their brain moves out of that survival mode and into a state where real growth can happen. And this is where they begin to build the emotional intelligence, problem-solving skills, and the ability to self-regulate. And in essence, that's the foundation of what true resilience is. So this is also what can be called the secure base effect. So when a child has an emotionally steady adult to rely on, they feel safe enough to explore, to take risks, and to face challenges with more confidence. So our calm isn't just about comforting in the moment, it's literally shaping their ability to handle stress for the rest of their lives. So if we want to raise emotionally resilient kids or children who can navigate life's ups and downs in healthy ways, the first step isn't about trying to change their behavior. It actually starts with us, the adults. It's learning to regulate our own emotional state. And that's what I'd really like to dive into next. So let's take a closer look at how our emotional energy can influence not just our children, but the overall tone and connection in the whole family. You hearing me okay now, Celia?
Yeah, it's still a little bit soft, but we hear you better. So
yeah, apologies for that. So now that we understand, a little bit why our calm matters, and we've heard that over the last, 2 days around the importance of calm, let's talk a little bit about how it actually plays out in everyday life. So when we bring calm into a moment, especially those really tough and messy ones, it doesn't just help settle our child or our children right then and there. It actually creates a ripple effect that can shape their emotional development, build their resilience, and even influence the overall energy in a home, as I said a little earlier. So think of it like, dropping a pebble into a still pond. The ripples don't stay in one place. They spread out and touch everything around them. Our emotions work exactly the same way. So when we're feeling stressed, anxious, or reactive, that energy spreads through the house. Again, I'll go back to that point where as a child, I felt an energy shift in my home. So our kids actually feel it. And often they respond by, it could be by acting out or whining, pushing, limits or melting down. But what they're trying to do is show us that there's that there's something happening for them, and they're showing us through their behavior. So then what happens is often as adults, we get a little bit more frustrated. Our kids are dysregulated, and then we just get in this cycle. It keeps going. So we're in that space. But when we show up calm and steady, everything shifts. So our children feel that sense of safety. They begin to regulate more easily, and the whole environment becomes to be more peaceful, or feel a little bit more peaceful. Now, it doesn't mean that things have to be perfect, but it does mean everyone is better equipped to handle what comes their way. And this, again, is the foundation of resilience. Because, here's the truth around resilience. It doesn't mean never feeling stress. It means knowing how to move through it. And kids don't learn that in isolation. They develop those skills through connection, through consistent, nurturing relationships with calm, emotionally available adults who help them co-regulate. So co-regulation really is just a fancy term for how we, as the adults, help our kids manage their big feelings and behaviors by staying calm and connected with ourselves. It's not about fixing their emotions or stopping a meltdown instantly. It's about being with them in the hard moments, offering steady presence, a calm voice, a warm hug, or just sitting close by, showing them through our body and our energy, you're not alone. I've got you, and we'll all get through this together. So that's why our emotional steadiness is such a big deal. When we manage our own stress, we're actually helping our children to build the neural wiring in their brains they need to deal with big feelings, tough moments, and future challenges. We're literally helping them move from reactivity to resilience. So when we focus on staying calm, we're not just making life a bit smoother in the moment, we're giving our kids that powerful lifelong gift that I talked about way back on slide 1, a gift that helps them feel safe in their bodies, confident in who they are, and better equipped to navigate the ups and downs of life. In fact, we're helping shape their emotional blueprint, how they see themselves in the world, how they relate to others, and how they'll show up in future relationships. In adult relationships, it's pretty powerful stuff. So we might be sort of thinking too, and I've done this in my parenting journey as well. Okay, I get it, but staying calm is hard. It's really hard. And, we're absolutely right in that. So what happens when we do get stuck in that stress cycle? And more importantly, how do we break free? How do we short circuit that stress cycle? So let's take a closer look at that next. So we know our calm matters. We've talked about it. We've heard about it. And absolutely, it does matter. But let's be real, staying calm, not always easy. In fact, sometimes it feels like it's downright impossible. But we all find ourselves caught in what I call the stress cycle. We've all experienced it at some point. That's the pattern where our stress triggers our child's stress and their reaction just ramps up. And ours then ramps up even more. It becomes this loop that is hard to sometimes escape. So how might it play out? Oh, you might already be feeling stretched. Maybe work's been intense, or the morning has been one thing after another. And then your child again has a meltdown, refuses to cooperate, or starts pushing your buttons. You may snap, maybe your tone sharpens, maybe you raise your voice. And then what happens next? As we said, their stress response flares up too. They escalate, push back, or they may even completely shut down. It doesn't always look like an external behavior. It could be an internal as well. So instead of solving the problem, where you tend to be locked in this combative cycle of emotional reactivity, and it can be quite exhausting. So the key really here about breaking the cycle doesn't start with controlling their behavior. It starts with us regulating ours. So when we pause, take a breath, and choose to respond rather than react, we're actually sending a powerful message to our children's nervous system. It's safe, I've got this. And when a child feels safe, their brain begins to calm excuse me, they shift out of the fight and flight and into that connection mode. So that's where the real communication and emotional growth can happen. So how do we do it in the heat of the moment? The million-dollar question. Well, it starts with awareness, recognizing when we're stuck in the stress loop. That's the first step. So when we can lean on simple tools and strategies to help regulate our own nervous system and ground ourselves before responding. And here's the most beautiful part of all. When our kids see us do this, they also learn how to do it. So over time, they develop their own capacity to manage big feelings because they've watched us model it again and again. So it's that don't do as I do, or what were you saying earlier, Celia? Do as I do, don't do as I say, or
Do as I say, not as I do. And
do.
it's actually the opposite.
Yeah, that the modeling is so powerful. Our kids watch our every move; they learn from us. So that modeling piece is incredibly important. So, breaking that stress cycle isn't about always being calm all the time, because it's not realistic. It's about noticing when we're caught in the spiral and making small intentional shifts that can lead to more calm, more connection, and a more peaceful home. So the good news is you don't have to, to do this, you don't need a full day of mindfulness or a perfect parenting moment to interrupt the stress cycle. You just need a simple starting point, and that's where the 3R framework comes in. So let's build on that a little. So we've explored what the stress cycle looks like, and now I'd like to just sort of actually touch on, what we can do in those messy real life moments when calm feels completely out of reach. So because, we get those curveballs each day, we're not sure what's going to come our way, but life certainly serves up some curveballs. So, it could be in the form of, as Chris was talking about earlier, it could be in the form of tantrums in the supermarket, bedtime battles, chaotic school mornings. There are the moments when we don't need the theory. They're the moments when we need something practical, simple, and doable in the moment. So that's where I wanted to introduce you to a powerful but gentle tool I call the 3R framework. And it's around recognizing, regulating, and reconnecting. And I think of this as like a parenting compass, a simple, repeatable roadmap to help people shift from reactivity to connection, no matter what the day might throw at you. So first up there is recognize. And this step is all about the self-awareness that I alluded to a little earlier. It's catching yourself in the early signs of stress before it starts to take over. You might sense that your jaw's tightening, or your tone is getting sharper with your child, or there's that inner voice whispering, I am about to lose it here. So the power in this step is that it creates space. It creates a pause, and in that pause lies the power. So when you can name what's going on inside you, you take that first step towards changing what happens next. You get to choose. Do I react or do I respond? So it's a pretty powerful part of the framework. The second part is around regulation. So recognizing stress is the first step. Now we need to do something with that awareness, and that means helping your nervous system settle so you can respond with intention, not impulse. The simplest and most underrated, in my opinion, is to regulate. And that way is to use, the most simplest way is to regulate is to use your breath. Yeah, your breath is a powerful tool that is always with you. So what I wanted to do is if I just take a moment or two just to go through what a mindful or intentional use of breath can really feel like. And some people obviously know about it, but haven't actually experienced it before. So I just wanted to model, again, there's a modeling piece around how a simple but effective guided breathing exercise can help us regulate. And it can be done anywhere or at any time. And you can do it quite privately as well. It doesn't have to be this full-scale activity, but you can do it in a gentle, quiet way. And I just wanted to take a moment so that I could model it for anyone that might be listening today or watching the replay, just so they can get a sense of what it feels like. So I invite you, and you certainly don't have to by any means. If you're feeling uncomfortable with it, absolutely fine, but invite you just to place your hand on your heart or your belly, and we're going to inhale through our nose for 4, hold for 2, and exhale softly through our mouth for 6. So we'll just give that a go. So inhale for 4, 3, 4, hold for 2, 2, 1, and exhale softly for 6, 5, 6, and then we'll do it once more. So inhale for 4, hold for 2, and exhale for 6. Now, doing that cycle a couple of times is obviously preferred, but even just doing it for this very short period of time, because I'm aware of time. I don't know about you, when I came out of that, I just felt a little more centered. My body relaxed. I could feel my shoulders drop. So it's really quite effective, and it just allows us to reconnect with our body, how we're feeling, and giving our body to a chance to reset and come back to the present as well. So I hope that was a little bit, that was helpful. And then it's that process of, again, being centered, sending the message to our brain, I'm okay, I'm safe. And when you actually believe it, your child will sense that as well. So again, that's that energy and that vibration that we know is around us, and our kids are tuning into us. And there's some other quick tools too. I mean, breathing is one tool, again, one that I think is the most powerful, but you can use other tools or strategies like grounding your feet into the floor, running cool water over your hands, or silently repeating a calming phrase like, I've got this, I've got this. These small intentional acts actually help you stay connected to yourself and to your calm. And finally, the reconnect step. This is where the magic really happens. It's the reminder that you don't have to get it right every time. What matters most is how you repair and come back after that disconnection. So maybe that might look like saying, I'm sorry, I was feeling really overwhelmed. Or maybe it's just a gentle cuddle, or sitting close to a child, or a quiet presence that says, we're okay, I'm still here. Reconnection builds that safety. It builds trust. It teaches our kids that relationships can hold those hard moments, and that love doesn't disappear when things get tough. So let me just walk you through a few quick everyday examples of what that might look like. We've talked about supermarket meltdowns, you can, and that judgment piece where everyone's around and you can start to feel that your energy is changing, your chest is feeling tight and you're getting anxious. If you just take 1 or 2 grounding breaths, soften your shoulders, come back to present, it really does center you. And then you can reconnect by saying to your child, that was hard, or it is hard, but we'll get through it together. So you're just providing that sense of safety and that safe base for your child. And the old bedtime battle, I'm sure many of us who are on screen who have children have been through the bedtime battle, where you're feeling exhausted after a long day and you're rushing and you're starting to snap because you want to be able to rest. You want your child to rest. So it becomes that that stress cycle again. So slowing down the voice, maybe dimming the lights is another strategy you can use, and then resetting, connecting to yourself, and then obviously saying to your child, reconnecting with your child, I'm here, let's start it over. And maybe you start with a song or a cuddle or a book or something, just to bring it back to the present and start the process again. And it could be for example, the morning chaos. And I have vivid memories of the morning chaos when I went back to work. I've got 2 children going back to work full time, and I had to be out of the house by 7 a.m. It was one of the, those periods of the time in the morning where I was stress was always there. So recognizing that in myself, that I'd already, my patience was already gone, and it was only 8 a.m. in the morning. So I really just used to take time for myself. I would step out of the room, or making sure my children are safe, but step out 10, 15 seconds, take a breath, come back into the room, and then reconnect with myself and my children by saying, okay, let's take this. Let's start again, one step at a time. We've got this together. Let's get into it together. So there's just a couple of examples. So again, the 3R framework isn't about being perfectly calm or getting it right every time. It's about being present. It's about it's about noticing, pausing, breathing, and coming back together again and again. And these small intentional shifts, they're not just about changing the tone of your day. They're actually about strengthening your child's safety, deepening your connection, and helping them build the skills they need to handle life with more confidence and resilience. And the best thing about it too is that you'll feel better also. And the other great part about this is the more you practice, the more natural it becomes, not just for you, but for your child also. So we've explored how we can ground ourselves and shift the emotional climate in the moment using the 3R frameworks. But now let's zoom out a little and look at the bigger picture, because staying calm isn't just about getting through meltdowns or surviving school morning chaos. It's actually about playing the long game, creating habits and ways of being that help our children grow into emotionally healthy, resilient humans. So let's talk a little bit about our calm, how our calm becomes the foundation of building true resilience in our children. So what is resilience? We've all heard the word, we hear it all the time, but when it comes to children, what does it actually mean? At its core, so resilience is the ability to face challenges, bounce back from stress, and adapt in the face of adversity, beg your pardon. But it's not about being tough or pushing through without feeling. True resilience comes from having an inner sense of safety and capability, knowing deep down, I can handle the hard things, and I don't have to do it alone. And that deep knowing, it starts with us, the adults. So resilience grows in connection. Children don't develop resilience on their own, as we've talked about. They build it through connection, through safe, steady relationships with emotionally available adults. So when we show up with our calm, yes, even when we do it imperfectly, we send our kids a powerful message. You're safe, even when things feel hard. That sense of emotional safety keeps their brains open and flexible. Instead of going into survival mode, they stay in that space where they can think, learn, and grow. And when kids feel safe, they're more likely to try again after a mistake or share how they're feeling. They're more likely to ask for help when they need it. They're problem solving, or solve problems instead of shutting down or lashing out. So that's resilience. And it doesn't come from big dramatic moments. It's built in the small everyday ones. Every time we pause instead of snap, every time we take a breath instead of reacting, every time we reconnect after a rupture, our calm becomes their roadmap. When we model staying grounded during tough times, our kids are watching and learning. They begin to internalize the same tools and responses. They learn how to pause and check in with themselves. They self-soothe in healthy ways. They express their emotions without fear and trust that connection isn't lost after conflict. It's pretty powerful stuff, because it means they're not just reacting to life, they're learning how to navigate with confidence and care. So what can we do to further support their resilience? There's a few simple, consistent habits that can make a really big difference over time, such as making space for big feelings. So we don't want to be rushing in and to fix things or to quieten them down. We can use validating language like, that was really tough for you. Or we could say, let them see us face our own challenges with self-compassion. And we can support independence with encouragement, not pressure. We can also celebrate effort, not just the outcome. So important to celebrate the effort. But above all, it's really important that that we remember it's not about getting it right every time. It's about returning to connection, because repair is a core part of resilience too. So when we talk about raising resilient kids, we're talking about showing up again and again with calm, compassion, and connection, especially when life gets messy. So we've covered a lot today. So let's take a little moment to bring it all together and just breathe it in. So we started today by exploring how our children respond to us, not just to what we say, but how we feel. We saw their emotions are contagious. When we're stressed, our kids feel it, and often they mirror it. But the good news is our calm is just as contagious. So when we stay grounded, we send a message to our kids that you're safe, I've got you, and that felt sense of safety helps them settle and feel secure. We also looked at how our calm does more than just help in the moment. It's literally shaping their brains, Every calm, connected response lays the foundation for long-term emotional health. So we're not just helping them behave in the moment, we're helping them grow into emotionally resilient adults who can handle life's ups and downs with confidence. Then we walk through the 3R framework: recognize, regulate, reconnect. 3 simple but really super powerful steps that help us move from reacting to responding with intention. And here's the great part: we don't have to be perfect. There is no such thing as perfect parenting. We just need to be present. Because when we mess it up, and we all do, and I've done it many times, it's the repair that teaches the most. That's where the real connection and growth happens. We also talked about how it's not built through pushing through or being tough, but through consistent everyday moments with calm, caring adults. Every time you pause instead of yell, every time you return after a rupture, we're wiring our child's brain for strength, confidence, and emotional safety. So just a gentle invitation to whoever's listening today, if you're wanting to pick a small shift for this week. Maybe it's pausing for a breath before you respond. Maybe it's simply noticing when your own stress is rising, or maybe it's whispering, "I'm here when your child is falling apart. I'm here. I'm with you." You don't have to change everything at once. One small step towards calm can transform not just your day, but the whole relationship with your child. Because your calm doesn't just make things easier in the moment, as we've said, it really does shape their future. So I've come to the end of my presentation, Celia, but before we open up for questions, I would just like to take a moment to say thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for showing up with openness, and thank you for commitment to yourselves and to the children in the world to create a calmer, more connected life. You've heard me say throughout today's presentation, and that, but I'll say it one more time because I truly believe it with my whole heart. Our calm is one of the greatest gifts we can give our children, not because it makes everything perfect, but because it creates safety, deepens connection, and builds true resilience, moment by moment, day by day. I also want to express my sincere gratitude to the Day of Calm Foundation and the entire Summit team for hosting such a beautiful event. It truly is inspiring to be part of something that values calm, not as a luxury, but as a powerful and transformative force in our families and in the world. Also, you'll see on the slide there, if you'd like to stay connected, I'd love to welcome you into the Connect, Play, Thrive community. It's a space where I share simple tools, heartfelt encouragement, non-judgment, and practical resources to help support parents and educators on the journey, especially if we're wanting to raise emotionally connected kids and trying to stay connected to ourselves at the same time, which can be challenging. You'll also
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Cherie, so much for that presentation, and really making a point to talk about how important unconditional love is and making your kids feel safe. It's, when a child grows up in a home where there's all this yelling and chaos and hitting and all this kind of aggressive behavior in the home, that is where they should feel safest. And if you're not creating that kind of environment, where will that child go to feel safe? Will they even be able to go anywhere and feel safe? Because in their most secure environment, they don't feel that way and they don't feel the love. So I really appreciate it. We're not going to have time for questions because Danny's about ready to start, but I appreciate so much you being here. I adore you, and thank you so much for sharing your wisdom and spreading your calm.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Okay, and now you can start your day since it's bright and early in the morning in Australia.
Yep, just about 6 a.m. So the
Is it
day's
Saturday? It's Saturday, right? Oh,
Yep.
so take a nap, relax. All right.
Thanks so
Thank
much.
you, Cherie. And you're welcome to stay. One more
Yeah, I will.
speaker.
Thank
And
you. I will.
you're welcome to stay.
Thank you so much.
Bye, honey.
Bye.
Okay, so we're bringing up our last speaker of the day. We have a full slate of speakers for tomorrow on Saturday. We're going to show a little video, and then I'm going to tell you a little bit about one of my favorite humans that roam the planet Danny Diaz. And we still don't have music because there's a glitch in Zoom. And now, no longer are we in our moment of silence. We are mentioning, please donate. Please help these kids in Uganda. From $1 to $1,000 to anything you want to donate. You're not just helping them. We have plenty of wonderful gifts to help you. $100 earns you a free trip. Yay, you get to go relax by the water in a tropical location. You get your room and board for free. Couple $1,000 included in that $100 non-tax deductible donation if you're in the US. And you do have to get there though. So more details to come. But please give whatever you can to help these kids. Okay, so let me tell you a little bit about my wonderful friend Danny, who we have been friends for many years. We met in a group, in a coaching group. And the best thing to come out of that expense, and I'm not going to tell you who it is, I'm not going to talk badly about anybody, is meeting Danny and Harry, my two most treasured friends. So everything has a benefit. Everything has a benefit. So let me tell you about this guy because he's pretty phenomenal. So Daniel Diaz is a performance coach and founder of Peak Life Now and UPX. He is an internationally recognized performance coach, endurance athlete, and speaker who helps high-achieving individuals unlock the next level of their lives through the intersection of discipline, intuition, and self-compassion, a philosophy he calls the Holy Trinity of Flow. After being listed twice by Forbes and ranked among the top performance coaches by major outlets like Yahoo Finance and the SF Examiner, Daniel realized that true success isn't just about pushing harder, it's about learning how to listen deeper. We've been talking a lot about this listening thing. Today, he helps leaders, entrepreneurs, and growth-driven individuals rewire their inner dialogue, anchor into unshakable self-belief, and train their minds and bodies to operate from presence instead of pressure. Through his transformational program, UPX, and his coaching platform, Peak Life Now, Daniel uses endurance training, mindset coaching, and the spiritual alignment to guide clients to their highest expression, not just in what they do, but in how they feel it. His mission is simple: help people remember how incredible they already are. He's going to talk about how most people believe peace and progress are at odds, that you can either live a calm life or chase big goals, but not both. Not true. Daniel Diaz is here to challenge that belief. In this inspiring talk, Daniel reveals how to access calm within the climb, the ability to stay grounded, centered, and present, even while pursuing big dreams. Drawing from years of experience as a performance coach and endurance athlete, Daniel shares the mindset shifts and daily practices that allow you to pursue peak performance without sacrificing your well-being. With the calm within the climb, I bring you Danny Diaz. Drum roll. Wait, there's some kind of drum roll here. Oh, no, I can't do it now.
Oh, wow. That was cool. Thanks, Celia.
You're
the
pretty
best.
amazing.
I know. I feel the same
Amazing.
way. about how we met. And I feel the same way about you. You're so awesome. And Sherry, it was amazing to catch the end of your speech. I'm so glad I did. You have such a nice energy. Okay, so I got 30 minutes to help you guys be calm. Let's
Yeah,
rock
you
and
can
roll.
take a little longer if you need to.
Okay, cool.
Are you
No,
using
it's
slides or just your general
I'm just gonna
amazing
use me.
sparkling personality?
Just gonna use me. So
Okay.
I might draw something on a piece of paper and show it to the camera. Never know. We'll see where this thing goes. I'm happy that you guys are all here though, and I'm happy to share some of this experience of life with you. So you know, when I think about this idea of like, how do we help people feel calm or be more calm or take one idea and make it lasting change after this, right? Like, we're going to get tons of breakthroughs yesterday, today. I know I'm the last person. Hopefully you catch some with me, but tomorrow, tons of breakthroughs. There's going to be so many aha moments, and not to be like a Debbie Down, but they don't matter unless we implement them, right? So what can I teach you in 30 minutes that can help you actually shift your perspective on how you might be able to play the game a little differently, to help you feel a little bit more fulfilled long term, which I believe fulfillment and calm, they kind of go hand in hand. As I feel fulfilled in life, I feel calm in the moments. So what I want to talk about is that, because also, what are we doing? We're here to help raise the next generation of calm, right? So I believe that they're not going to learn how to be calm from us telling them what to do. They're going to learn how to be calm from us, from feeling that we embody a calm nervous system, right? That like our energy on the inside is actually churning and working in this warm space of calm confidence. I mean, you said some of these words, Sherry, calm confidence, like this courageousness, right? This clarity. So I believe that it starts with us if we really want to get with them. If we want to make the change, then we can take an aha moment from today or this week, and then we can really implement it and transform it. And I'm going to share the 3 things that I use, like these 3 areas of focus to help me stay the most calm, the most fulfilled, the most balanced that I can. Okay. I talk about God, I talk about spirituality. So, you know, if any of it doesn't align, it's all good. Like, I'm not a religious person by any means, but I do believe that there's like this energy that in the world that we all get to work with. So I talk about that stuff. You know, I'm still going to talk about the fear of slowing down, right? There is this, I think, at least when I face a lot of high performers and a lot of high achievers and people that really want to excel as a parent and in their own personal world or in the wealth container, that there is this high drive and there's this idea that if I become complacent or really enjoy where I am currently, that I'll lose the drive. I won't want to keep doing it. I'll feel so in love with where I'm at that I'll just not choose to progress further. And like this couldn't be further from the truth. And that's a lot of the things that I talk about when I speak with high performers and I work with them, is that we have to understand that at a deep level, we have this drive to expand and to learn more about who we are. Right? Like our soul's calling wants to explore this human experience. Okay. And it's going to whisper to us all the time. And when we learn to listen to it and act on it, we start to really feel this flow of life. So, I'm sorry, I just lost myself. I think calmness is often found in knowing thyself and loving thyself. Right. So when I talk to high performers about, hey, listen, like it's okay to slow down, like you're not going to lose your drive. It's because, one, we have this innate drive to know thyself, and we know thyself by expanding, by testing the limits and by pushing ourselves. We do it in our marriages if we choose to be better partners. We do it with our kids if we choose to be more conscious and thoughtful leaders as parents. Right. We do it with our friend group if we want to elevate the vibration of our network, right? And we do it with our bodies and our health. We do it with our mind, right? We do it with our ability to surrender. Maybe that's through a spiritual connection. Or maybe it's just our ability to let go. But these are all the ways that we can expand in our life to know thyself better, and to know thyself and then to love thyself can help us really feel this level of calm. Okay. Is everybody following me so far? I get a couple hands up. Good to go. Love it. I draw like a Venn diagram when I have like a whiteboard, right? And it looks just like this. And these two circles represent the spiritual callings, the whispers that we have inside, the things that we think about that are like, oh, like I should probably start doing this. Or I don't know if I want to be with this company anymore. It might be time to start my business. Or I think I need to slow down because I'm missing time with my kids. Like there's these little whispers that we have. And if we can learn to listen and follow those whispers, right, we will be in that little middle section. And on this side is our human experience. Soul's calling, human experience. Know thyself, love thyself. Right? In our human experience, we came here to feel all the things. So we didn't come here to just feel calm. So the real truth is, it's not about chasing permanent calm. It's just learning about how to manage this ride of emotions that we chose to experience, right? Like, can't feel happiness without some sadness. You can't know these great heights and these great changes, this feeling of relief and fulfillment if you maybe haven't tasted the deep darkness and the struggle before, right? Like we came here for this spectrum of feelings, not just the good stuff, right? So we must also learn to love the parts when we are sad, discouraged, overwhelmed, to laugh at ourselves, to see it, to understand, oh, it's all part of this human experience. And if I'm following my whispers, it's all going to come together. So there's three things that I use to really help me kind of keep in this space where I'm listening to my calling, I'm taking the action steps, I'm doing what's asked of me, but I'm also surrendering to the process. I'm loving myself and I'm letting go, right? Like discipline and surrender mixed together equal flow, equals calm. It equals this like really cool space where we're doing what we know we need to do and we're also surrendering to the process, right? I think so much of us don't have as much calm because why? We seek control. We're gripping. We're holding on so tight. And letting go and surrender does not have to be spiritual because essentially letting go is simply releasing the illusion that you have control of everything in the first place. The stuff I'm talking about has been through my experience. So I also want to say that a lot of the stuff I say doesn't mean that it's gospel and it's not the word. It is not the only way. It is just a way. And it's something that I've learned through my 10 years in personal development, through 20 years as a business owner and an entrepreneur. 2019, I lost the ability to walk. I had 12 years of back pain and issues that came to a head, and I lost the ability to walk. And after that, I learned to heal my body without surgery. I brought myself back to health. I became an ultra runner. Never ran my whole life. And now I run ultra marathons in the mountains. Who'd have thought? So I don't say this to boast. I just say it because a lot of what I'm going to talk about comes from actual big identity transformations along the way. Moments where I've met the limit, the edge, the breaking point, and the darkness, and I've totally taken it a different direction. I've dealt with drug addiction and drug abuse in my past. I've dealt with issues with the law. I had a very colorful life for a time before I was in personal development, an Emma-loving husband and family man. And I've experienced all these different pieces of life. And what I'm going to talk about today and all these little things that I share is the condensed version of everything that I've learned. because I've hustled. I owned restaurants. I owned a food truck. I hustled, and I've built companies that were 7-figure businesses, and I know what it feels like to grind. I know what it feels like to watch your dreams come true. And I also know what it feels like to lose yourself in the process, right? To fade away and find yourself at the finish line empty, without feeling, and wondering, was this all that it was cracked up to be? So I believe that a lot of our ability to find calmness in life is to actually understand that loving the process is the core. I know we talk about it all the time. It's like the biggest like cliche that's not really a cliche is that you got to learn how to love the process, right? But how do we love the process? So this is also what I want to talk about. I'm gonna check my time. Looking good. So I told you about the Venn diagram. Now I want you to imagine the Venn diagram with one more. Okay, just like this. So we have 3 circles we want to bring together. 3 different areas that are going to be your compass, that are going to help you to implement maybe what this aha is, that, you know what, like maybe it is okay if I slow down. Maybe I need to just stop and listen more. If there's been a lot of listening coming up, I imagine that there's been talk that in the stillness, we hear the answers, right? Like there's a saying that I love, and that is, the heart has no questions and the mind has no answers, right? So there's a lot of this talk of stillness, finding the calm, slowing it down. And how do we do that while also still driving? How do I balance my already built up overwhelm? How do I knock things off of my to-do list? So this compass is how I stay in a place of progress while also keeping myself calm and slowing down. Yes. The 3 circles represent discipline, compassion, surrender. Another way to look at it is structure, compassion, faith, letting go. There's different ways that we can match this together, but I'm going to tell you about how I see it all come together. I mentioned before that we have this soul's calling, these little whispers of things that we are asked and curious about. Maybe not, maybe we don't even register it as a question that we're being asked for something, but maybe it's this curiosity, this little whisper inside that's like, I wonder what that would be like. Like, I'd like to take ballroom dancing lessons. Like this little whisper of some new thing that your body wants to try or your heart wants to experience. And if we start taking the steps to answer that calling, to do that, that is in our structure. How we build that structure, that discipline, that one step forward, that helps to bring us satisfaction and joy inside. Because when we silence those whispers, we bleed. We feel stressed. We feel overwhelmed. We're accomplishing things, but we're second guessing. We feel like there's something missing. And there is something missing. And it's us not listening to the whisper that's all our body and our soul really wants us to do. So when I say discipline, it's not about like, hey, you got to do this every single day. You got to make your bed. You got to do it. I mean, I get it. And I have a fun like routine that I do. And I think routines are fantastic. But I also think we live in a world where our to-do list is never ending. So in order for us to really continue forward, we have to build a new structure that helps us feel grounded. And that is that area of listening to our calling. So like, I know like in my heart, it's important to me to put out information into the world and to share some of my wisdom and like some of the lessons I've learned. So I know that in the morning, I'm going to take time to sit with myself. I journal every morning. I do get up early. I do wake up at 4, but that's also because I owned restaurants for 7 years. So I was waking up early for a long, long, long time. But I wake up naturally around 4. I get up, I make my mineral drink. I come into my office. I sit with my journal. I write. I write things out. I clear my space. I set my mental container. I might record something. I get into my creative space. I get these things out that like, I know I'm called and I'm feeling like it's important for me to do, but it's also something that I could easily wash over. I could easily wash over training, which I do typically every morning. I get out and I move my body. So I get up early and I do all these things for my mind, my soul, like my calling for contribution. I record, I put out content, and then I go and I train my body. I do all these things before I get into the day because the day is the day and the responsibilities are going to be there. So like I don't live in a fantasy world where it's like I can do whatever I want and I get facials at 3 because it's Tuesday. Like I get it. I get it. We got to have structure. And we got to appreciate that, like, if we don't fuel the machine, if we don't put good new oil in our car, it's going to slow down. And the same is with us, and our levels of calm are found in our ability to keep a structure because that structure invites stillness. The structure invites the calm. The structure allows you to stop fluttering and worrying, setting new non-negotiables that are things that you know you want to do, but you can easily wash over, will change the energetic flow of your entire day. And that is where this discipline bucket is. And I hope that's more helpful and clear of what I mean when I say that word. Compassion is the part that I think is often missed. If we do not learn to speak to ourselves in a different way, we will not get the outcome of the emotion that we want to feel. Right? So this part of loving thyself, right? Listening to the calling, know thyself, love the human experience, really learning how to be compassionate with the words and the things that we talk about externally and internally. Stop being your critic, start being your cheerleader. Right? Like it's easy. We know how to critique ourselves. And you know what? Like I could look back and things I've done and I could do a million different ways that this could have gone. And it's not helpful. And we got to accept it. Right? Like the way that we speak to ourselves matters. The way that we talk about our life experience matters. What I choose to share with you when I see you, when I see my wife and I'm passing through the house, what am I choosing to share with her? Is it a positive note or is it something I'm stressed out about? What am I repeating? Right? What am I creating in this energetic cycle of what goes out, what comes in? What goes out that I create and I absorb back in through my experience? Learning how to be compassionate with yourself is a direct line to learning how to be compassionate with our children, right? Learning how to be compassionate with yourself might not come naturally. I would love to invite you to think about what you would wish your parents would have said in those moments when they said something you wish they hadn't. And if you can hone in on that, that is how I want you to speak to yourself. It's how I want you to remember when the time comes that you've lost it and you've reached your boiling point and you want to tell the children, damn it, shut up. I want you to tap into what you wish that mom and dad would have said, right? Like what you would want to say, what you really want to say, what you'd want to hear for yourself. This is how we can change our inner dialogue. Like none of us in this room, if we're parents, and my guess, would ever tell our children what we say to ourselves about our own life and our own actions. None of us would look at our kid and be like, I can't believe you haven't gotten it together yet. Jesus, look at yourself. Like, no. I mean, could you imagine? Like, I mean, oh my God, we'd never say that. But we do that all the time. Can we talk to ourselves like the way that we would talk to our children? Or at least we would best present ourselves to our children. Like, can we start speaking that way to ourselves? Can we acknowledge that some of the stuff we say would never fly if it went downwards in our home to that next generation? We'd never say those things. If you can shift this discipline circle, or I'm sorry, this dialogue circle, this level of communication, right, and compassion for yourself, if you can turn that into a source of cheerleading, of bolstering, of loving yourself in the process, this isn't a scapegoat card. This isn't like, oh, I don't do anything. Like, you know what? It's all good to love myself. Like, because there's a truth around it that you can't. Because if you're not listening to the soul's calling and you're not doing the things, you're going to feel the pain anyway. So you can talk all you want good, but if you're not doing it, you're going to feel the pain. But if you are doing it and you're trusting and you're still being hard on yourself, you're going to feel the pain. So we got to eliminate these little pain sources so that we can feel the calm, the level of fulfillment, that sustained thing. It's not about that we get to the goal. The way that we feel calm is how we manage the moments, how we manage our communication, how we manage our structure, right? And that can include boundaries, maybe some discipline in our tech use, maybe letting go of a little social media time. I mean, I don't know. Hey, I'm just saying, right? The structure and then the surrender. Am I letting go? Am I listening and letting go? These three circles give us this center peace, this warmth, this confidence, this clarity. These are the things that help us stay balanced in life. And balanced is calm. And fulfilled is calm. Structure is calm. Compassion is calm. And letting go is calm. All right. And that might be the one that you have the hardest time with. Maybe it's just that you're not really good at keeping up the personal commitments. I'd invite you to not give yourself so many, but to hone in on a couple. Start stacking little minor wins so that you feel really good again, because this is important and you don't have to do everything, but you do have to do some things to keep this moving. And our dialogue. Perhaps being your hardest critic is your biggest thing that you get to change. But what's cool is with these three, there's not many places that we really have to wander. I think in personal development, we can get stuck on the hamster wheel of always going back to our trauma to heal. Oh, new thing. Well, where'd that come from? Gotta go find it. Gotta go find it. You know, like, oh, next thing. Oh, we're never healed. We're always peeling layers. Yes, I get it. And I believe it. This is a never ending journey. But man, like, we also got to love the spot and trust that sometimes I don't need to look for some source, that this is just me being human. And it's all good to trust in that process, to give myself a better spin on that dialogue, right? On that level of compassion that we give ourselves. If you can blend these three, if you feel out of flow, out of sync, bogged down, overwhelmed, give yourself a few minutes to say, what have I been doing daily? Like, well, I'm nonstop. I mean, I'm like, there is no minutes. I'm knocking things out. Am I giving myself time to recover? Have I created any space for refueling, for resetting, for rejuvenation? Have I created any space for myself to breathe? Maybe not. Maybe that's what I need to do. Have I been hard on myself? How am I speaking to myself? What am I saying? Do I doubt my resolution? Do I truly doubt my resolution? Or do I believe that, you know what, no matter what obstacles come, I'm going to find my way to the finish? And however it's supposed to land is how it's supposed to land. What do I believe more? And if it's doubt, then that's where you get to work, right? But if you fully believe, if you know it, and you're doing all the things, but you still feel overwhelmed and bogged, then you just might be being a little hard on yourself. You might be talking to yourself a little rough. This is my little golden triad, right? These three things, I think, if we can really master this, I think that we really get to love the process of knowing thyself and loving thyself, because this is what we're shooting for. If you've ever wondered what the purpose of life is, I think that is these two things right here. How do we blend and experience the gift of knowing thyself and loving thyself? My purpose in life, right? Like my occupation, my creations, right? All the things I bring in my profession come from this. My relationships, the memories, the things that'll be told about me come from this. Who I am and my energetic nervous system is what you remember when you're with me. And one day we'll all be gone. And one day it'll never matter. So really it only matters about now. Right? Like we can be calm by letting go of the control. We can be calm by doing one thing today. We can be calm by giving ourselves a pat on the back instead of a kick in the face. For lack of a better term, right? What do we do after this to implement? So I learned a lot of this through my ultra running, through taking on a challenge that allowed me to push my mental capacity, my physical capacity, my emotional capacity, and my spiritual capacity. It's probably one of, in my personal opinions, one of the greatest transformational modalities that we could use is training for and completing an endurance event. What we learn in the training and what we learn in the event, out of this world. So a lot of this has come through that. And I say to people, I think it's good to challenge yourself, to find a challenge. It doesn't have to be running a marathon through a mountain. Like I have one that I'm working towards. I want to do a darkness retreat for 7 days. And to be honest, it scares the crap out of me. Like I have built like at some point in like the last 10 years of my 42 years, I've become claustrophobic. So like all of a sudden, never was in my life, now I am. So like there's just certain things, and that is a limit stretcher, like meditating every day for an hour a day would be something that I would love to experience, that type of structure, maybe for a year, right? To get into these new things. Those are different levels of capacity and stretching yourself and challenging yourself and learning who you are along the way. How do I show up for myself? What do I do when it gets hard? Like, do I quit? How do I talk to myself? Like these endurance events essentially mimic life because there's a start point, there's a end destination. Right? There's obstacles that show up along the way. Things don't always go as they seem. There's going to be a point where things break and you're going to have to think on your feet and overcome. So I say do these experiences, these challenges that mimic life, because what you learn from yourself, what the knowing of thyself that comes from that, you can implement in your life. It'll automatically show up in your challenges and your struggles and everything that you want to face. It'll probably answer a lot of the callings that you have as well for yourself to reach this next level of expansion, of knowing. Practice loving yourself in a new way. This is number 2. My invitation would be, if you want to have a fun experience every night, and it doesn't have to be right before bed. You can give yourself maybe like an hour before bed or something like that. But every night, write in a journal for 30 days what you're proud about yourself from that day. So every day for 30 days, I want you to end your night by writing all the things that you're proud of yourself for. The moments that you shifted your mindset, the areas that you landed, how you gave yourself grace, all the different things, right? Like you were there to tuck your kids in for bed, whatever it is. List them every single day for 30 days. Watch what happens. And then number 3, detox from social. Third possible thing that you could take from this and give yourself a gift is detoxing from social. You could try for a weekend. I remember my first one was a weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It took me all the way to Sunday night for me to stop feeling the jittery energy that I get from social media that I didn't even know I got. Finally ended like midday Sunday. Monday, I was supposed to get back to my phone. I didn't even pick it up until 4 in the afternoon because I felt like released. Like, oh, I don't want to grab it now. It's like, interesting. So I've actually been off of social media for about the past 4 months. Been like this like very light, touchy feel thing. I'm starting now to come back into it, but it's a whole different space. It's a whole different energy. And it took that 4 months to truly rewire and disconnect. Right? So like, again, breakthroughs are fantastic, but extended effort for what we learn can implement things that will change your life forever. Right? Structure, these daily wins and the answering of our inner calling. Right? Dialogue, how we speak to ourselves, compassion, and surrender, letting go, understanding that you don't have control. So letting go is actually giving yourself power. It's not taking it away. All right? You're not robbing yourself anymore. You guys are all so incredible. The last thing that you said, Celia, was like, I like to help people remember how incredible they are. And that is exactly what I like to do. Like, that is my thing. I do it with my coaching. UPX, I train people to become ultra athletes and all these non-runners that have never run in their life, that are in their 40s and 50s that are running through the mountains. Like, I love reminding people how incredible they are. And there's so many ways to do it. But the truth is that me reminding you is just the echo that I hope that you start to make on your own, right? That you take away and that you start loving yourself a little different. You start trusting yourself a little different. And maybe you implement some of these callings a little different, right? So that you can find this new level of calm and balance. We don't have to be everywhere like the world makes us feel like we have to be. We got to be here, where we feel, where we experience the world, right? Like, I got AstroTurf in my office studio thing. So I got my bare feet right now, right? And like, I can feel it. And it's like, it gives me so much joy because it makes me think, wow, like, you put a lot of hard work in, and now you have this like little room and this AstroTurf. And it's weird. My mind actually thought about all that stuff while I'm just talking to you guys. But that's this level of presence and like, wow, like, it's just so much joy for right now. And this is, I think, how we find it, right? Know thyself, love thyself. It's the balance that we need. You guys are all amazing, and it's all inside of you. And if you're curious and you want to learn more, you reach out to me. How's that?
Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Where'd you go? Hold on. I messed up.
I'm right here.
Czar. Why do I try to do these things by myself? Oh, no, that's bad talking to myself. That's bad. Oh my gosh, Danny, I'm ready to go run a marathon, but really for like a very short distance.
That's what they all say. That's how it all starts.
That's how it all begins. Baby steps. Baby steps.
Oh my goodness.
Does
I love
everybody
it.
else feel like super empowered to like move to the next level? That is what you do. That is what you do.
Thank you,
You're amazing. Speak of who's amazing. He's amazing. So does anybody have any questions, first of all, before I continue with my questioning? We're all amazing. We are. You're right, Czar.
That's right. That's right,
That's
Czar.
right. That's right. And unfortunately, people don't know that enough. They don't know. And I don't know if you you saw the video we played of my client Anita, who made this incredible Day of Calm quilt behind me that we're giving away for a donation. And I would play it, except that not Czar, Zoom is like when we play our videos, there's no sound and there's some glitch in Zoom. So I would play it for you, but you won't hear her. But the reason I play it is because it is a real look into the future, because Anita's 80 years old. She's been through abuse in her family, 2 husbands that abused her, and somebody that's 80, and she thinks so little of herself, you know, and that's what, and like even my father, who this is why I created the Day of Calm and why it's on April 5th, because that's the day he passed away in 2020. So, I guess tomorrow. What is this, 2025? He's been gone 5 years. Unbelievable. And my mother's been gone 7. But he was the type of person that achieved all these things. He put seatbelts into automobiles. He sent men to the moon, worked on the Apollo missions. He created the fastest warship in the Navy in the world that's still in the Guinness Book of World Records, so that people could go from the United States, and if a country need help, they could race over there in a few hours instead of days. And he felt so defeated because he was physically mental abused as a kid, and he didn't have the ability to find all the good in him and to celebrate all the good in him. And up to the day he died, when he was 92 years old, he always felt like he was so nothing, like he didn't accomplish what he should have. I'm like, the impact you made on humanity, the millions upon millions upon millions of people that are saved because they buckle a seatbelt around their lap. before they drive away, you can't even
It's
count that
crazy.
impact. And
It's
yet,
crazy.
because of the abuse and him never being able to conquer that abuse and that mindset and beating himself up for 92 years, it pretty much destroyed the soul of that man.
Hmm.
And it's very sad that so many people live the thoughts that are put there by other people, by
Yeah.
people that they don't give any even credit to or even consider them impactful, and yet they planted these thoughts in their head.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
it's
it's been interesting as I've been on my journey, I've come to learn and experience for myself, like, okay, like there's a lot of different ways and different levels and styles to go about healing and like finding our own is really important, and I think in a world full of noise, like right now we have the ability to ask the internet anything and get an answer. But that ability has turned into so many freaking answers that I don't know what to do anymore. So I'm just not going to do anything. It's like we have
right,
infobesity. There's so much information we can't even move anymore.
right.
Like it's crazy. And so like, I say that because I think that there's also a lot of people out there that say, just do this. Like, you don't need to do that, only do this. Or like, like for myself, like I started in like habits and routines, and then I started learning how to like listen to my heart. And then I started learning how to like heal, childhood trauma and things like that. And so like there's these layers, but like had I had ever at any point been like, oh, you don't need to do that. You just need to learn childhood trauma release, and then you're going to be good. Like, oh, you need to go here. Like, oh, you need to do that. There's so much of this thing where it's like, really the truth is I think the reality is that it's actually a cascading of different modalities. And like, we don't just start somewhere and we're done. We actually have to go through a series of it. And I think sometimes people jump in the healing, not to say that you can't take a quantum leap of healing, but I think that there's things that's like, oh, because why? Because we're a culture of speed. We're a culture of fast. So if anybody ever says anything that's like, oh, just do this and you're good, it's like, oh, let's do that. And then it's like we expect to be so quick to our result that we get tied up. We stop talking to ourselves good. We stop believing that it can be a thing, and we stop doing anything about it. And it's kind of like this, this detachment of social media is almost like this, just a practice of really just detaching from the noise, right? Finding the structure and the stillness is really just about detaching from the noise. Like there's so many people telling us what to do. We already know what we want to do, and we have 15 different ways to do it. So we don't know which way to choose. It's like, so I think that there's so much about listening to your heart. There's so much about trusting these inner callings and just acting on them. Like what I'm doing right now in my business, like it would be unadvisable by any business coach and consultant, but I don't care. Like I've listened to a lot of them. Like I know what I want in my business. And like right now, like I have certain areas of focus that would seem totally like confusing to certain people. And that's okay. Like right now, like I'm as I come back into social media, like I just want to like be on social media and like give and like give and give and give. And I want to like, I don't want to like use it to be feeding my business. Like I want to be on it just for fun. I want to be on it just to give, like because that's what I love and that's what my soul's calling is. But like in the world and in the noise, it says, well, you have to figure out how to monetize it, and that is not what feels good for me right now. And I'm not gonna do that.
I'm the same way.
And it will work out, and I will be fine. And like business does come to me naturally, and I have yet to cement this practice, even though it's the deepest whisper, because there's so much fear around if I let go of the grip, then the business will fall. If I stop trying or inviting or creating programs, the business will fall. And I'm really clear on this. Like, no, like I'm going to give. Right. I started even partnering with another company that's going to help to fill that, help to fuel this feeling of like, no, I want to just pour. I want to pour. And there's new things coming. And it's like this new stage and season of my life of surrender, listen, like all this beautiful stuff. And it's so many things that we all fear, right? Like, can't let go, got to follow the path, got to listen to this mentor. Like, this is the step process. Like, there are steps that we want to take, that we kind of have to take in order to really climb our path, right? Which I think is where we really find fulfillment, you know? That's why there's people that are lawyers or doctors because their parents told them and they're really successful and just
Exactly.
not happy, right?
I talked to
They're
that
like house on
college in
Malibu, and it's like,
India
this
this
sucks.
morning, and I talked about that. Are you on a path because somebody wants you on that path? Or are you on a path because you want to be on that path? And
Yeah.
it makes you show up totally different. You have no, you know, where I was talking to Mike about time, and we're scheduling things out, and nothing I do feels like work to me. Everything I do is a pleasure because I know I'm helping, but I'm just like you. I just want people to have resources. I want them to have the help that I can provide them. And that just gives me peace, and that gives me calm, and that gives me joy.
Yeah. The things that really give us peace and calm and joy are oftentimes not the things that we're seeing all over the place. Like, it's hard to take a picture of like the things that really make us feel calm. You know, like
Right.
I put a video up this morning on my Instagram and my Facebook, and it was a video of my son making peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I just sat and I just watched him. Just watched him.
Your
He's like,
son
he
is
told me
so cute.
yesterday, he's like, I want to make my lunch. Mom was getting him ready for school. I said, let's not do that today, son. I said, she's got her system. We're not going to disrupt it. I was like, tomorrow, I'm gonna get you ready for school. And I was like, and I'll let you wield that knife and slice
Let him make his lunch the
peanut
night
butter that
before.
bread and all that. But I just watched him do it, and I recorded him, and I just sat there and I thought about it, you know, and I was like, just in the moment. And it's this beautiful thing, and it gives me such a great feeling that I'm thinking about now, and I feel so good. And that moment could have just like went by. I could have just been running around the house. I could have not gotten up early. I could have gotten up when he woke up, and I could be in my own race. You know, like the things that we really make us so happy. We already got them. They're here.
Yeah,
They're everywhere
they
in our
are.
life.
They're right in front of him. We're so busy doing stuff, we miss it. So
Yeah,
true.
doing stuff to feel it. It's like we're at the party and we're like, hold on, I got to go get ready so I can be at the party. I'll be right back from the party. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
You forget that you're already there. You just
You're
have to
already there.
look up and see.
Right. Yeah.
I know. Well, thank you, Danny. Thank you for being here. That was such a pleasure. And it was so, I know everybody who's listening feels like ready to go take on the world. So we're going to go take on the world.
I love
Let's
it.
do this.
You're the
So
best.
thank you. I know, oh, well, you're like in the afternoon. Are you Mountain Time?
It is. It's like 12:30. My wife doesn't know
Oh, you're
it, but
Pacific time.
I'm Pacific right now.
Oh, you're
So I'm
Pacific.
Pacific in the summer, I'm Mountain in the winter.
Oh,
Arizona doesn't
that's why.
change time zones, but we do change. We don't roll our clocks back. We changed. I don't know. It's weird.
I
But
know the whole
my
time
wife
zone
actually
thing.
doesn't know it, but I'm about to go organize the garage. And I
Ooh,
got a unit
exciting.
to store her art. So I'm gonna go like do this whole thing. She has no
I was
idea.
just going to say, your wife is an amazing artist. I
Aw,
mean,
thank you.
doesn't she have a website?
She does. She
What's her website
does.
called? Or type it in the chat
I'm
because
gonna
her
put it into the
art,
chat. cgdiazart.com.
phenomenal. You guys should check it out. There we go.
cgdiazart.com.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm gonna spoil her with this cool like garage reorganization thing. She's gonna be so excited. It's gonna be so
Oh,
fun.
good. Well, you go. You go
Yeah.
spoil her.
I will.
You're a
This is
wonderful
so
couple,
awesome.
and I love that you let everybody know it.
Aw, thank you. And I love you. You're the best.
I love you
I love what
too,
you're doing.
Danny. Thank you so much for being here. I'm truly grateful.
No problem, Celia. Anytime. Anytime.
Harry's on tomorrow.
I love it. I know. He's the best too. It's just like I tell you. You too, man. The two of you coming out of that group, amazing.
Yep, that made the group all worth it. That we all became
100%. I
friends.
would have paid twice for that.
Exactly. Me too. Me too. All right.
All
We'll
right,
see you
my
later.
friend.
Thank you. Or you can stay.
Love you.
As we close up. Love you too.
I'm gonna get on this cleaning.
Oh yeah,
So,
go
I
fix your
love you
garage.
guys.
Go for it.
I put my email in the chat for anybody that wants to connect. You know, drop me a line, send me an email. I'll send you a text, something like that. We'll figure it out. I'm happy to connect. Anybody that wants a little, just whatever, doesn't matter. Doesn't have to be focused on anything. I'm not gonna sell you anything. So if you want any help or whatever, give me a shout. Okay.
Sounds
That's
good.
my gift.
Thanks,
I love
Danny.
you guys.
Bye, hon.
Bye-bye.
Well, well, well. So we come to another end of the Day of Calm Summit. Truly just a combination of so much wonderful, wonderful people, so much great advice, information, things that you can do to change your world, things that you can do to change your child's world. Take something from this summit, something you heard from somebody, or maybe even a few things you heard, and put them into action. I think Danny said it at the beginning, was that all of this great information and great advice and ways that you can become what you want to be, not what somebody else wants you to be, what you want to be. Just decide, you know what, I'm going to take this one piece of advice and I'm going to do it. And I'm going to do it every day. And I'm going to stay consistent with it every day because I want to do what I want to do for me. And what I want to do for me is create a calmer, more peaceful, more productive life for me and for my children. Remember, you're a role model for everybody that sees you, even the kids and the other humans that don't even know you. All this hatred and rage and anger that's at epidemic levels in this world, what are we teaching everybody? What is it solving? Nothing. It's making everything worse. If we want things to get better, we have to start being calmer. We have to start being more intentional. We have to start listening to others and to ourselves, like Danny said. It is time to really impact this world that is in such dire need of calming themselves down and becoming more personally responsible for the way we act, react, respond. It's on us, not other people. You don't blame other people. It's on us. It's all about us. So let's take responsibility. Each one of us has a ripple effect for the others. What you do sets the mood for what somebody else does. Find your calm, find your peace, find your joy, find your fun. You can be fun and still be calm. And I hope this conference is contributing, this summit is contributing to your well-being. We have one more day. Don't stay away. Join us for Saturday. Another packed-filled day of amazing speakers ready to help you find your calm in the world and reach your goals. So thank you for being here. I wish you all days filled with peace, love, tons of laughter, and a real deep connection to each other through listening, through helping, and through staying calm. We're going to leave with a little bit of a video that I'm not sure we can hear the sound on yet about the school in Uganda that we are so desperately hoping to be able to give them the funding so they can run their school and keep it open and eventually build their new buildings. They need our help and they need it now. And those kids that if they didn't have that school wouldn't eat or wouldn't have clothes or would go back to the orphanage and be abandoned, we don't have that video. So you're not going to see that video. Okay, Zara, got the message. Do we have a little sign? Do we have the little picture? Oh, the donate video. Okay, so we'll watch the donate. You'll get to see the kids. They need our help, please. You don't know what kid is in that school. Could be the next amazing doctor that is able to resolve one of the diseases that are incurable. My mother had ALS. She passed away from ALS. There's not a cure. Maybe someone at that school right now that is desperate to reach their goals and thrive would be the person that solves ALS, that figures out how someone can survive that. We don't know. So we have to help all the kids in the world because they're our future. If we give up on them, we give up on our future. So bring up the slide, if you would, Czar, and whatever you can donate, please do. And there is a gift for all of you that will also help you with whatever you donate. Free trip at 100, that quilt at 1,000. And tomorrow, Matthew, which with the forest bathing workshop that you'll hear from I'm doing great, aren't I? Kevin and Sarah, that they're doing tomorrow. They have agreed to double and match any donation tomorrow up to $1,000. So please, please give. You get so much for giving. But even better, you help these amazing kids have a wonderful life. Look at their school building. Look at it. Oh my gosh. That's even one that's in probably better shape than the other two. Look at their shoes. Take a glance at their shoes in this picture. They're barely shoes, but I'm sure they're very grateful for them. Okay, so any amount helps. Any amount is going to make them live a much happier, educated, confident life where they thrive and survive. Because some of them don't even survive. Thank you for helping. Thank you for being here. I love you all. And I'll see you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern Time.